Hello there, Anthony Carboni here, coming to you from outside the Anaheim Convention Center, where thousands of Star Wars fans have gathered to celebrate Star Wars and the mineral that is coarse and rough and gets everywhere. That's right, we're here to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, with an all-star retrospective panel about the film that launched 1,000 clones and just as many memes. Get ready to find out what's new and exciting in the hilarious world of LEGO Star Wars, and we'll journey to Black Spire Outpost on board the Galactic Star Cruiser Halcyon to learn what's new with Star Wars in Disney parks. And as we all found out yesterday, you never know who will show up to our stage, so join me and my co-hosts Andy Gutierrez, Christina Ariel, Kristen Baver, Hector Navarro, and Jordan Hembro as we prepare to take you on a ride crazier than Anakin on a reek. Day 2 of Star Wars Celebration Anaheim is about to begin. This is Star Wars Celebration Live, presented by Geico. Welcome to Day 2 of Star Wars Celebration Live from Anaheim, California.
I cannot believe you didn't say hello there.
You know, I already did. Apparently somebody does not watch our pre-taped opens.
Those are pre-taped? I thought you ran in here really quickly.
I am in very good shape. 3 years away and our scripted banner is still just as bad. Star Wars Celebration, baby! Oh, we have got a gigantic show for you today, filled with even more huge guests and surprises.
What were some of your favorite moments yesterday?
There was a Willow trailer.
Willowbration is next year.
Willowbration is definitely coming up. I don't know that we're allowed to announce that just yet.
Yeah, I'm still pretty hyped for Andor.
Andor was such an amazing trailer. And then we all went home last night and watched Obi-Wan Kenobi, right?
Yes, right?
Yeah.
So
that was pretty good, right?
Excellent timing. But let's check in with Cameron and see what he's up to down in the crowd. What up, Cam?
What up, you guys? What up? How's everybody doing? Oh my gosh, we're having such a great time here at Star Wars Celebration Live. Back for Day 2 with some amazing fans out here. And I have to tell you, one of the best parts about Star Wars Celebration has to be the family love here, right? The force is strong with everyone here, and we're so glad to get everyone here together so we can celebrate this franchise that we love so dearly to our hearts. And after 3 long years, you know, it's time for a new hope. Am I right? Yes? Yes, we're getting through all this and we're doing it together with so much love, and that love is going to be just coming through the camera to all of you.
Hey man, that's you! Hey man, you're there!
Yeah. Hey, what's your name?
My name's Diego.
And where are you from?
I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Las Vegas is here, everybody. Yeah, I'm wagering this guy's gonna be around all day. This is gonna be a good sign. I love it. Show me that surprise face again. Yeah, and that's the face I hope all of you are gonna be making at home as you're watching us on StarWars.com and on YouTube, because we have so many surprises that are gonna be coming your way. Celebrities, products, Disney parks. Are you ready for it all? Oh yeah, back to you guys.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Cam. That's super cool. And we have a lot planned today. Even more exclusive interviews and maybe, just maybe, an exclusive reveal or two right here on our stage. And while we're talking about reveals, we left you all hanging yesterday with an interactive poll. And
I couldn't sleep last night.
Well,
I knew that there was an unresolved Twitter poll, and I was just up all night.
Well, you're in luck, buddy. Time to remedy that because we have the results. We asked, what's the first thing you do when you go to Galaxy's Edge? Take a ride on Smuggler's Run, drink some blue and/or green milk, ride Rise of the Resistance, or find Kylo Ren?
Our Twitter audience said, with 31% of the vote, the winner was Ride Rise of the Resistance, with a very close 27.1% drinking some blue or green milk. Now, I am personally a D. Find Kylo Ren immediately.
Of course, he's your sweet boy.
There is nothing I love more than going to Batu and heckling the First Order.
You heckle everybody.
But
like everywhere you go, it's heckle, heckle, heckle.
But particularly the First Order.
Yes, yes, of course. We have one more poll ready for you guys on the Star Wars Twitter handle, so here we go. Who's the best pod racer?
Ooh.
A, Cascano. B, Anakin. C, Ben Quadraneros. Or D, Sebulba.
Submit, wow.
We see a lot of C's in the crowd. All right, all right.
Submit your answer now, and we'll be back later today with the polls. Personally, I would go with Ben Quadraneros, but somebody didn't think he was good enough for the poll.
Oh, I think he made it in the end.
Anyway, keep sending in your reactions. Ben Quadraneros fan fiction to hashtag YesSWC2022, and you might see yourself on screen.
No. Do not send us fan fiction. It's a legal nightmare. The Quadraneros family is very litigious.
It's true.
But stick around, guys. We've got a great show planned for you today. And right after this from Star Wars Celebration Live, presented by Geico, don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, Hector here on the floor of Star Wars Celebration. We are at a really cool photo op area with the Rebel Legion group, and I'm talking to Bill Holmes. Bill, first of all, you have to tell us about your cosplay. Who are you?
Okay, I am a generic clone general. When I say generic, not a face character that I helped create based on standards that are seen in the movies and the different mediums like animation and all of that.
Beautiful. General Holmes.
General Holmes. You know, actually, it's General Jericho.
General Jericho. That's awesome. And tell us about where we're standing right now. This is an area where fans can come at Celebration.
Yes,
It's a photo op.
absolutely. We have a joint club exhibit with all the clubs. These exhibits are extremely interactive. Come in, hang out, take some pictures, interact with our characters.
Well, talk to us about the Rebel Legion group, because it's a really special part of this fan cosplaying community that you just described. But tell us about Rebel Legion.
Rebel Legion is the second really oldest of the Star Wars clubs, right after the 501st. We're over 20 years old. We have roughly between 7,000 and 8,000 members. We're redoing our census and going through everything. Second largest club. We're on virtually every continent except Antarctica.
International.
And we are the good guys. We represent the heroes of the universe. Luke Skywalker, Princess Leia, Jedi, starfighter pilots, all the way to the denizens of the Sand People, the Jawas, all of those.
Bill, I would love to ask, because of what everything that everybody's been going through the past few years, have you guys seen an uptick in interest in cosplaying? People retreating into these amazing worlds and deciding, you know what, I'm now going to, in a COVID-19 lockdown, find the time to work on these costumes. I mean, have you guys seen an increase in interest?
And it's actually a unique thing.
Yeah.
We have three pillars in our group.
Yes.
The first is costuming. We have charity and community.
Yes.
The one thing I'm going to say is, yes, people did hunker down and find time to build these wonderful costumes. That's absolutely true. But what has been truly amazing in the lockdown and everything that's went on is we had a community already in place.
Love it.
That people could interact and work with each other, and then they weren't alone in a lot of this. You know, and that's one of the things of being part of that. And a community is not just a community of costumes, it's a community of people. And that's what the Rebel Legion is.
That's beautiful.
That we focus on that, as well as the other costuming groups. We are very people-centered.
And talk to us about, you mentioned the charity work. It's one of the most amazing things about being a Star Wars fan. And these groups have really led the way with this work, helping out charities. Talk to us about that.
Well, charity is you know, people go like, well, we're a costuming club.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But what do you do with that costume? You know, if I just walk around a convention, do this. it's so much more than that in what we do.
Yeah.
Our groups are so dedicated to working with charity, help fundraising. You know, one thing I want to point out, we're working with Lucasfilm at Celebration, supporting the Starlight Foundation. And I'm going to plug the light side right now. You go in, look at the Rebel Legion page and all of our stuff on Facebook, social media. Make some donations to the Starlight Foundation, a wonderful organization that helps a lot of kids across the world.
Yeah.
So that's the one thing. But also, if you're on the dark side, drop money on that side. We're having a friendly little wager here. Who's the light or the dark can raise the most money.
Oh, excellent.
So we're having a lot of fun with this.
Bill, I want to thank you for all the work that you guys have done. It is so fantastic. Star Wars continues to be an inspiration and just a great source of helping everybody that we can. For people watching right now, where can they learn more information about this organization? And also, how can they find out if they're here at Celebration?
If you're interested in the Rebel Legion and the heroes of the Star Wars universe, go to rebellegion.com. We are on social media, Instagram, Rebel Legion.
It's all here near the Star Wars Celebration live stage.
We are right across from the
right
stage.
Across.
We're at Ground Zero.
It's awesome. We got the
It's
photo
intense.
ops. Come check it out. Bill, I want to thank you again so much for all the work that you do.
No,
Bill
it's
Holmes,
a pleasure. Thank
AKA General Jericho.
General Jericho.
Guys, check out rebellegion.com for all the information. We got more Star Wars Celebration coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Ho-ho! Welcome back, everybody. You know, we have had some really incredible reveals and announcements already, and it's only day 2, haven't we? Yeah. And I'll tell you this, there is one thing that I have been wanting to reveal forever. I keep expecting to see it, and it just hasn't happened. So I decided to just go ahead and make this happen myself. Can we please play my reveal?
I was born on the Outer Rim, a slave, forgotten. Somehow, the Empire is worse. Well, I won't stand for it anymore. It's time for me to do my part.
Welcome to the rebellion, Kidster. Sorry, what is this?
This is a handshake, right?
It's a handshake, yes. No. Like,
I just stop moving.
get the data to the console, slice the system, and shut down their shields.
That's on me.
Oh, Kidster. I love you.
Wizard.
How?
High five.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may know him from his roles on iZombie, The Haunting of Bly Manor, and Midnight Mass. Please give it up for my friend and yours, Rahul Kohli. Rahul, I don't understand why studio didn't like that when we brought that to them.
Yeah, my team we carved out time to film the show, and it just never happened.
Rahul, actually, you were on your way to shoot Bly Manor, and you were on in the middle of a 30-hour leg of flights, and you stopped at Lucasfilm just to shoot that Kidster bit with us, and we really appreciate it. That was amazing. Did y'all see Bly Manor? Did y'all see that? Or Midnight Mass? It was amazing. So we really appreciate you coming by because we knew that you were a huge Star Wars fan.
Yeah.
And you're a huge video game fan as well.
That also, yeah.
So I thought, if you're going to be here, have you messed around with Skywalker Saga, Lego Skywalker Saga?
Oh, a little bit, yeah.
Do you want to play some?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's get together and let's play some of this. Have y'all played this game yet? This thing is amazing. If you haven't played this game yet, here's one.
That's a loss.
Do you want to?
What am I throwing?
Yeah, that's just a copy of Skywalker Saga.
Some of that.
There's some stress balls.
I didn't throw the game, though. That feels bad. Hold on. I'll throw one game over.
Yeah, throw a game over.
If this hits you, I'm sorry.
So I think we're going to play some Attack of the Clones here.
Okay.
Are you in? Let's make sure that you're in. Hit a button. There you go. So you're Anakin and I'm Padme.
Oh! I'm haunted by the kiss you should never have given me.
Yeah. Perfect.
Wait, what have I pressed here?
You gotta get through.
I'm back.
So I know Attack of the Clones, actually, its 20th anniversary, and I know it is a movie that has a very special place in your heart.
It does. It absolutely does, for sure.
You can basically, I watched you, you can do the entire movie.
Yes.
Word for word.
Yeah, we did it to raise money for charity. We, during the pandemic, we recited basically the prequels from memory as best we could. And anytime we got it wrong and we needed to call for line, we would have to take a little bit of juice.
A little bit of the juice.
A little bit of blue milk.
Yes.
To make it even tougher. But yeah, Phantom Menace was the cleanest run we did.
Yeah.
Attack of the Clones was the messiest, and Revenge was pretty well done.
Well, here's the thing about Revenge. Because, you know, Ian McDiarmid had his panel yesterday.
Oh, sweet.
And I love McDiarmid in Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah.
Y'all, McDiarmid in Revenge of the Sith is so amazing. He is pitch perfect in every scene, and the Emperor has the most quotable lines.
Absolutely.
And I love him to death. I think that movie is just him. It's the Emperor on ice.
What's your favorite Emperor line from Revenge of the Sith?
My favorite Emperor line from Revenge of the Sith is there's honestly just this one part in the beginning where they're rescuing him, where as they're fighting, he doesn't say a whole word. He just goes, "Get."
Yeah, oh yeah,
You know,
with Count
just said,
Dooku.
yeah, he just goes, "Get." And that's my favorite because he even just sells "Get." But I'm very partial to Darth Plagueis the Wise.
Oh yeah, fantastic
obviously.
monologue.
Have y'all ever heard the tragedy, by the way, of Darth Plagueis the Wise? It's not a story the Jedi would tell you.
Oh, here we go.
Here's our boy.
Enter Mace.
What I love about this game, above and beyond all of the other Lego games, which are also wonderful, is it is so much more open. There is so much more to do.
Yeah.
I was running around on Tatooine for 2 hours, and I didn't do anything related to the story.
Absolutely, yeah. It's so much. It's like the sandbox you want, right? You want to explore these environments, and it's.
And it's just full of gags. It's full of jokes. It's full of little references.
Kitster's not in this game though.
Kitster is not in this game, and that's a problem. And I have put in a comment card with TT Games.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure they read them.
There we go.
No. You know what happened is I got the Mad Cats one.
That's the controller you give your little brother.
Yeah, that's usually the one I get. You know what? If this isn't working, we'll just have to let y'all play it at home, probably.
Oh yeah.
Let me get out this very good basket that is working well.
All right. I'm gonna take care of this side. There's a whole side there as well.
We'll start here. Okay.
1, 2. We got more. We got more. Now we've also got these. These are Grogu's little shifter.
Yeah.
But they also have game codes on them.
Oh, they were games.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. My mic won't.
No. We don't.
My mic won't let me bend down.
Oh man.
That's something.
Oh, I'm gonna aim for that clone bucket. It's not gonna. Oh, here, we've got this old buddy here. Here we go.
Yeah! You got it. You got it. What else we got? We got stuff. Rahul, what did you think of some of the trailers we got to see yesterday? Did you get to see some of that Andor?
I did see some Andor, yeah. I'm looking forward to Andor. Rogue One's one of my favorite Star Wars films. So,
yeah. I absolutely loved it. I thought it was so pitch perfect, and it had just like an energy to it that I don't think we've seen in a Star Wars trailer before.
Absolutely. But I was just waiting for Obi-Wan to drop.
Yeah.
That was my entire yesterday. Yeah. We're just throwing stuff into the crowd.
Stuff.
Okay, there you go. Sorry, I'm walking weird. It's just the key ring, I think.
We're back.
There you go.
We're back.
Oh, it's on.
We're on. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you know, we got to have the crew and the producer of Andor come by yesterday. You know, obviously Diego visited, but also Sana Wollenberg came by, the producer. She's amazing. You know, she worked on Chernobyl, she worked on Black Mirror, and I just think that's just an incredible tone to bring into a Star Wars series.
Absolutely. I'm still waiting for Carl Katan's show. I feel like I'm going to be waiting for decades.
Sure. I mean, look, man, I waited 34 years for Willow.
That's
so,
true.
You know,
how did you feel about the Willow?
Oh, it was so beautiful. How'd y'all feel about that Willow trailer?
I guess I can admit now that I auditioned for that.
Did you? Did you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. During Bly Manor, I auditioned.
That's fun.
Yeah.
That must have been a wonderful experience, because, I mean, you're just a big fan of everything Lucasfilm.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I mean, the real kind of thing where I indulged in everything was with the games.
Yes.
So I was a big LucasArts fanboy, starting with, like, X-Wing TIE Fighter and even the Super Star Wars games, like the 16-bit.
Oh my gosh, Super Star Wars was so hard, though.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
It was like
brutal.
impossibly hard.
Yeah, but the one that really kind of like cemented my love for Star Wars and Star Wars video games was Dark Forces and Jedi Knight.
Jedi Knight was so good.
And then the Jedi Outcast, and then Knights of the Old Republic, which we're getting a remaster of.
Yes.
Which I'm super excited about. Get that Revan story.
You gotta love KOTOR, man.
Yeah.
Such an amazing world. Oh no!
Oh no, it's Django!
I'm out.
I'm just implementing more in the universe. Wait, shouldn't you're Mace? Canonically, you should be taking care of this.
Canonically, I should.
I'm just
skill-wise, I am failing, but that's fine.
I should just be force pushing droids as Kit Fisto and smiling.
I feel like we've got it. He had me kind of.
If you do this, you're going to make Daniel Logan sad. He's going to have to come over here and put the controller to his head.
He just has to watch this moment over and over. Poor Daniel Logan. I love Django. I love Django, though.
I just got I think it arrived 2 days ago, the Django Fett Hot Toys.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
That's a good one.
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
Your collection is very impressive.
Oh, thank you.
You've been collecting. So what are your favorite toys to collect? Because you collect a lot of them.
I started off with the Power of the Force figures.
Yeah.
With the special editions, and so that was what my pocket money would go towards. All the way into the prequels, I guess. And I took pride in that collection. And a few years ago, I started making the styrene kits.
Yeah.
They were fine molds and Bandai, so I was doing like X-Wings, TIE Fighters, Millennium Falcons, the lot, and learning to weather them.
Yeah, you've gotten really into the miniatures and Armada and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, Star Wars Legion.
Yeah. Any of y'all playing Legion? Any of y'all like painting your minis?
Is anyone doing that? Oh, if you guys should check out Star Wars Legion. It's. But recently I decided to echo the collection I had as a kid, but with Hot Toys.
That
you know,
is
the
an
upgrade.
expensive decision to
It
make,
is. That's why I have to keep working that Netflix back to back to back to pay for this Hot Toys collection.
But they're
yeah.
amazing. All the Hot Toys stuff is really
Beautiful. My favorite one is, I mean, the Mando stuff they've done are fantastic.
Yes.
They look gorgeous. I had to get 2 Mandos because I wanted Beskar and non-Beskar version.
good. Yes, of course.
But they just announced the Clone Trooper, like, with vehicles. So
Yeah.
you get the speeder bike with a Clone Trooper and stuff like that.
And that stuff, where do you find the shelf space?
I don't. It's in a box. It goes into storage. I just assume one day I can afford a place bigger than a 1-bedroom apartment. So, yeah.
God, this game is beautiful.
Hopefully we get some Obi-Wan. I want to control Obi-Wan. I'm in an Obi-Wan mood.
I think we might be if we're in free play, we might be able to select our characters.
Ooh.
Let's see. I can at least bring us back to free play if we're not.
Yeah.
Let's see. Because yeah, I think we should be picking. Or I'm gonna bring us back. Because we should absolutely.
Oh, we're starting from the beginning.
This intro, I love this intro because if you look at like little things that are happening along the side,
Yeah.
I love that Finn is in Rose's arms until Poe comes out, and then he gets surprised and he jumps and he runs over to Poe.
Oh, I never noticed that.
It's really good.
This is my fault. Here we go.
And just all the little things that the hint droid that's H1NT. Do we want to stay in Attack of the Clones? Yeah, let's do. Or actually, let's go and do a New Hope here.
New Hope?
Yeah. Let's see what we can pick. Oh, we're going from Go.
Oh, this is from the
I
beginning.
love this. The opening, my favorite thing about the New Hope opening in the Lego Star Wars Skywalker saga is the number of coffee machines and Imperials just drinking coffee on the ship.
Oh, really?
Amazing.
I'm only on Phantom Menace. I'm started.
You started from the
I'm started
prequels.
from prequels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I started from 4. I'm a chronological guy.
So
You know,
when you watch,
I'm in order of release.
so do
person.
you? So okay. So you don't do the remixed Clone Wars.
So I mean, look, if we're getting into like what a full watch order is, like if I'm sitting down and
Yeah.
I'm like, it's time to do the whole saga, then yeah, if I'm doing, I will start with the original trilogy, and then
Yeah.
when I go back to prequels, I'll start
Absolutely.
putting in Clone Wars stuff.
Oh.
You know?
Yeah, I would watch it that way for
Yeah.
sure, because I feel like the prequels are strengthened after the OT, right?
I do too, but I also I have respect for people that watch them in numerical order. I do.
Yeah, yeah.
If you're watching it. I'm watching the story of Anakin. I respect that.
I will not skip a single Clone Wars ep. I don't remix them. I go season 1 movie.
Yeah.
Season 1 all the way through. Clone Wars is one of my favorite
It's
shows.
so good.
Yeah.
It's so good, and I mean, that's one of the things that I love that we're getting. You know, now that we're getting Obi-Wan, is to see that stuff and sort of like the aftermath of that stuff in live action.
Yeah.
You know.
Also, the great thing is, and obviously I know nothing about Obi-Wan other than just the 2-episode watch, which I
Right,
won't talk
and
about.
we're not gonna do
We're not going to
spoilers.
talk about, but
No.
the idea that because of the timeline and that sandbox, and it's been expanded by Filoni, that the world that they could pull from and nod to now is so rich.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look.
Oh, you get to be Leia.
Do you want to? I think
No, it's fine. I'll be one of the British dudes in Ealing Studios.
you're being typecast. But no, I mean that's one of the things that I've loved about the live action series is seeing some of these characters come out in live action. I did not mean to hurt that gentleman.
I mean,
so sorry.
We can talk about Boba, right?
I feel like yes. I feel like
Seeing
we can
Cad
talk.
Bane
Seeing
was a big
Cad
deal.
Bane in live action was amazing.
Yeah.
Are y'all into Cad Bane at all? Yeah. How did you all feel seeing Cad Bane
in live action. It's wild.
I adore that character so much.
So much. And I mean, the amount of, you think about the different influences, and you think about, obviously there are the Republic serial influences. There are the kind of samurai film influences, but then there are the cowboy influences.
Well, Lee Van Cleef, right?
Yeah.
It's the biggest inspiration for Cad Bane.
Absolutely. And so getting to see something that leans so heavily into that like gunslinger mythos
Yeah, absolutely.
was really wonderful.
I mean, Mandalorian in itself is, you can feel the Western nods to that, to that genre, even in the music. Like, it makes no, it doesn't hide its love for the Western genre.
No, Ludwig's theme for the Mandalorian is like.
Well, the Mandalorian's the man with no name, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's pretty much it. But yeah, that's what's. It's on a very broad way of saying it. It's wonderful to see Ewan back.
Yes.
It's just amazing. I mean, you guys must have freaked out yesterday.
Yeah.
With Hayden.
Who was
Hayden
here?
Christensen.
Who was here at the stage yesterday when
you guys see Hayden?
Ewan and Hayden came out?
I love that man so much.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I love all the love he's been getting recently as well. It's fantastic.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful to see because.
Where's my Stannikins? That's what we're called.
Yeah.
There's a few Stannikins.
And I was wondering, man, I just love that they came out and Hayden was like in all black yesterday.
Yeah.
And Ewan was very much in his Jedi colors, and I just loved seeing it.
Wasn't Hayden's last words before everything kicked off was, "This is where the fun begins"?
That is what he said. That is what he said. And I loved hearing him say it. I'm very easy to please. He was just like, say the thing, say the thing.
I don't like sand. Yeah.
Oops, I gotta get this.
I'm so nervous right now just standing. I didn't know that this was what you were signing me up for.
Really?
Like, the more and more it became like people fussing, getting the mics, and I could hear the crowd outside and people counting down. I was like, what have you signed? How big is what I'm walking into?
Well,
I'm still freaking out about being amongst you guys.
Yeah, the thing is, you're not very used to being on camera yet.
That's true. I'm still a baby.
But no, I mean, have you done other celebrations in the past? Have you been able to make it out?
I did. In 2015 was my first celebration.
So you were here in Anaheim?
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. I didn't know that.
Yeah. I had just finished, I just wrapped iZombie Season 1. It had never come out. It hadn't come out. And I came with Malcolm, who played Clive Babineau. The two of us just walked around and checked it out because it's something I've always wanted to do.
Yeah.
And then obviously I had tickets for 2020.
Sure.
Was it 20? And then and so I'm back now.
Yeah, that was obviously. I mean, I love that we're all back here together now. Though.
Absolutely.
It's been a long wait.
It has.
But so, how does it feel to be here at a celebration on stage in front of all the other Star Wars fans, man?
I mean, I'd love to. Yeah, it's a fan base that I belong to, and it's one I adore. I love Star Wars fans. I mean, like you can spot a Star Wars fan in an airport somewhere, and you see a Jar Jar T-shirt, Darth Maul, and you're like, I get you. We're a gang. Yeah, I love it. I adore it, and I hope one day.
Oh no!
What's this?
Oh gosh! You know what, Rahul? Yeah. I think I might have accidentally double booked myself. I'm sorry. I have to join the running of the Wilro Hoods.
Yeah.
I'm needed. I have to save the ice cream. Wow. I'm up. Ladies and gentlemen, the Wilro Hoods. So listen, Rahul, I gotta go. The rebellion needs me.
Yeah, you're needed.
Do me a favor. Just read the close for this segment, because I gotta go.
Okay. When you think of summer, you think of three things: sun, fun, and tiny plastic bricks from Denmark. Well, at least I do. So grab a beach towel, a fruity drink, and Che Lounge you made out of Lego, because it's time to find out what's next in the world of Lego Star Wars. The Summer of Lego panel starts right now.
What about this?
So cute.
Star Wars!
Hit the target hard. Give it everything you got.
You want to shoot first? After you. Less talky-talky, more fighty-fighty.
Everybody, please welcome your host, Yvette Nicole Brown.
Guys, how's everybody doing? I can't hear you. How's everybody doing? Yes! Oh, you guys, I'm so happy to be here. Thanks for coming to our beach party. How's everybody feeling? Yeah? Now, how awesome was that trailer we just saw, huh? Yeah? Come on, y'all, we gotta do better than this. This is Lego Star Wars, come on! All right. So listen, I'm so happy that you're here at our beach party because we're gonna have a ball today. You see what is the ball? Because it's a beach. Okay, all right, that's fine. We'll work on it. Okay, so as some of you know, I am actually in the Star Wars family. I dipped a little toe in because I got to voice Lieutenant Valeria in the Lego Star Wars Freemaker Adventures. You guys know that? Yes, okay. But I don't know if you guys know how big of a Star Wars fan I am. First of all, I'm old enough to have seen the original films in the theater. Do not do the math. Don't nobody do the math. I might have been a zygote in my mother's belly. Don't do the math. But I build Lego sets when I'm working. So I built the Millennium Falcon on set. So when I'm in my trailer, I just use the time to build. And then also, you know, I'm a big Lego fan. So to be here with all of the Lego creators and all the minds behind Lego, I was geeking out like a fool in the back. So you guys are going to meet a bunch of really amazing people. So I'm ready to talk about games. We're going to talk about toys, and we're going to talk about animation. So who's ready? All right, let's do this. Okay, up first, it's a little game called Lego Star Wars, the Skywalker Saga. Some of you may have heard of it. Whether you played the game, enjoy the Lego sets that go along with it, or are learning about it for the first time, let's take a look.
Of a Jedi Knight. An elegant weapon for a more civilized age.
Look, good against remotes is one thing. Good against the living, that's something else.
Take it. Find your friend.
We're liable to this. I will let nothing stand in our way. Do or do not. There is no try.
Now, fulfill your destiny.
I need someone to show me my place in all this.
Woo! I said, woo! There you are. All right, with without further ado, let's get to it. I'd like to welcome to the stage our friends from Games and Consumer Products. Please welcome Douglas. Hey, Jill, come on, Jill. We have Chris. And all the way from Denmark, we have Jens. Come on in, guys. So I want to give you all a chance to say your full names and tell them what you do.
So I'm Douglas Riley. I head up the Lucasfilm Games team in San Francisco.
Yes, I'm Jill Wilford, and I am Queen of LEGO Star Wars.
Yes.
Unofficially.
Tell them why. Tell them why you're the queen.
I'm Queen of LEGO Star Wars because I have worked on Star Wars from the very beginning. I was actually pregnant with my second son when we were negotiating the Star Wars agreement, and my boss told me I couldn't have the baby until I actually delivered the numbers, and I had the baby the next night. But I also handle all entertainment for the LEGO Group.
Love it.
Hi, I'm Chris Gallagher. I'm the Director of Product Design at Lucasfilm, and I am also old school LEGO Star Wars, back to pretty much day one of the partnership, so it's really been exciting.
Yeah, hello, and I'm Jens Grunwald Frederiksen. I'm Design Director on LEGO Star Wars, and I'm responsible for the product development.
Yeah. Do we want to talk about how cute you two are twinning up here with your little shirts? Got the memo? Okay. Now, Douglas, you've had quite the exciting couple of months with LEGO Star Wars. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, it's a great time to be a LEGO Star Wars fan. I'm thrilled just to be back at Celebration with all of you. I was talking to someone before we came in. You know, we've been gone for a couple of years. And seeing everyone and seeing some folks that I used to work with closely in person again has been like chicken soup for the soul. So it's really great you're here, and thank you for coming. It means a lot to us.
Now, we all remember LEGO Star Wars. It's a video game from 2005, the LEGO game that started it all. Who had it? Who has it? Who had it? Yes. Now, you just released LEGO Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga. Can you tell us about the evolution from then to now with these games?
Sure, we've had a long history, 2 decades of working with TT Games, who had an original vision of taking interactive entertainment, bringing the whimsy and humor of LEGO to Star Wars. And those games have been, an important connection point for all of our fans. But the new game, LEGO Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga, is its most all-encompassing yet. All 9 films, and just a ton of content for you to enjoy. And it's been a great way for people to pass down Star Wars to their kids. It's been part of our transgenerational effort for Star Wars for a long time. And for many folks, LEGO Star Wars is the first exposure to Star Wars. I hear from parents all the time that they have their kids play LEGO Star Wars before they show them the movies.
Now, the game did quite well, didn't it? From what I heard, it's the biggest launch for a LEGO game ever. Can you tell us about that? And were you expecting the reception to be what you received?
We were really excited about it. I mean, obviously, we worked very hard on it. TT and LEGO and us have been working on it for a while. And the reaction from the fans has been overwhelming. I mean, I've gotten more texts, more phone calls, more reaction to it. The fans' reaction on the forums and the internet has been overwhelming. It's just been really great seeing people share the joy.
Now, fans who enjoy the game can extend that to their gameplay. So can you talk about the synergy between you guys and consumer products?
Yeah, we work very closely with our friends in consumer products all the time. We're always looking for opportunities to take what we do in interactive and share it with physical. So we have 10 different LEGO sets that are tied to the game, allowing fans to bring their experience into the real world and vice versa. We've even allowed fans to unlock vehicles and characters using QR codes that are included with the sets.
You want to get
No, I think that's that authenticity between sort of the physical and the digital is always a huge part of what we do. Everybody wants it to be as authentic an experience as possible, like the sets, the toys, the minifigures, have jumped right out of the box into the game. So we want that sort of seamless feel. So we work very closely together with the games team and the consumer products team, looking at our product lines and the needs of what can go in the game, both what is existing now and what we're working on for future offerings, so that we can really get that connection. Because it's just amazing to see, and you saw it in some of these things. It's just so fun to see the toys come to life in that way, in that really interactive gaming way. So it's really fantastic. It's been a great experience.
Yeah, well, the fans of Star Wars, we all have been very excited because there's been so much new Star Wars content. So how do you pull that through to make sure that it works with the games?
Yeah, so while LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga is the biggest game we've ever made, we didn't stop with just the Skywalker Saga. Since the launch, we've included a bunch of DLC content that you can enjoy from The Mandalorian, Troopers, Rogue One, Solo. If you're a Star Wars fan, we've got a little bit of LEGO Star Wars for you everywhere.
I love it. Well, congratulations on your success with the game. Yeah? Have you guys played it yet? Yeah? If you haven't, you better get on it. Now, in fact, Douglas, you brought a special Beach Bash surprise to help. You're going to select a few audience members for something. You want to talk about it? What's going on?
I did bring a little something.
What's your surprise?
For some folks.
Douglas, what is it?
So 9 lucky folks will be going home with a custom Xbox Series S console and an Xbox copy of LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga. How awesome is that?
Can I just say?
Look at these, they're fantastic.
I just want to say it was almost 8 because I tried to get one and Douglas said, no, these are for the people that stood in line. So there's 9 of you out there that are going to get, and one of you going to get one of my game consoles. Okay. All right, so I want to ask the audience right now to reach under your seats and see if you have one of the 9 winning golden tickets. Reach under your seats. Hey! Somebody got one. We got one. Who else? Hey! You guys. All right, so listen. If you are holding a lucky golden ticket, please meet at the DJ booth. Not just yet. Hold on, guys. Not yet. Meet at the DJ booth over here before leaving the room to collect your prize. But you know what? I love your moxie. You said, I got this ticket. I want to get it right now because you know I might take it. You know in your heart that I might take yours. It will be waiting for you after. Thank you, honey. So you can take your seat. But who else has it? Everybody got one? We got 9 of them? Well, I don't know if that's the ticket, Pumpkin. I'm sorry I led you astray. It should be golden and big enough. There you go. So I think we got them all. Everybody feel good? All right. Okay, so that's exciting. Everybody be excited if everybody got the good things will happen for you if you're happy for other people. That's how it works. All right. Now, consumer products team, you have to keep the energy going. Are you going to give away our big Vader friend over there? You see our buddy over there? No, you're not? Okay, well, I hope you have some other exciting news you can share with us. What you got? Jill.
Yeah, no, we do have some very exciting news that we're going to share, and I think Jens is going to have all the good stuff. But,
okay.
But no, I wanted to take a minute to talk about why do we feel that LEGO Star Wars has really worked so well together. And I think it's really inherently about the fact that both LEGO and Star Wars are all about imagination and creativity and inspiring people. And I think what LEGO really allows fans of all ages to do is to really bring to life that amazing story and characters and world that George created so many years ago. And I think what was really unique about LEGO Star Wars is just that multi-generational appeal that it has. And I know for me as a mom, it lets me be the coolest mom out there because I work on LEGO Star Wars. I think it's also been amazing to see these 2 really big, global, iconic brands come together and create something that's truly special and unique. So we're super proud of that, and we're proud over all the years that I've worked on LEGO Star Wars to see how it's grown and evolved. And it started with these amazing toys, and then we created this fantastic video game experience, and then the content, the animated content that you're going to hear a little bit more about.
Yeah, and it's been 20 years that you guys have been doing this. So I want to let Jens and Chris get in here too to talk about what it means to be together working on these 2 properties.
Yeah, I'd say, first of all, one thing that haven't changed over the years, that's really the fantastic relationship. As you mentioned, yeah, it's so many years now, and Chris and I, we've been working together for over 20 years.
Wow.
On, I don't know how many exciting LEGO Star Wars concepts, so it's just amazing.
Yeah, I agree, absolutely agree with both Jill and Jens. I mean, I remember, meeting Jens back in the day when we both didn't quite have as much gray in the beard, but so one of the things besides that has changed, is watching the amazing growth of LEGO Star Wars. I mean, we started with some sets, all trying to figure out, well, how is this going to work? How are we going to translate this great property into this great line? But watching just the scope of this thing grow has been amazing. I mean, just the innovation in the product from, the different types of product we've done, from straightforward to, the kid-driven stuff to the collector-driven stuff to brand new, I think, which we'll get into a little bit later, some of the brand new executions that we're seeing. So that has really, and in addition to the games and the animations, so just seeing this whole and crazy, amazing galaxy expand has been fantastic. But through it all, I do think that core partnership, the core creativity, and really that just sense of fun that you see, in all these bits here has been the same. So that's been just a great experience.
Yeah. Has that been your favorite part about working with these two incredible creative spaces, Lego and Star Wars, just being able to put it together and make something beautiful?
It is, and it's actually just an amazing way to translate, because we can do things, as you may see there, we can do things with the property that, because of the format of it, we don't necessarily see before. But Jens.
Yeah, well, I think I can also just explain by saying that this constantly growing Star Wars universe, that's just a fantastic source of inspiration. And it really gives us endless possibilities for bringing out new and creative Lego Star Wars experiences to Lego Star Wars fans of all ages. Yeah. So, and actually, just an example of that, you see behind me here, one of our newer concepts, which is the dioramas. I think it also illustrates that. It's some of the most memorable moments of Star Wars, and then it's recreated into Lego, basically built out of standard Lego bricks, or it's almost all standard Lego bricks. And I think it's a great example of just showing that there are no limit of what you can create with Lego.
Right.
You can basically do anything from the Star Wars universe.
Right, and I also feel like, Lego is popular with kids and also with adults, so I feel like that somehow it influences the things that you create, because it's something that families can create together, and I think the dioramas is a good example of that, because I know you said before, like you have color and things that'll bring the kids into it, and you have gameplay with the kids. You want to talk more about that with the dioramas? The difference between how it works for everybody?
Well, the dioramas, they are mainly targeted adults, to be honest, but it's still something, the models as such is something everybody can relate to. So it might be something that it could be a bit of a challenge maybe for a kid to build it, but then it's something, maybe a bit of a family experience.
That's right. I think it will be. Well, speaking of reveals, I think we have some reveals. We need to give the people what they want. Yes, everybody? Yeah? I hope that there's some people here that are looking forward to seeing some of the new sets, yeah? All right, so I heard you have a few. We've just talked about games. I heard we have some games related to the debut. Let's talk about some of the things that are coming up.
Yeah.
Here we go. When Jens gets up, guys, it's about to be fun. Don't even...
All right. Yeah, so the first model I'm going to show you here, it's one related to game. Yes, it is from Jedi Fallen Order.
Y'all aren't ready. Y'all aren't ready. Let them see it. Woo! You want me to hold him while you talk? Let me hold him while
I think I'm all right. So as you can see, it's BD1. So I think you have, if
you hold him here
in the body,
yeah,
that's great.
Okay.
So the BD1 droid.
Tell him about how he moves and all that stuff, Jens. You were telling me some stuff earlier.
Yeah, well, the model, it's a relatively complex building experience. The model consists of 1,062 pieces, so it's a big build. And here, this model, it's really about details and authenticity. So we've really done a lot to make it as authentic looking as possible. It is posable, though. The legs, they can move, and you can also tilt the head like this. And then one feature I really love is I can pull out this little, I don't know, you can see it up on the screen, but anyway, there's this little tray where there's these stim canisters, exactly like in the game.
See, guys?
And on top of that, as usual with these display models, we also have this data plaque, and then there's a mini version of
There's a little baby one on there. There's a little tiny baby. This is great. You have him?
Yep.
Okay. You got something else over there to show us?
Yeah, by the way, I don't know if I should probably also mention that this one, is ready for pre-order on this afternoon at 1:30, and it'll be available through all retailers from August 1st.
You guys hear that? Get in that queue and get them early. Get them early. I love it. Thank you for showing us that.
Thank you.
All right. So Chris, can you walk us through the design process for creating this BD1 set? And how does it start? Is like Douglas knocking on your door? Do you hear from fans requesting the model? Or did you fall in love with the droid and said, I want it to happen? What's going on?
It's actually a little bit of all of that,
Yes.
to be totally honest, except probably less the knocking on the door these days, more Zoom meetings and having Douglas pop in. But, you know, this actually came out of the great line that we did that we all really like and have been well received, these sort of the brick-built characters. I mean, we've done R2-D2, BB-8. We did, most recently, probably
The Child.
The Child, yes, Grogu, which was my favorite. I mean, just the movement on that is so it's just a great way to translate these, you know, incredibly lovable characters into a Lego Star Wars form. So we knew we wanted to do another one of those. And there's certain kind of check boxes you want to hit. You want to have a certain style, you want to have a certain appeal and a kind of a lovable nature. And so we kind of knew where we were going with that because BD1 is just such a great character in the game, so lovable, so cute. And so we figured, well, that could be a good option. But on top of that, this was, when we were talking about it, it was about during the time that we were doing production on Book of Boba Fett. So it wasn't out yet, but we knew there was going to be another BD unit that was introduced in that, and that would, you know, would bring sort of that character into the real world. So it just seemed like the perfect time to do that. So, you know, I mean, some of those great features that Jens was showing, I mean, that's where the process kicks off. We kind of know the direction, so we work with the games team. We get all the reference we need, particularly on a droid like this, that's from a game that there's a lot of customization. You can do a lot of different things. So we had a lot of conversations about what is sort of the core, basically, look for this character. And then we use that, and Jens's team does just such a fantastic job of bringing it to life. And I love the fact that we get the little mini figure out of it, which we managed to sneak into the N1 set, too. So
that's true.
Yeah, so that's really fun.
Yeah, now, so Douglas, what do you think of the set? Because you've probably spent a ton of time dealing with it in the game. Does it compare?
Yeah, it's one of the best parts of our job is we get to create new droids, new characters, new environments in the Star Wars universe and video games. And the team at Respawn created an amazing new droid. And BD1 is fantastic. He's our little buddy. And what's more fun than that is seeing it come to life in real form and working with the team at Lego and Chris on our Lucasfilm team to make it come to life. And as Chris mentioned, it's even more fun when we get to see another BD unit in one of the shows like Book of Boba Fett. So,
Jens, I think you should tell us one more time when they can get this set. How do they get it? When do they get it?
Yeah, so as mentioned, it will be ready for pre-order today at 1:30, and it'll be available through all retailers from August 1st.
All right, well, yes, that's just yes. Now that was super exciting, but I think you got something else hiding under that there's something else over there that I think you want to show us.
Do we want to see more?
Yeah, get on over there. You're not done. You got work to do.
All right. Well, I'm using the word exciting all the time, but I'm super excited about the next thing. This is the first set related to the new TV show Andor.
Woo! I'll take it. Just put it here.
So, the set here, it's called Ambush on Ferrix.
I'm sorry, I was...
Okay, you want to know more? That's fine.
I want to know more, but I'm excited.
So
I get so excited.
The set consists of, as you can see, a speeder bike, and on the speeder bike you'll find Cassian Andor and his companion Luthen, and they are actually, it's a very action-packed chase scene. They're being chased by Cyril in this TAC pod, the TAC pod model you see here. And it's a pretty cool model. It has some very cool features and functions. It can open up the sides so you can reveal the interior. You can, of course, open the cockpit and place Cyril in the driver's seat. It has these foldable wings. And there's a turret here on the top with functioning shooters.
This is the thing, guys. Yes, let's clap for that. Let's do that first. And second, I love Jens so much. I get enthralled when he's talking and forget that I need to tell him what the next thing we're gonna do. I just got so excited. I'm so sorry. Okay, Chris, is there anything else to share?
Yeah, well, obviously we can't give away too many secrets here, but I'm actually really excited that we're able to kind of share this one with you. But I mean, what we do is when new entertainment is in development, we're working very closely with our studio team, our franchise content team, to have all these dialogues about what's underway and what's coming.
Yeah.
And we knew that this scene was going to be a really exciting scene, and we're all really excited to see it, brought to life on the screen. And I will say, for some of the sharp-eyed fans who may have seen the teaser, the trailer, you got a little bit of a taste of what our inspiration was for this in some of those, with the tac pods and some of those scenes. So it was really exciting to see it kind of come to fruition like this. And I will say that between shows like Andor, Obi-Wan, The Mandalorian, I mean, there is just so much amazing content coming up that we have so much to draw from. I'm really excited to be able to develop against all that.
Yeah, yeah. I don't see anything else on that table, so I'm assuming there's nothing else to share unless you're going to make my buddy Vader over there portable. You going to do that? No?
Well, I don't know.
What?
Is this portable enough?
Oh, it is! You guys! You know what, Jens? It's almost like we rehearsed that or something, like we were prepared
Well, I don't know.
for that. He's even cuter in little mini size. Now, does he have a bigger set that he comes from, or does he have a home? Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, he actually has a home. He is part of our advent calendar for this year. We can't show you the rest of the advent calendar now, but we just wanted to show you this guy because, well, it's a beach party, so he definitely belongs here.
Oh, that is so exciting. Okay, well, can I take him? Can I take him home?
Well, no, you can't. But if you wait a little bit, then you'll see more of the new advent calendar.
Okay, Jens. Well, all right, everyone. Thank you for all you do to help us take a piece of Star Wars home. Can we say, give a round of applause to these wonderful people? Now we're going to let you go off and enjoy the rest of the sun in our beach party. Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming, you guys. And now we're going to bring out Star Wars animation, but I want to give a big round of applause for these guys. Thank you. Bye, Jens. All right, we are going to keep things moving now and go to animation. So let's welcome to the stage Jason. Come on, Jason. Josh. Come on, Josh. Come here, let's talk. We have Dave. Dave's not coming with us today. It's just you two. It's time. Okay. All right, so. Where's Dave? Is Dave coming out?
No, I think it's just, are we showing something first?
I think we're going to do something first. Okay, so tell us what you do. Tell us your full names and what you do.
Please, you first.
I am Josh Rhimes. I work at Lucasfilm Animation covering everything, including Lego Star Wars.
I am Jason Kostler, a producer at Lego, working on all things Lego Star Wars.
Awesome.
Thanks for inviting us to the party, Yvette. Thank you, everybody.
Great party. Good looking crowd, too. Good looking crowd.
The more the merrier, guys. Now, listen, I'm sure you've heard we've talked about games and we've talked about Lego sets. Can this day get any better, you guys? This is pretty exciting. Yeah? I just want to make sure you're still awake out there. Okay. What do you guys have to share with us today?
Well, it was mentioned earlier that Lego and Star Wars have had a relationship for over 20 years now. But Star Wars Animation and Lego also have a very, very long history. Through series, specials, and shorts, we've been making animated content for about 17 years.
Wow.
In fact, the very first Lego Star Wars short was released in 2005 called Revenge of the Brick. Anybody remember that one?
Yeah, he does.
Josh, we've come a long way since then. That's
I know.
Long way.
We really have. Animation's looking amazing these days. And we do have a very special short to show you guys today.
We do. Over the past couple of years, you all may have seen some hilarious animated shorts online celebrating the holidays like Christmas and Halloween. But there's there's a lot much more to come, actually, including today, right here. We brought something very special for you.
Woo!
That's right, exactly. Thank you. You guys are the very first fans to see it, premiering right here, right now. So let's check it out.
Yes, I'm going to set it up for you guys real quick. This short celebrates a very special anniversary for us Star Wars fans. It was just a couple of days ago, was the 45th anniversary of Star Wars A New Hope.
Fantastic.
When it hit the big screen on May 25th, 1977, so
for its 45th birthday. Here you go.
Enjoy. How about that?
Let me tell you, the force is strong in this room right now because these reveals are incredible. 45 years of Star Wars, that's the reason we're all here celebrating today. Yes, 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 yes. All right, now here to join the fun, I'd also like to call to the stage David. David, hey David.
David.
I was looking for you earlier. And Leland. Come on out, Leland.
Keeper of the holocron.
Leland.
Hey, Leland. Okay, so you guys know the drill. Say your full names and tell everybody what you do.
Hi, everybody. I'm David Shane, executive producer and writer on a lot of the Lego Star Wars animated content.
Hi, I'm Leland Shee. I am a creative executive for Lucasfilm. But around these parts, people know me better as the keeper of the holocron.
Yeah!
Woo!
Coolest job in Star Wars.
So I just want to say that there's a reason I'm up here that's beyond just loving Star Wars and loving you guys. Anybody want to talk about why I'm here? You guys?
Well, you are actually part of our Lego Star Wars family, Yvette.
I voiced Lieutenant Valeria, and I'm reporting for Star Wars Celebration.
Woo!
Woohoo! I actually had the honor of getting to write for you on Freemaker Adventure.
Yes. And David, you continue to write some amazing things for Lego Star Wars, the holiday special, terrifying tales, and I know fans can't get enough of Star Wars animation.
Yeah, the thing I like to say is that I'm the world's worst ping pong player. We had a ping pong table growing up, but mine was covered Legos on one side, Star Wars figures on the other. So still as an adult, I'm getting to play in this universe, and it's the best.
So Jason and Leland, what makes Star Wars animation so special?
When I was a kid,
Uh-oh.
How long ago? No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. Nobody.
Well, it was long enough for Lego Star Wars to be. We had to improvise. We had to. You took a little space Lego minifigure. You put an antenna in his hand.
Yep.
And you had a lightsaber.
That's right.
You put the flashlight in his hand. You had a blaster. So we made it. People, the kids these days, they don't know how easy they have it.
Easy.
Very
Hey, Jason.
True. I think what makes it so special is that in kind of a big way, which I think Jill touched on earlier, is that Lego Star Wars is in some ways the first entry point to young children for the Star Wars galaxy, which for me, that makes it very, very special, knowing that we're going to make something that somebody's going to see for years and years to come.
Yeah. And the irreverent humor that goes along with it.
And the irreverent humor, yes, too.
A little sillier in Lego Star Wars.
Yeah. And I love how we all have these stories about Lego and Star Wars. So Josh, can you tell us what makes Lego Star Wars animation in particular so special?
Well, I think it goes a lot to what Jason said, where it's an entry point to kids that might be newer to our galaxy. They might discover Star Wars through their Lego sets, through the animation, and then when they get a little older, they can experience it with their older siblings and parents. So it's a great way to share in the fun.
Absolutely. I think the only thing that could make these specials better is if Lieutenant Valeria could show up.
All right, I like this idea. Okay, we've been looking for another holiday. Everybody's favorite holiday? Arbor Day, exactly, right. Okay, so
Dave.
Fade in, we're on Endor. Valeria pops up out of the trees.
Okay, I'm
Wicket, she gets on a speeder bike with Wicket and guys, Josh, Jason, Leland, yes?
Maybe.
Huh?
You don't want me to answer that question. Yvette?
I think we have another video to take a look
want
at.
to roll the
Let's
video.
roll. Summer vacation. That's why it's a beach party in here, you guys.
Way better than Arbor Day.
Way better. Way better,
says
David.
you. So just I don't want to give away too much, but what we can tell you about the summer vacation special, it takes place after episode 9. Rose and Rey and Finn and Poe and Chewie and the whole gang are back, and they've just defeated the Emperor, and they're exhausted and they need a vacation. So we're going to send our gang off on a vacation. I don't know about how all your vacations went. My family vacations have often gone a little awry. That's going to happen to them, maybe. And they will also see that over the course of Star Wars history, lots of characters have tried to go on vacations, and they haven't always gone quite right.
The special has some pretty awesome characters, isn't it?
Really? Look at all these wonderful characters. We have Anakin, Ben Solo, Finn, Poe, Valeria. Valeria's coming back!
Valeria's coming back.
Valeria's coming back.
Oh, you guys!
And Weird Al Yankovic.
See, as much fun as Arbor Day, isn't it?
Are you guys as excited as I am about this summer vacation to come? Oh, I'm so honored to get to voice Valeria again in this galaxy far, far away. This is so great. Thanks, guys.
Yvette, just for you.
Yeah?
Here's a look at your character in
What?
the special. There she is.
You guys, she's pretty stinking cute. Come on. With a little hair swoop and a little cut in the eyebrow. Hey, girl. Aww. So can you tell us a little more about this special and where the inspiration came from?
Yeah, so we were wrapping up on Terrifying Tales, and what happens is we get together and we just start thinking about what's next. we have a whole group of fantastic people, and we were basically started talking, and someone mentioned, oh, we used to go on these road trips for summer vacation. And we went, oh, that's perfect. Let's do a Star Wars summer vacation thing. But let's take a look. What would that look like on the Millennium Falcon, or on the Emperor's Shuttle, or on the Galactic Star Cruiser? And it really came out of that. So, like I said, we have the whole gang back together. For those of you who remember the holiday special or Terrifying Tales, if you remember, in the holiday special, we really focused on Rey's journey, and in Terrifying Tales, we spent a lot of time with Poe. This time around, we're really going to get to explore Finn's journey. So, Finn's going to be front and center. And I will say, the truly great thing, all kidding aside about this, is that you just get to be in this room with incredibly talented people. Everybody you see on stage. Actually, a bunch of our team is out here as well. James and Jason and Daniel, Bill and Bob are here. Bill and Bob Maserati here from the Freemaker Adventures. They came and pitched in. And it is a joy from start to finish. And I will give a shout out, because they're not here, to our really amazing crew up in Vancouver, the Atomic Animation team. They're the ones who make this look good. And they will feel your applause. So.
Yeah. And what's really great about this special, like the others, is the core themes of hope and optimism that are true to Star Wars, that go all the way back to A New Hope. And George's inspirations really ring true for us here. So we always go back to the core tenets, to George, to thinking about what these stories mean.
Absolutely. But we also, because it's Lego Star Wars, maybe there might be a couple of musical numbers in there. We're going to hope to try to get a summer jam that's stuck in your head.
Don't give away too much, David. Don't give away too much.
Let's see. In Holiday Special, we had Joe Blasto. Joe Blasto, Joe Blasto, Blasto Mooley Ra.
Sing, Leland. Sing it.
And then in Terrifying Tales, we did a little fun thing with Ring Around the Rosie, which was also in Hutties. Whirly booby de bonky, peach scoola be donkey, scotcha, scotcha, GG, me too. Woo!
Leland
Cheese. Keep her the
He will do that without prompting, by the way.
So for summer vacation, David and our composer Michael Kramer have done some pretty cool things for that.
That's right. Give it up.
Looking forward to you getting to see all that.
We just have a lot of fun with this content. Everyone up here on stage just has a huge love and passion for what we do. There's this old adage: if you love what you do, it's not work.
That's right.
And it's really not work for us. Like, we thoroughly enjoy working with each other. It's a great partnership. And one of the fun things about Lego Star Wars is that we get to have a lot of fun with these characters in a different way that you don't see in the films, like Darth Vader in a summertime tank top over there.
Yeah, listen, I honestly can't get enough of Darth Vader in a tank top. Just give me more. I need it all the time.
We'll see him again. He does appear in the summertime special coming up.
Even Darth Vader every now and then might need a summer vacation.
That's right, because he's doing a lot of bad things.
He works hard.
Yes. Now, Josh, can you share when we'll get to see this new special?
Ooh, yes, we can share. We are excited to announce that Lego Star Wars Summer Vacation will be coming to Disney Plus on August 5th.
Woo!
And we are excited to show you the teaser poster.
Oh, yay! Wow, that artwork is both beautiful and hilarious. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
We're also excited to show you what you will be taking home today.
We're getting something else?
We're getting something else. Your very own Lego Star Wars Summer Vacation Beach Ball.
Hey! Is this one of them? Can I get like 3 of those so I can get my summer vacation on?
I think so.
I am so greedy. I just asked for everything. I've gotten nothing, but I've asked for everything. Okay. I want to thank everybody that's up here, and thank you all for listening. And can my other panelists return to the stage to help close out our party? Come on, guys. Get up here. I'm going to speak for everyone up here and just say, we laugh and we joke, but this is such a beautiful thing that they've created for us as Star Wars fans. The fact that we get to play these games, we get to build, and we get to do them together with our families is a really beautiful thing. So I want to thank all of you for what you've created. And I want to tell you all, don't forget when you leave to go to Hall E with your ticket and pick up your goodies. And those that won the game systems and the one that's going to give me the gift of their game system, please come up to the DJ booth. Okay, enjoy your summer, everybody!
Thank you.
Hey!
Thank you all so much for joining us here for LEGO Summer. At this time, we do ask that everyone head on outside so we can get ready for our next panel. We do have to completely clear the room. Thank you so much. Once again, if you have one of those golden tickets, and you won an icebox coming right in front of my table, one of our folks from LEGO are going to be helping you out, all right? Once again, folks, we do have to get ready for our next panel. So we do ask that everyone please clear the Galaxy stage at this time. Thank you so much.
Here at the Celebration Live stage to introduce to you a new member of our family. You've met him just a moment ago, and now it's time to meet him and introduce him to the world. He's formerly known as RX-91L, but we call him Gill. Please welcome our camera droid, Gill. Here he comes. Give him some love, everybody. Now, Gill is an official camera droid, and he's gonna get all of y'all on camera right now, but you gotta earn it. Yeah! Look right over here! Oh, you are, look at you! Look at you up there! You guys look absolutely amazing, and look at, Gill. Oh my gosh. Now, Gill, what else can you do? You're great with that. Yeah, oh, raising the eyebrows there. That's really good. Yeah, do you spin around? Do you spin? Ooh, very nice. Now, we're on the runway. Can we work the runway? Can we go sideways? Let's work the runway. Work it, work it. Work it, Gill. Yeah. Do you want to get on the droid cam? Let's hear ya. Let's try it over there, buddy. Come on. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's right. You're on the droid cam here at Star Wars Celebration 2022 in Anaheim, where all the fun happens, all the surprises happen, and you, my friend, are the biggest surprise so far for me today. Love you guys. We're having the best time here at Star Wars Celebration, so stick around. So much more is coming your way. Oh yeah!
We are back. Hey! If you have ever been to Galaxy's Edge, you know that Doc Ondor has some of the best swag in the galaxy, yes? Here to show off some of the latest goods coming to his den of antiquities are Cody Hampton and Amanda Rabonus Luna. How are you guys?
Hi.
Great. Thanks for coming to Star Wars Celebration. Now, I understand you have some incredible goodies for us today.
We do.
Oh, wait, hang on. How much do we love reveals? Do we love reveals? I'm thinking it's a reveal.
It's a reveal.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I'll tell you what, Cody, I see you there with this anticipated and eager look on your face. Show me what you got today.
All right, so today I've seen a lot of legacy lightsabers out there.
and we have a lot of fans, so I brought 2 new lightsabers.
New ones?
They're revealing right here for the first time. So the first one you may know, Darth Sidious. So coming soon to Doc and Dar's Den of Antiquities. This one will be available both at Disneyland and at Disney's Hollywood Studios at Walt Disney World. And our second one revealed today, again at the celebration stage, is Jedi Master Plo Koon.
Plo Koon!
Again, a lot of great detail went into making both of these, just like all of our legacy lightsabers.
It's absolutely beautiful. And you know, when I look at these and these incredible reveals, how much do the fans have to do with this? Is this something that they asked for? Are they coming up to you saying, we need a Plo Koon?
Yes, and of course I'm one of them, so I'm also like right there with them. So it's many different characters. It's awesome.
Fantastic. When will those be available?
Coming soon.
Coming
so
soon.
Keep checking
so right
back
after
with
the
Doc
show.
and Dar.
No. Oh, not after the show. Okay. So what I understand is it's not just sabers today. You've got something else for us, right? You have something that I'm sure either ice cream fans or Wilmerwood cosplayers are going to find excited. Show me what you got.
All right, so also coming to Doc on Dars, we are going to have our Cam Toto safe. And it's programmable, so you can put your own code in. And of course,
yes,
it opens to reveal all of your credits. We actually have credits inside that are also coming to Doc on Dars. We have Calamari Flan, we've got Imperial credits, Mandalorian credits, New Republic. I mean, if you would like, we can actually give you some.
You know what? I'm actually short on change, and I need something for parking.
I got you covered.
You got me covered for parking? All right, fantastic. Thank you so much showing these off. I know Filoni is going to want that Plo Koon saber. Stick around. Lots more to come from Star Wars Celebration Live in 1 second.
They're so proud of themselves, so fat and satisfied. They're everywhere. They're watching me now.
Soon enough, these days will end. There will be no rules going forward.
People are standing up. That's what a reckoning sounds like.
Our next guest has had his hand in creating some of the best special effects in the business since the early 1990s. And now he's the Senior Vice President and Chief creative officer of Industrial Light and Magic. He's also a really nice guy and a blast to talk to. Please welcome Rob Rideau.
This is incredible.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thanks for coming by.
This is just like a normal day at the office, isn't it?
This is, there's everything about this is very chill and normal. I'm having the most normal one I've ever had.
This is incredible. It's so good to see everybody here together again after these few years.
Yes.
Isn't that great?
Yes, that's a big thing. It's such an amazing community, and I know we keep chatting about this because it's true. It feels strange and it feels empty to be able to get together with the community like this, and so we've really missed it over the last couple years.
It's the truth. And just seeing all the work, I mean, we see all the work as we're creating it, right? Mm-hmm. But you're working on it shot by shot, and getting to see all the work on the big screen with the fans where everybody can appreciate, you know, when you pan across that desert, you know what landscape you're on. And this audience really, I think, appreciates all the love that goes into making this. So it's fun to be back with everybody who can appreciate the work.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned we have not been able to get together for a couple of years. You have a very interesting artifact from Lucasfilm here.
I do. I was literally walking through the halls of Lucasfilm, and I stumbled across this shirt. A couple of people you might remember from 2020, we had planned a celebration in 2020, but we didn't get to exactly give out some of these shirts. So I grabbed one. I don't know if anybody here is interested in these kind of collectibles or not.
I don't know. This is not really like a one-of-a-kind Star Wars collectible sort of crowd. I don't know. I mean,
this way or this way?
This way? Yeah.
There we go.
I don't know if I'm going to sleep well tonight knowing that we missed out on so many Babu Frick shirts.
I know. What else is hidden in the halls of Lucasfilm? I don't know.
You probably know. You probably know.
You would think, but I really don't.
Now you have, like we said, you've been working here making these amazing movies since the 90s. You've been working on Star Wars for a while. What are some of the sort of the opportunities that you and ILM have sort of tackled head on with now moving into a lot more series instead of films? What's that been like?
Yeah, when we went from doing primarily films, and I got to work with Ron Howard, who you just recently had on stage, on Solo.
Yes.
And
keep an eye on him. I think he's going to be big.
That guy, yes. That was about one movie a year, and it was a lot of movie to make, a lot of productions overlapping to create that.
Yeah.
And now we're doing multiple series at the same time, 6-8 hours of show. It's a completely different production paradigm. And one of the things we invented and were inspired to invent by Jon Favreau and Kathy Kennedy and the team as we were putting together the very first Mandalorian was an LED wall.
Yes.
That helps put our actors, helps put our cameras in the middle of the action. Even if you're on a soundstage in Manhattan Beach, you could be on Tatooine or any planet we need to create.
This is the most fascinating thing in the world to me. The volume, which if you all have watched the gallery and you've watched the gallery in the making of The Mandalorian and things like that, you've seen this technology where everybody's basically standing under a giant dome and you flip a switch and I mean, there's a lot of work that goes into flipping that switch, but you flip the switch and everything is just there in real time.
Yeah, it's amazing to be able to be on that stage. I was there one day where Mando flew his ship on one day to 3 different planets. And the art department rolled out different color carpet and dressed the ground with different colored dirt. And the ILM artists prepared the digital environment to go around them. And with a button push, could take us from one planet to the next. So over one day, we really were on 3 different planets. And our crews are just the best. I mean, incredible artists. And it's all about putting the tools in the hands of the filmmakers so that when when you walk on the set on the day, what you're capturing is the performer's best performance, and in an environment that really feels like you're really there.
Yeah, and that must be such a help for everyone, for the crew, for the actors. You know, one of the things that Ewan has talked about quite a bit is the difference between working on these giant all blue or all green sound stages and like imagining, keeping this entire world in your imagination versus being able to walk out and see it and react. That's so amazing.
Yeah, it really is interesting. I mean, of course, the actors are amazing actors, and you can put them in a blue environment and they can imagine. But when you don't have to, I remember Carl Weathers was highlighting. He's like, you don't have to pretend. You feel like you've been on Tatooine all day when you've been working on that stage. Or what's even more interesting is sometimes the director of photography might want a certain time of day, might want a sun or two suns in a very certain position. If you're in a real location, there's not much you can do, right? Other than wait until it's 4:30 p.m. or exactly as the sun is setting. In our stagecraft volumes, you can really just set the time of day to any moment you want and get exactly that perfect lighting, so you're not waiting for the light. The actors can give their best performance all day.
It must be the trippiest thing in the world to be standing in the middle of an environment during the day and just watch it turn into night instantly in front of you. I can't imagine what that feels like.
What's really interesting is if you're shooting a sunset scene and then you let's say you finish shooting at 7 p.m. and it's dark outside, you walk outside, you're like, what time was it? Like, it's very disorienting. The crew feels, you feel like you're really in a real place.
Yeah. So one thing that I've always wondered, and maybe you can speak to this, if we're looking at a shot like, say, Mando's walking around in a village, how much of that is real? At what point when I reach my hand back does it stop being something I can touch?
It really varies. So even on our shows that leverage the stagecraft volume the most, probably...
Wait, Rob. Please acknowledge a very good Ewok.
Oh, it's an adorable Ewok. He's the best.
That is that is adorable.
Boy, we could use some more Ewoks in our shows, don't you think?
Does that kid have a job yet? No? Come talk to us after.
He looks like a lifelong Star Wars fan.
So you were saying,
I have no idea.
Depends on the day.
Oh yeah, it depends on, even on a show like what Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni are creating right now in those series, those heavily use the volume. We use the stagecraft volume for lots and lots of shots. But there's still half of the show.
Yeah.
So fully half of those environments you see that are real environments, that they either go to real locations, shoot outside on a backlot, or shoot in another soundstage. So some of those towns that you see where they're going to do that gunslinger thing and it's high noon and you're outdoors, we probably went outdoors and really shot that. But then there's going to be other scenes that are outdoors at different times of day that we shoot on the volume because it's the best tool for the job. So it really is a collaboration between the art department, between the visual effects team, between the director of photography who's lighting and shooting all this to figure out the best way to accomplish each of those illusions.
So the volume is something that's, it's easy to point to. We understand it. We see what's happening. That's like a big innovation that we can all wrap our heads around. But one of the things that I always love asking you is there are a million effects in every shot that we don't notice. What are some really big wins for effects for ILM that we maybe didn't notice in Mandalorian or Boba Fett or something recently?
Well, when we do go outside of those locations, we almost never build the entire street because it's usually dozens of buildings and all of those. So in all of those shots, we are always doing extensions and top-ups. And of course, the ships and the things you do know, but the environment is very often a collaboration between the production designer and between the visual effects team at ILM to create that final illusion you are seeing in the show.
One of the things that I think was something like that is when you have Grogu and Luke training in this large forest area, I was like, were there more than 3 trees there? How much of that forest was a real forest?
Yeah, it's amazing that even the experts in visual effects who are working at the company go did we do that sequence on the volume or did we do that in post-production? It's not easy for us to dissect. Because that's part of the fun of a magic trick, right? Is you're always mixing up the technique. And it's really driven by those same things. What's the lighting need to be? How much can we do on the volume? How much do we need to do on in another location?
So a lot of people who are here in the audience are definitely people who aspire to work maybe for ILM, work in visual effects. Maybe there are a few of you here.
Great. We are hiring.
Yeah.
I love this.
We've already gotten an Ewok a job. Everybody raise your hand. Everybody walks out with an ILM employee badge today.
Perfect.
But if somebody's looking to get started, what are some things that they can do? What can they do, like from a hobbyist perspective or a student perspective, to go along that path?
Yeah, so most of the tools we use are in the computer. They're 3D animation tools, and it doesn't matter what age you are, it doesn't matter what your background is. You can get, if you have a computer or you have access to a computer, you can get some of these tools, many of them for free. You can get experience on them, and you can apply, and we want you to, apply for a job at ILM in the future. We would love to have more artists, more people that specialize in production.
Mm-hmm.
You may not know that there are production managers who are keeping track of all the thousands of shots that are going through. And these production managers and coordinators and production assistants, those people are every bit as essential as the visual effects supervisors who you might meet on stage or hear them talking about a shot breakdown. There's a lot of different roles inside of ILM.
I mean, those production management jobs, people don't understand, like somebody is keeping track of all of those digital buildings and where they need to be and what they need to look like and do they look the same as they, like that's a huge, huge gig.
It's a really big job, it's really important, and if you happen to be at that 11 a.m. panel about light and magic, you heard some of the behind-the-scenes stories. The very first Star Wars would not have gotten done without those production people coming in, those production experts, organizing, coordinating, managing, figuring out how to get through, at that time, I think it was 365 shots.
Wow.
Now we do that. We do more than that in one episode of one of these shows. So now we're talking about thousands of shots. There's a lot to get organized. So we need people of all kinds. And in general, we're looking for people who are very collaborative, who are looking to invent and innovate new things, and are like that kind of production environment where it's like, okay, we've just got to figure out how to get this done. We're not quite sure how it's going to work. We're going to dive in and figure it out together.
Yeah.
That's the kind of people we look for at ILM.
I love it. And one thing, this is just a personal question from me. I really loved your book of photography from the set of Solo. Did you see that? Rob is a pretty prolific photographer when he's not doing other stuff. It was such a fascinating look, not just behind the scenes, but at those quiet moments on a production and what really happens. And I really enjoyed it. Are we maybe going to see another one of those from you soon?
I don't know. Would anybody here be interested? There's at least 3 or 4. There is talk about future making ofs and future ILM books. So yes, your interest in that is definitely going to push us in that direction, because those kind of moments are really fun. Like, that's what I felt like when I was on Solo. I was in a lot of rooms where there wouldn't have been a unit photographer. There wouldn't have been somebody whose job it was to take those pictures, because we were just working, getting the job done. But I'm sitting there just as a fan, feeling like this is a moment that's never going to happen again.
Right.
Like, we're evaluating what these code yocks are going to look like. We're evaluating these characters, and there's 5 different versions on the table. And those kind of moments felt important. I felt very lucky to be there as a fan and as someone who was helping to make the show. And I was hoping that people might have that same feeling looking through those pages of that book.
I absolutely did. It was really wonderful. I would love to see more behind the scenes photography books from you, and I'm sure these people would as well. Rob, it is always a pleasure talking with you. Thank you so much for taking the time to come down to the stage.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for being here.
Rob Rideau, everybody. More from Star Wars Celebration Live, presented by Geico, in just a second.
Yes, I am here at the Diamond Select booth, and I am with Dev. Dev is a veteran of all the Star Wars celebrations. How you doing today, Dev?
Hey, I'm doing great. Good to see you.
Fantastic. You know, every year the Diamond Select Toys booth gets bigger, and their product offering gets, actually, in my opinion, it gets better. And you have brought out the big guns this year for Star Wars Celebration. Why don't you take me through what we have and what we're looking at?
Awesome, great. Well, we got some cool new stuff. We have some stuff from The Mandalorian. We have the Tusken Raiders. We have the final climax scene with Boba Fett where he takes the throne from Jabba. Awesome scene. We have this neat Leia Bausch that I really like. There's an interchangeable head with the Carrie Fisher likeness. Ahsoka, everyone loves Ahsoka.
You know, I love the detailing and the sculpting that you guys do. Why don't you talk to about now, is the sculpting done all in-house by you guys, or do you farm it out, or what do you do?
All of the above. We have sculptors all across the world that work for us. We do a digital workflow, so everything's, just emails and text messages, and that's how we get everything done. So
You guys, some of the best on the market. Now, as I'm going through here, this line is some of my favorite. This is the Jumbo series. Talk to me about this. Talk to me about the inspiration for this toy line.
when we really started thinking about the 3 3/4 inch figures and the Kenner stuff, I mean, Kenner to me as a kid is just as big as the Star Wars films themselves. So when we started doing these figures, we were looking at them thinking they're just so small. And I remember them being bigger when I was a kid. Then we kind of started thinking about it and we're like, well, what if we make them bigger? And it's kind of like our prop replica, so to speak, but it's that vintage Kenner line. And we're doing some new figures now too. So we're doing some, what if Ralph McQuarrie's version of the characters came out? Well, that's what they might look like. We have some Mandalorian pieces, and then we're spicing it up with some characters where, like the X-Wing Luke pilot, like I always wanted that helmet to come off, so, there it is. Now it's finally coming off, and I just think that's neat. And then there's the Han Solo with the helmet that comes off too, because there was a Luke, there was never a Han. So we're filling in the blanks.
I love this. And this is also the classic 5 points of articulation, just like the classic feel of the Kenner stuff. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't point out one of my favorite guys from the Mando series. You've got Grogu here. Tell me about this guy.
Oh yeah, look at him in his Zen pose there, and the base actually lights up. So when you kick on the lights, you're gonna see the little script on the sides, and it's gonna kind of glow and flash, and it's gonna have this neat effect, like he's really channeling the Force. I really like this Duras guy right here. He has 2 interchangeable hands, because depending on what scene you saw him in, he was either wearing gloves or he had the big alien hands. So that's kind of neat. It just gives that authenticity.
Now, it would not be a Star Wars celebration. I would not be a toy fan if we did not talk about some of the incredible exclusives you hear at the show. Tell me about these.
Yeah, so we have 2 pieces. We have the Remnant Trooper from the Mandalorian. So this is what the stormtroopers looked like at the very end. They're beat up armor, the last of the guys hanging out. And then we have the Imperial Commander from Empire Strikes Back. So he's authentically scanned and built from the original action figure.
I love it. I love all of it. Okay, if you guys are on the floor this weekend and you are shopping, be sure to stop by the Diamond Select booth. Say hi to Dev. We will have more of Star Wars Celebration Live coming up right now.
This week and every week, tune in for This Week in Star Wars for the latest and greatest news from around the galaxy far, far away with me, your host, Kristen Baber. Check out all the Star Wars news. It's a new year, and that means new stories in Star Wars The High Republic. We got a look at key supporting characters, exclusive reveals. Ahsoka Tano is on her way. But first, a new trailer, special guests,
fast-paced energy, fresh stories.
I'm so proud of this little piece of work.
Let them come.
The occasional furry co-host, and a whole lot of fun sprinkled throughout. Buckets of Blood has arrived on the scene. Come on. I actually do really like sand. No, dude, you're too late. For all that and more, join us every Thursday at noon on StarWars.com and the official Star Wars YouTube channel.
We're here at the Hallmark booth with Christine, the creative manager for the Star Wars line. Thanks for having us.
Sure. Thank you for coming.
What can you tell us about what you have on display here?
Well, first, let's start with the exclusives, right? So we've got, here we've got Bo-Katan, and she's sold together with the Darksaber. And so this is a 2-pack ornament, so get your Christmas ornaments early, right? Why not have Christmas in May?
Yeah, especially when it involves Bo-Katan.
Yes, of course. She's a Christmas present all the time. And then now we also have the Thrawn Itty Bitty, and he's packaged in a little kind of Star Destroyer-like packaging. People are super excited about this and shocked that we would make a little cute tiny plush out of a scary character.
Is this or is this not the cutest little chiss you ever did see?
It is.
It is.
Absolutely.
It is. Now, if you walk away with the convention exclusives, you also will walk away with a sneak peek at some upcoming products. You want to tell us about those?
Sure, yeah. We actually just revealed this morning our San Diego Star Wars exclusive. And that's right up here. It's the Gonk droid.
Oh, we love a Gonk.
And the mouse droid. So the Gonk actually does have sound. It does Gonk. And the mouse is a little metal piece that goes with it.
Yeah,
so
those are
super
must
cool
buys
2-pack. Totally
for
must buys. We've got a couple of other sneak peeks, like the Rancor and Luke, that's going to come out for the 40th anniversary of Return of the Jedi, and Hunter Bad Batch Itty Bitty too. So the Rancor and Luke comes together. He has a little Velcro that attaches to him. So
That's
it's super
adorable.
cute. We do also have a limited quantity that is coming out. That is our limited quantity for our Star Wars line and the Keepsake Ornaments. And it's actually IG-11 and Grogu. And I want to talk about it because he's only out in October, and once he's gone, he's gone. He's a shorter client, so you've got to go to the stores to pick those up.
Yeah.
And we also have a very cute moment, the goodbye moment of Mando and Grogu.
I love it. It just looks like they're about to give a little Eskimo kiss.
I know, it's so sweet.
It's so sweet, so
Yeah.
sad.
I know, it made me cry. So if you need to relive that moment,
Awesome.
you can put up a tree.
To the happier moment with IG-11 and Grogu having the best time ever in the
Yes,
pack.
yes. It's all the emotions. We try to put all the feels into the ornaments, for sure.
Yes. Now, when people think Hallmark, they usually think Christmas time.
Yes.
That is when usually someone gets out their tree and does all the decorating.
Right.
You want to tell us about the Christmas tree that we have at your booth here today?
Absolutely. So we have it. The tree we have set up has our storytellers. So our storytellers line. We did a line earlier that was all ships, and that was a couple of years ago. Then we've decided to tell A New Hope with characters, and so it has a little activation with a lightsaber, and it starts the tree topper.
Topper has a comment.
And then what happens is each ornament are all connected to each other. And so Princess Leia will talk, and then it'll tell the whole story throughout the entire A New Hope, basically.
That's awesome.
And so, and if you buy the characters separately, they still have their sound, but once you buy them together, they start talking to each other. And there's also the things that go on in the Death Stars. You got Tarkin going on in the Death Star.
Yeah.
So here's what, you can activate it either way. So if you want to activate it from Princess Leia, it'll start from her. So you can hear her talking to, and then it'll pick up anywhere along the story.
Yeah,
So-
I love the details on these ornaments too. Not only do you have the face sculpt, you have the fabric and the way it lays there, but you also have these great, Death Star light details.
Yeah, we wanted something that seemed like Star Wars, but you could recognize who was talking at any given time on a tree.
Yes.
So.
And what is more festive than a Death Star tree topper? Thank you so much for having us, and stay tuned for more Star Wars Celebration Live right now.
Sure, we've met a lot of celebrities and behind-the-scenes crew members here on our stage, but I'm pretty sure our next guest has met just about everyone in the entertainment industry multiple times over, from his time at MTV, ABC, and many, many more places. Here to chat Star Wars with us is Chris Connolly. Thank you so much for coming.
Hey, no worries. Nice to see everybody here. How are we all? Oh, wow, this is great.
Yeah, it's so much fun. Thank you so much for coming to Celebration. Is this your first Celebration? No.
It is my first
Oh, really?
celebration, yeah. I once went to a screening of The Phantom Menace up at the ranch with back in the early days with a whole bunch of MTV people.
Oh,
but this is like all the people you want to hang out with, my God.
Yeah. It's the absolute best event. It's my favorite thing. I look forward to it every year. So, Chris, as someone who looks at films critically, what about Star Wars has stood out to you over the years?
Well, when it came out in 1977, and I was a junior in college, there was nothing like it. There was nothing in the culture like it. There were no movies like it. I'd never seen any of the films that Star Wars was based on, the Buck Rogers stuff. None of that had come out. I was familiar with 2001, which was really, serious and kind of slow and stuff. And George Lucas had just adrenalized everything about space and made it so exciting. And we just went opening weekend, I guess, at the Orpheum in New York City, and we were just blown away. And that's never stopped.
Yeah, give it up for the Orpheum in New York
That's right,
City.
yeah. Hey,
What's up?
86th and 3rd in Manhattan.
So why do you think Lucasfilm and ILM have made such an impact on the entertainment industry?
Well, because I think Lucasfilm and ILM both combine classic storytelling, classic Joseph Campbell, Hero with a Thousand Faces storytelling, with the latest technology, with the absolute up-to-date stuff that just makes your jaw drop. And we always think of visual effects as things that could apply to anything. They could have any kind of reality. But what's amazing is how they look like it's our world and still blow our minds at the same time. And so the combination of that great storytelling and those astonishing visuals, I think it gives people something to believe in.
Yeah.
And in the late 70s in particular, there wasn't that much to believe in. And so fans, like everybody around and like myself, it's been great to believe in Star Wars all this time.
And you're here this weekend hosting a panel with ILM. And tell me a little bit about, how they've inspired you throughout your career.
Well, I mean, just the sheer creativity of the people who've made, all the films in this franchise, the fact that they have understood the challenges of trying to top their last film over and over again, and how they want to always push the envelope in terms of technology, but still keeping that heart, still continuing to provide for those characters that we all love and amazing us with new creatures and stuff like that. It's a constant source of refreshing storytelling that I think we all enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, as a fan from, 1977, now looking at this new era of Star Wars that's coming out on streaming.
I know, right?
Like, what do you think about that change and that growth, between the types of storytelling that we're seeing?
Well, you'll never replace watching a Star Wars film with a whole bunch of people, right? That's the best feeling in the world. I remember watching the first Star Wars in a packed house. I remember watching Phantom Menace with my friends at MTV in Times Square, and we just lost our stuff. It was just unbelievable. And then I remember seeing, The Force Awakens with my wife. I think it's the happiest movie experience we've ever had. And we started going out in 1977 when we watched the first Star Wars. So it all seemed to work out okay. But I just think, now with streaming, now you can watch with your whole family and everybody gets it. I think it's 4-quadrant movie or storytelling in a way you almost don't see anymore. When I started to watch The Mandalorian, I thought, oh, this is something that you could watch as a grandparent if you were a grandparent, and watch as a 6 or 7-year-old and understand exactly what was going on. Not to ask anybody any questions. Nobody tries to do that anymore. And it's really compelling and fun to watch.
Yeah, it's really great. Well, thank you so much for coming by. And I mean, I love getting to geek out with new people about Star Wars.
Thank you. Hey, have a great time, everybody.
Stick around, guys. We've got so much more Star Wars coming at you here on Star Wars Celebration Live. You don't want to miss it.
Hey guys, Hector here at the DIY-orama booth at Star Wars Celebration 2022. I'm here with Jamie Fowlis. Jamie, before we jump into this, let us know what your official title is here with this amazing booth and what we're going to talk about today.
All right. This is our 20th year here building dioramas at Star Wars Celebration. Started back in 2002 in Indianapolis. Over the years, it's grown and grown and grown, and basically it's a unique build that my partner Alyssa Peer and I run, where you can come, people of any skill level, and we'll show you how to make a scene. And not just, usually we do a scene. This year we're doing every episode of both seasons of Mandalorian.
I got the small building here, and my current idea at the moment is trying to add in some of the 3D aspects of it, since they have sunken-in doors and raised windows.
Okay.
So I tried to cut one of the pieces in half to sink in the door. I'm gonna try and get something, maybe a chunk of foam
for
to
the
make
window.
the window 3D.
Oh,
yeah.
that's so cool. You talked about how fans are coming up to this booth. They were lining up to get into this. Explain a little bit what this experience is like and how it is open to everybody.
Yeah, so it is open to everybody. It is completely free. And you can just show up, and we've designed kits for you to kind of follow directions, be creative, and make these scenes. Whatever you make becomes part of a massive 1,500 square foot diorama of the Mandalorian show, and at the end of the show, whatever you make is yours to keep and take home. So we like to say that, you made a part of the show's history, and it's your one-of-a-kind souvenir, and you made more than an item, you made a memory with your friends and family as you were creative.
We first came in 2007.
and had a great experience building the Ewok trees and the village there.
You remember even what it was?
Oh yeah, still wearing the shirts from it.
From 2007?
Yes.
Ewok landscaping, look at that.
It is designed for kids, obviously supervised by their parents, to come and build anything. We have things that range from crumpling up paper to make mountains to really, really complicated, almost like filming level miniatures covered with greeblies and details and multiple washes of paint.
I was almost 11.
You were almost 11.
So-
Corey, how old in 2007?
I was 17.
17,
So
wow.
we kind of grew up doing it. I
Wow.
guess that's some of it too. It's nostalgia. We remember doing this when we were kids, and
Oh my
now
gosh.
here we are, 20s and 30s. But it's like it's still fun.
This is so exciting. So you know what it's like when you see the final finished product.
Yes, it's amazing. With everyone's work all together, pieced together.
Putting together something and seeing the whole diorama come together over the course of the celebrations, and then being able to take home a piece of it, and just that whole the memories and everything tied in with it. It's just you're taking home a piece of celebration.
Well, Jamie, this has been so fantastic. We're going to be checking on the progress every single day of Star Wars Celebration, and you said that the big reveal is happening at the end of the day, Saturday.
Yeah, by the end of Saturday, it should all be kind of set, and then Sunday just kind of like let people kind of come through and take it all in.
Wow.
Yeah, check back often. You can build one time. We have people who do on their second or third build already today. They just keep coming back. So,
it's awesome.
Or if you don't have time to build something, at least come through and see everybody's hard work.
The DIY-orama booth at Star Wars Celebration happening right now. Come check it out if you're down here. Otherwise, guys, we've got more Star Wars Celebration Live coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere.
You're gonna love this. Welcome back to Star Wars Celebration Live from Anaheim. Now, we've had our fair share of special guests and surprises this weekend, but we're not done yet. Please give a warm welcome to everybody's favorite droid from Jedi Fallen Order, Cal Kestis' trusty sidekick, BD-1. It is so good to see you, BD-1. Yes, I think it's been a great celebration. Okay, BD-1 says it could use more trailers? Okay. And wait, you brought a teaser trailer? You have a teaser to our stage to show off for the first time? BD-1, you brought me a world exclusive? I mean, sure, we can show it if the crowd wants to see it. Okay, let's roll it.
Tell me, Cal Kestis, why lead when they won't follow? Why fight when you can't win? What is your next move, Jedi?
Oh my goodness, Cal Kestis is back, baby! That was amazing! That was amazing! Thank you for bringing that. There you have it, folks. Star Wars Jedi Survivor is coming in 2023. I cannot wait to see more of you and Cal in action, BD-1. Hey, do you want to hang out with me and watch the Attack of the Clones 20th anniversary panel next?
Can we cuddle? Okay, I had to ask. Okay, stick around. The Star Wars Attack of the Clones 20th anniversary panel is coming up next from Star Wars Celebration Anaheim. I just picked up on a vibe. I thought there was a vibe. That's all.
Star Wars Celebration, please welcome your host, Ashley Eckstein.
Oh my gosh! Hello! Oh. Hello, everyone! Wow! Well, y'all sure know how to make a girl feel welcome. So excited and beyond honored to be your host for this incredible panel today to honor this groundbreaking film. This is so exciting. Now, I wish I could go back and tell my 20-year-old self who was sitting in the movie theater so excited to watch this film that I would be up on stage with all of these incredible panelists today. But before we get started, someone couldn't be here, and we have to thank the maker himself. So we have a short video from the maker, George Lucas.
Greetings for the 20th anniversary of Attack of the Clones. Sorry I can't be there. This is an important movie for me because it was the first film ever shot digitally. It was a big fight to get here. But at the same time, once we got the film made, now everybody's doing it digitally. And I hope you all have fun.
Okay, well, we have so much to cover today, so we're gonna dive right in. We have an incredible panel of guests, so please give a huge round of applause to Anthony Daniels. Please welcome Doug Chang. It's incredible. Tamora Morrison. Daniel Logan! Isn't it amazing? I had no idea it was so big. John Knoll! And Matthew Wood! Isn't this audience incredible?
Yes.
Here, let's have a seat. They're all here to honor you and your incredible accomplishment 20 years ago. We have so much to cover today, and Anthony, I'm gonna start with you. Because this film brought you and George Lucas and the cast and crew back to Tunisia. Tell us about going back there.
Absolutely right. It had been how many years, I can't remember. But there, suddenly, we were on the homestead, the big planet that we first met Luke and the twin sons and all that kind of thing. And it was truly moving because the hole in the ground where Luke had stood and kind of called down to Aunt Beru and, you know, went on to have the blue milk and all that kind of thing, that was still there. So we were actually in the real location. And I tell you, my soul really did turn over a bit because George and I were the only people there, and we kind of looked at each other and went, interesting, yeah. And we were both a little older than we had been originally.
Well, that's exciting. And for you, because of the difference in filming this movie, there was an evolution over the course of production of how C-3PO performed for the camera. So in addition to wearing the traditional suit, what other techniques were used or attempted?
Well, in episode 1, 3PO was a puppet, as you'll remember, made by Anakin. And I didn't operate it, I just did the voice. So in episode 2, this one, I said I would like to try and be the puppet. And they gave me this whole rig, and if you come to my show at 5:30 tomorrow in the other theater, you will hear all about it. Sorry about that. But there I was, dressed up in this brilliant puppet, and we filmed everything. And then George kind of changed his mind, and we had to go back, and I did everything again in the brown puppet, which was the gold puppet painted brown. Stay with me, it's very complicated. But it's an easy fix in films. You just repaint something. But I was just glad 3PO was there. And an interesting thing, though not really very good, was that the hole in the ground underneath the dome, I couldn't stand up in there because it was full of water back in the original days. The water tank.
5 years, we had the opportunity to see you in the flesh.
I said to George, yeah, in a manner of speaking, I said to George, you know, it'd be great in all these movies if could I show my face as a character, you know? He poured, sure. And so I went to wardrobe, and they said, we don't have any costumes left, but look, here's this one. You could, as a soldier, and they went to a lot of effort. It was a little tied around the neck. But I said to Ahmed Best, I'm going to be in this thing as well, you know, as my face. So he went, and he got the last costume. The only thing was the sleeves on mine were kind of very short. And I think it was Matthew, the costume assistant, said, that's no problem. And he added a lot of gold braid. So I started off as a regular soldier and ended up as an officer purely because of costuming.
Well, I just geeked out when I saw your cameo, so it was very exciting to see you out of the suit. Now, Doug, you've spoken about when you first started on The Phantom Menace and how George Lucas challenged you to think differently from the original trilogy. So about what new Star Wars designs could be. So how did the process of starting work on Attack of the Clones actually differ from The Phantom Menace?
No, thank you. It's wonderful to be here. And you know what? When we started working on the prequels, thank you. The designs, I mean, the direction actually took me for a complete loop because George wanted to try something new, basically establish the aesthetic guideline for the whole Star Wars universe. And by doing that, we went backwards in time, and you know, to make it more elegant. And so the approach was really, our first year and a half was just pure design, pure world building. So we had designed a lot of episode 1, 2, and 3 at that time. This was prior to getting the script. So when episode 2 came around, we actually had a good foundation for what it was. And that's when George started to think about all the actual environments. And that's where we started to fit in all the various aesthetics, all the spaceships, all the characters, all the worlds, and really start to fit it in. So if you look at the timeline, there is a logical through line aesthetically for all the films. And it was really terrific because I literally started designing episode 2 for all the scenes for his script a week after the premiere of episode 1.
Oh, wow. That is very cool. Now, when Lucasfilm made Attack of the Clones, Lucas was a passionate advocate for digital cinema, as we heard, and everything that came with it. But as a concept artist, you traditionally worked with paper and tangible materials. So tell us about that, because how much of a digital component came into your work?
Yeah, actually, there was quite a bit. But you know, when I started working with George, I wanted to go with old school. So I deliberately put all the digital tools aside. I mean, it was interesting because, you know, John Knows here and, you know, along with his brother Thomas, they invented Photoshop. So we actually got a test of that early in the 1990s. Yes. And we were actually, converting the art department to be going digital. When I signed on to design the prequel films in 1995, I deliberately put all those tools away because I wanted to get to the heart of what Ralph McQuarrie and Joe Johnston did. So yeah, literally, I just went back to pencil and paper for the first year and a half. And then when we started doing episode 2, that's when we started to introduce more of the digital tools again.
Well, we have to talk about the clone design because Tamora Morrison and Daniel Logan are here with us. And what?
Oh. Like a bantha.
Okay. This is
like a bantha. Do the, you got to do it, Tim. Like a bantha. They want the dance. Yes.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Okay, well.
Oh my God.
Tamora and Daniel have both had the chance to play Boba Fett now on screen. And yes, right? Very exciting. So the Clone Trooper was essentially a new design for Attack of the Clones. Can you explain how the appearance of Boba Fett's armor helped influence the clones' armor?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And this was really the fun of working with George, was that he had pre-planned all of this because he wanted to create the idea that Jango Fett, his armor, became sort of the evolution for the stormtroopers. And so I literally took Jango Fett in his armor and basically kept the original design that Joe Johnston and Ralph McQuarrie did. And then we started to blend it towards the classic stormtrooper helmet that we saw in the original trilogy. And so if you look at the Phase 1 trooper, you'll see that it has the T-visor shape, but then we start to introduce that downward mouth for the troopers. And that was deliberate to sort of plant the seed that the evolution of those troopers kind of grew into that. And then when you look at the Phase 2 trooper, you can see more elements of the classic troopers coming into the helmet design.
That's awesome. And there are so many amazing clone troopers we've seen here this weekend. If you are dressed as a clone trooper, please stand up. We want to see your armor.
There it is right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got one right
Hard
here.
to stand up.
Lots of clone troopers, yes. Captain Rex. I love it. Okay, Tamora Morrison.
Yes. Yes, I got a funny story.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
This guy wouldn't stop talking through the whole Attack of the Clones movie. I think he had birdseed for breakfast or something. But we had so much fun, we had to play the father and son thing. But I remember one scene when Obi-Wan came to visit, check out his army. And I'm doing that Boba Fett, pack your bags, we got to leave. And I'm looking at the monitor, because George, in New Zealand, we don't even have monitors, but George has had this big, huge monitor, so I could see the shots. And I could see it was kind of a mid-shot. And I'm thinking, Boba, pack your gears, we're leaving. It's the end of the scene. And I'm thinking, maybe it's a bit too wide. Maybe I should suggest to George that he needs a close-up right there. But I thought I'd better not.
You didn't want to give George
for the
direction?
job and let's not lead George to his directing thing. So 2-3 months later, I get a phone call. Tim, they need you to go to England to do some pickups on Attack of the Clones. And I live in New Zealand. So I flew all the way to England, 24, 26 hours. The next day I got up, went to work, I put all my gears on, and I had to walk in and say, Boba, pack your gears. And they went, thank you. And that was it.
You should have said something.
I said, can I do take 2 just since I flew all this way? So I went, Boba, pack your gears. We're leaving. Thank you. But yes, it was a wonderful, it's been a wonderful privilege to be involved with the family and even working with Ewan McGregor back in that time. I was very nervous. It was my first day, and he turned up with his mean Jedi, cool. He's so cool. And he doesn't do too much.
He's very cool.
And man, we saw it on Obi-Wan up here last night, and just how his performance has matured. And so I was trying to out-cool him. But I think he got the better of me. It was my first day, and I was a little bit on edge. But yeah, we had great fun, eh, Dan? Me and Danny had a lot of fun too. Yeah, driving our spaceship. Watch out, yes. Watch out. Yeah.
Well, I think you're kind of answering my first question. But you know, you have been an accomplished actor, but take us back to the year 2000. You just commenced, you know, principal photography for Attack of the Clones.
I did have hair back then, so I missed that. And I was really enjoying the movie up until that Mace Windu guy turned up. In fact, I didn't see the end of the movie. I think he's top of the list anyway for Boba Fett. Mace Windu's top of the list. The assassination list I'm talking about.
Well, clearly, you didn't have any fun at all filming Star Wars, did you?
From the moment I had to try on the costume, I was just going, ooh, this is cool. Yeah. Ooh, this is cool. Man, look at these guns. Until my first day when I was doing the fight scene. And then I'm breathing. Now I can't see anything. It's all fogged up. And now I can't hear anything because of the helmet. And I'm standing there going, I'm sure they've said action, and I'm standing here looking like an idiot. Then I almost fell off the stage a couple of times because I couldn't see anything. But yes, I had so much fun. So much fun. I think I killed George. I keep singing too much.
Well, I loved watching you and Daniel perform together. So tell us about the scene. You know, you're in the cockpit. You're staring at just a blue screen. So tell us about working together and just using your imagination.
Well, you need a little bit of that, yes, because we're not actually in a real ship. You only got something. Actually, you didn't even have a handle, I don't think, right?
No.
There we are. All that came in later. But anyway, you got to sort of go like this. Shall I try that again, George? Do something, boy. Do something. Push the button.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Jim, you're a
Yes.
bloody crack.
But then I thought about Clint Eastwood. I always thought, what would Clint Eastwood do? And he'd do nothing.
Oh my gosh, so who had more fun, you or Daniel?
Daniel, time for something.
He's like my dad. Daniel, now you talk. Hurry up, boy. Yes, Dad. We both had an amazing amount of fun. I mean, we had different funs. When I was around him, I had to behave kind of. And when I got to play off with you, and then it was a different kind of fun. But yeah, it was an amazing time. Lucasfilm are just wonderful. And as you see the type of people you can work with, you can see the type of environment that the workplace would be like, as you know.
I still miss my hair.
So do I.
Oh gosh, okay, well, I have some extra hair if you want to borrow any. So, I want to honor Jeremy Bullock for a moment because he's since...
What a wonderful gentleman he was. A pure gentleman. He loved his English cricket and all the culture. And he was such a pleasure to be with and fun. Him and Maureen were very close friends of ours. The Fets used to hang out quite a bit. So, yeah, we miss him dearly. So, God bless his soul. Moi mai e te rangatira. Sleep the long sleep.
the universe is truly not the same with the family members that we've lost. And so, you know, Jeremy just did such an amazing job representing Boba Fett. And talk to us about, did you really try to honor him with the precedent that he set? Did you pay attention to his performance, or did you get a chance to meet him before you donned the suit? Or when did you meet him throughout the process?
I think I met Jeremy many, many years later on on the convention circuit, but we had a lot of fun on the conventions too, because he was quite a sporty guy. So, oh, you say, "Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?" and of course, look, he set up more so with the Boba Fett series that I've just done. You know, he was responsible for, you know, for all that mysteriousness and all that stuff that we didn't actually see him do too much of. But, you know, he set it all up. So yeah, we have to pay respect. And he set up the kudos that we're receiving today. So God bless you, Jeremy. Yeah, he's with us today anyway, with us in spirit.
Now, Daniel Logan.
How do I go after that one? Well, Daniel Logan's boring. We see what the better clone is.
I have a funny story for you.
Yeah.
So I had the pleasure to meet Daniel and actually several of the team up here at Disney's Star Wars Weekends. Did anyone go to Star Wars Weekends? And I just remember Daniel, one of my first times I met him, we got to do this motorcade down Hollywood Boulevard at Disney. And, you know, they told us, they're like, do not jump out of your cars. Stay in your cars, just wave to the crowd. And we get out, and Daniel jumps out of his car and is just running around it, high-fiving everyone. And I just always loved your energy. And so yesterday, all of a sudden, we're in the autograph area, and I hear these poles just clanking and falling. And I look over, and it's your son that knocked down all of the poles. And I was like, yep, that's Daniel's son. Yep.
I picked him up in hopes that no one saw him, and we could try to walk away really quickly, but obviously he saw. Dang it. Yeah, my son, he's just like me, but more ADHD and a lot more energy. He's my kryptonite. He started to steal my energy.
No, I share that because we love your energy. You are such a light and such an amazing member of our Star Wars family.
You're like, hang out with him enough, you won't see the light.
Okay, now I want to ask you, take us all the way back, because being a New Zealander, you were very excited to work with Tamora Morrison. Do you recall your earliest impressions of meeting him? And I guess be nice, because he's sitting right next to you.
No, you know what, actually, the thing is that most people don't realize, but when you come from a place like New Zealand, in the time when I was growing up, there wasn't any other New Zealanders, especially people from the Maori descent, that had ever achieved something that Tim Whittam Morrison had achieved at the time when I was at my most influential. So I only just realized that since, you know, over the last couple of years, that he actually gave me someone to identify that I could possibly become, or someone that I would aspire to be. So when I met him, I had no clue who Ewan McGregor was, or George Lucas, or anybody else. The only person I wanted to meet was Tim Whittam Morrison, because he's the only person I knew. So people say, well, you did an amazing job with young Boba Fett, but it was a collective effort from all of the adults that were helping me in the scenes that I was working with, but especially Tim. Like, we made a joke about the asteroid scene. You know, I'd sit in my little seat back there in the cockpit. He's like, all right, son, you ready? We're going to go flying. They gave us this TV, you know. He'd be like, all right, we're going to, you know, move to the left. And we both moved to the left, you know. And I'd say a line. He's like, oh, come on, you can do that better. Do it like this. I'm like, all right, act cool. I just remember him saying that to me all the time. But, yeah, I love him. I mean, I've said many times when he said that, you know, you call me dad and I'll call you son. It was really the reason why that father and son bond was really so strong, really because of him. But nowadays, everyone always asks me if he's my real damn father. I never knew my father most of my life. You know, he was somewhere else and could possibly be. I mean, New Zealand only had 2 million people. So I never discredit it, you know? Like, I don't know. It's an island life. But
I remember, Ashley, we were looking for little Boba because they decided to cast me, so I had to drive, was it Robin Gurlin?
Robin Gurlin, yeah.
I had to drive Robin around New Zealand to try and find a little Boba. And we were racing down south of Auckland. I was going a little bit fast, and I noticed a cop car did a U-turn to chase us. And I'm with Robin Gurlin, I'm saying, I think that cop car's chasing us. Yes, I think it is chasing us. He pulled us over. The cop come up to the window. Do you realize how fast you're going, sir? I went, do you know who this is? This is Robin Gurlin. She's casting for Star Wars. This is your lucky day, officer. I could get you a part in this movie, officer. And he still gave me a ticket. But anyway, we found the little Boba eventually.
thank God he did, or I wouldn't be young Boba Fett. They were like some 25-year-old man playing young Boba Fett. Well, he let me off the ticket. I had to give him the role. But we still, I mean, I loved him. I can call him anytime, and he'll always be there for me, and he really has become like my father. I didn't grow up with one, like I said, for most of my life. I was adopted later on in life, but Tim became my father, and he would call my house. I have 6 siblings, and my mom raised us all, so she told us if your father calls, just hang up the phone. So my father calls. Hey, is my son there? My sister hangs up the phone on him. He had to call back. Damn it, well, she learned. She knew what my mom told us. Like, this is a Star Wars dad, Timberwitter Morrison. Remember how famous he is? My sister was like, oh my gosh, Timberwitter Morrison? Daniel, where are you? Like, oh, hey, Dad, how you doing? Like, oh, you think you're fancy now, you got a dad?
That's enough about us, I think, yes. Let's move on a bit. Let's move on to...
Well, you all obviously have a very, very close bond. So tell me about that fateful scene where you had to pick up Jango's helmet. How did George Lucas prepare you for that scene? Because that scene is devastating.
It was the greatest scene in Attack of the Clones.
Great.
Not for me. No.
Yeah.
Greatly devastating.
So that's the only part I ever watch over and over. I'm like, now I'm the baddest bounty hunter in the galaxy. Peace out, Jango. Not realizing I'm a damn clone donor of this guy, so he obviously goes back to be Boba Fett. Dang it. No, actually.
It's a big moment. It's a big
So that was the only time I ever got to touch the Jango Fett helmet, by the way. It was always stuck on your head. You didn't share it much, but so what happened was George actually forgot about this scene, and he didn't. We only had like me, him, and like one camera guy or something. There wasn't many people, and George, I was just getting out of my wardrobe, and he comes in the wardrobe room. He's like, "Where's my Boba Fett?" And they're like, "Well, somewhere around here." He has this little like collectibles, so I had to get back into my armor, and. As I'm getting back in, he grabs the Jango Fett helmet. We walk into the arena scene. And as I do, he grabs the helmet and he goes, okay, I'm going to need you to crouch down and put the helmet to your head as softly as you can. But when you get about here, kind of nod on the helmet. Well, as I'm in my 30s now, I can see why he was kneeling on one knee when he told me to do it. And I kind of did it like I'm taking a number 2. 13, you know, my knees are really strong at that age. Bounce right back. So I didn't know that he got his head chopped off. So we went to the premiere, and it was like that. Oh, everyone was like speechless when Jango Fett got his head chopped off, and we went together, and I'm the only one who went, yes! Not knowing what George had done. I'm like, man, I'm gonna be in episode 3. I hit the jackpot. Hey, they gave me a Lego game. They gave me a Lego game thanks to Matt Wood and his magnificent talents. But yeah, that's how I found out that my dad got his head chopped off. So I was hoping one of us would come back in episode 3. And it was this guy as another clone.
I could listen to the two of you talk all day. You're a show. They're a show.
I have the best clone, though. I have a clone, her name's Omega. We're still all gonna try to figure out how she came from him and became part of me, or somewhat, whatever. You know what I'm saying. You guys, yeah, you know what I'm saying.
All right, well, John Knoll, I have some questions for you. So, yes. No, at the time of Attack of the Clones, it was a huge blockbuster feature, but it wasn't, you know, with the digital camera system, there was some questions in Hollywood. So kind of being there on the front lines, being there every day, what was your take on digital cinema?
Well, we'd been working with digital images for quite a while at that point. It's just that they'd originated on film and we scanned them, but as soon as they were scanned, the process was identical. And in the still photography world, digital cameras were already a thing, and they were starting to be better and better and pretty competitive with film cameras and better in some ways. So I was pretty enthusiastic about the whole idea of switching to digital cinema for shooting. It was, in theory, it's lower resolution than film, but one of the things that we discovered was that you could see things more clearly with the digital cameras, even given that you know, technically it was lower resolution. Like the first day we were shooting a close-up of Palpatine in the Senate, and he was sort of head and shoulders type shot on the monitor, and we had to pull the makeup people over, and we were all looking at the image on the screen thinking, this is like doing an ultra close-up. So everybody had to fine-tune their craft based on how the imagery was being seen. Art department had to put a little more attention to small details into the set pieces, because you could see faux finishes on sets. We had to put more detail into the models because you could see all that with the digital cameras in a way that you couldn't on film.
Well, like the Phantom Menace before it, this movie was one of the most ambitious visual effects productions truly ever undertaken. Now, it's interesting to remember that Attack of the Clones featured both cutting-edge technology but also practical miniatures. So what were the benefits of combining these new and traditional approaches?
Well, my background is miniatures and motion control photography, so I still have a deep passion in my heart for those practical effects. So I always will jump at a chance to build miniatures and include them in the work. And as a practical matter, it helped us load balance too, because there's work that can be done or that should be done digitally, and there's work that should be done practically. And then there's a bunch of work that can probably go either way. And I tried to balance the workload, so we kept a bunch of stuff going through the model shop and our stages, and we kept things that really needed to be computer graphics going through the computer graphics department. But a lot of this was about just trying to get that huge volume of work through, so you used every tool you had available. And yeah, God, I love these models. That Geonosis Arena was a spectacular bit of sculpture. It's beautiful.
Now, visual effects movies will often have one or two complex scenes. This movie had many. Tell us about one of your favorite, huge sequences from Attack of the Clones.
Well, the Geonosis Arena was really a fun one. There was sort of an unfortunate side effect of my electing to want to do that with miniatures, and that the sequence sort of grew and was a little bigger than what I'd expected. But I'd already committed to building this miniature for the whole thing. Then we got the cut, and it was, 300 shots or something. And when you're shooting an element like this, you can shoot about maybe two elements a day. And if you think about 300 shots and 2 elements a day, there isn't enough time to get that done in our post-production period. So we had built the miniature in 45-degree pie wedges, so it could be taken apart, actually for camera access. But what we ended up doing was we took all the shots that were looking in this direction, and we gave that to one crew. Then I had another crew shooting the other direction, and then we had a third crew shooting on one of those at night. So yeah, I had to have crews running day and night to be able to shoot all the elements of this.
Wow, that is amazing. Well, Matthew Wood. Oh, no, please. Oh, I thought you were giving us more information. Well, Matthew Wood, now you are credited as a supervising sound or editor.
Yeah. That's the next movie.
Yeah.
Now, you also had the opportunity to work outside of that role on this film. Can you discuss your involvement in the shooting of video elements for use in the movie's pre-visualization sequences?
Oh, yeah. So episode 2 was a huge film for us at Skywalker Ranch. I mean, we were really happy with how Phantom Menace did, and then this was, you know, there was a whole lot of firsts happening. George Lucas always liked to pioneer technology, so he really, a lot of the crazy ideas we'd have for shooting video or any audio ideas, he really just backed financially, so we had a lot of opportunity to use the latest tools. But Ben Burtt, who's my mentor and the creator of all the original sounds, the Star Wars projects, this was my first, I was in my 20s, and it was my first time to work with him directly as a co-supervisor. There he is right there, the legend. He's a director, you know, he was trained as a filmmaker at USC, just like George Lucas, and we did a lot of animatic sequences at the ranch where we would try to conceive and really be able to hone in on the shots that were needed once principal photography started. So he had me go down to the archives with him one day with his daughter, and we did the entire speeder chase and the Coruscant underworld, and I played Anakin. And my friend Steve, yeah, look at that.
That is awesome.
Look at my hair's different too. That's so weird how that happens in 20 years. But yeah, we were in the original. I didn't know there was a photo of that. There's an original, speeder from New Hope that I got to sit in. So it was a complete dream as a kid to be able to sit in there. And then we did the whole scene. And you know, it's funny because when I saw, it was either Ewan or Hayden. I can't remember which one. When I was doing my ADR recording with them later on in the process, which is like a year after shooting. They kept looking at me going like, gosh, I feel like have you been doing movies, or I feel like I've seen you in something. I feel like there was something, and it's because when they shot the principal photography for the speeder chase, they had a monitor on the end of the speeder that was showing the exact shots that we had done in animatics, and George was like, just do that. Just do that. So every time, you know, it was like this little like home video that we shot became the template for how they made the speeder chase, which I thought was hilarious. And I was also mortified because I never thought that would be seen by the actual actors in the movie. But this is the kind of stuff that, you know, the spirit of George Lucas and not really pigeonholing anybody into one particular job was a dream for me. It was like going to film school working on these films, and I had so much exposure to every level of the production process, and I'll treasure the prequel time like immensely. I met so many amazing artists and people along the way. And then in the sound world, you know, we had George Lucas trusted Ben Burtt so much that we had carte blanche to kind of create this whole universe audio-wise in the films however we wanted, and he really trusted our input on that. And so we had crazy things like, you know, in the speeder chase we had the sonic charges, which everyone really loves, the prang, the big sound there. And that was just born out of, like, we were just trying to find a sound for the initial explosion. There was like it kind of had a little poof that happened first that sucked back into the artillery, and then it blew up again. And we kept going over different things we could put for that little poof over and over. And Ben Burtt's library, of course, as you would imagine, is hundreds of thousands of sounds. We're just kind of picking through stuff. And at one point the idea came through, like, why don't we just do nothing? Let's have nothing be in that little thing. So the absence of sound really brought that moment together and made it very unique sounding, to the point of even when we released the film, people thought, the QC department that goes through and everyone, meticulously checks these movies before they go out to the public, thought there was an actual error in the film. They're like, there's a dropout. There's a dropout in the show. The audio goes away. The audio goes away for like a second. I'm like, it's okay. We meant to do that. And it became something of a signature that we did in Star Wars and the subsequent films, of that absence of sound and building that thing. And that's something that, like, the experimental nature of George, I was always grateful for, because he let us do it. He's like, yeah, sounds great. And there was no, fighting it, or no, like, why did you do this? And a whole, 15 people to weigh in all on it. It was just George, and I'm really grateful of that time.
When I work on a picture like this, I'm looking at it silent in a theater, just concentrating on visuals, but you can't help while you're working on it to think about, boy, I can't wait to hear what this is going to sound like. And for me, I'm always really grateful to Matt and his team, because it makes the visuals look better.
Yeah.
They really sell it in a way that you feel like you're seeing more detail in the imagery than probably there really is.
It really works complementary too, because we'll do the same thing in the sound playback. When it's the final time we're going to show the audio to George, we always make sure we have the latest and greatest picture, and it's all been color timed and perfect, because we want to make sure it looks as good as it can, because that'll affect the way it sounds. And that's definitely, George Lucas does like to talk about sound as 50% of your experience in the theater, and he really gave us the time and budget and care to do that, which I'm forever grateful for. And Kathy Kennedy's even extended that into the new film, so I'm very happy that legacy. George always considered himself a sound guy, so that was always have an advocate in our corner that was the director, and to come from the legacy of Ben Burtt and what he created was an absolute dream.
Now, you got to go to Australia and record sounds with Ben Burtt.
Yes.
So tell us about that trip.
Well, Australia was a major component in this was the first film we did it. I think it was because it was Leavesden, right, for Phantom Menace. So yeah, we got to go to Sydney Studios there, Fox Studios, and they were just wrapped Moulin Rouge, which was one of my favorite films, and some of the sets were still up. And so we got to come in right after that, and I was kind of ensconced there in Sydney for a while, and Ben Burtt was cutting the picture, so he was sort of locked down on the production side, or in the production area on set. And so I went out on adventures all over Australia, up into the northern Queensland area, into the rainforest, down into Melbourne to record like penguins. And that's the wonderful thing, that they gave me so many opportunities to do. And in Australia, from a Northern American California, that's very far away, and it's like you literally feel like you're on the opposite side of the world. And I think the water even goes the different way down the drain. But it was so inspiring, that location, and just the amount of sound effects that went into creating the Geonosians and all the creatures in that arena battle, and the underworld of Coruscant was the first time we saw that. So all of that goes in, and you never really plan like this particular sound is going to be that thing, but just acquiring all these sounds. One of the examples I use is I recorded a fruit bat in a sanctuary fighting over a banana with another fruit bat, and that became the core components of what the Geonosians sound like. So it's a lot of funny, and
so cool.
Penguin mixed with penguin mating calls from Melbourne. So yeah, a lot of that, and it's all organic stuff that you record in the world. And Ben Burtt would take that back, and when we got to Skywalker Ranch to start the post-production, we had this giant palette of things to work with from Australia, which really was inspiring.
That's amazing. Now, speaking of sounds, we get to hear your voice a lot as some iconic characters in Star Wars. But tell us about the characters that you did in Attack of the Clones.
So George, I was an actor. I was at the American Conservatory Theater in San Francisco. I was taking as many classes as I could and being in plays, and George always would let me do various characters. And that's the kind of thing, having an open door policy to acting. So a lot of the creatures, I think I played some of the guys. It was the first time I did a battle droid, because the battle droids now were no longer connected to the droid control ship, so their voices had changed to be a little less powerful, because they were all really bad CPU processors that are in there that are on mass produced, so that's why they all sounded kind of like, look out, Roger, Roger, that kind of. And I love our scene together with the 3PO when the droid head gets replaced and all that. So yeah, he just let us do those kind of things. Droids, creatures, Saboka, a bunch of people that almost run into Obi-Wan during the speeder chase, and some various Gungans, and it was a lot of that kind of fun stuff, and it certainly opened up doors for me later on the next subsequent films. But that was sort of the inception of George letting me act in a lot of the movies.
Awesome. Well, okay, I'm going to throw out a couple questions to all of you, starting with Doug and Tamora. So there were some really epic fight scenes in this movie, and I know you have some favorite moments with Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen that they worked on as well with you. So, man, if only they were here to talk about it with us, that on 20 years of Star Wars Attack of the Clones. Okay, well, now that you're here, as I was asking, let's talk about that epic fight scene on Camino. You got really, really wet. It was really epic. Tell us what it was like filming that amazing fight scene.
Yeah, it's such a distant memory now. I remember, like, I don't know if it took days or weeks, I don't remember. I remember, oh yeah, here it is. I don't really remember very much about it.
Doug, Tamora, what do you remember?
I remember seeing my double eating all the biscuits. And I was getting wet. So I thought maybe I should be eating the biscuits and the double can get wet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was telling the crowd earlier, I was very nervous on my first day working with you when you came to see the army. And you were so cool and very, you know, didn't do much. You were just stillness. Stillness was so powerful. So I was telling the crowd I was trying to out-cool you, but it never worked. It never worked.
I remember the rain and it was tough. It was tough to do. But we had great help. I started working with Nash Edgerton, who's Joel Edgerton's brother. He's a filmmaker now, and he's an actor, and he's a very good director. But he was a stunt double, and he was my stunt double in Moulin Rouge. And I didn't have many stunts in Moulin Rouge, really. I can't actually remember if there were any, but he was my stunt double in Moulin Rouge. And then because we were in the same studio, and literally we went so over schedule on Moulin Rouge that they came in with bulldozers, and Star Wars came in with bulldozers to take our sets down to get theirs up in time for us to start shooting. It was really back to back. And Nash came on to be my stunt double, and he did amazing work. And there is a story that he's told me during this fight in the rain, where he had to do a flip over the top of you. So it's like an aerial move over the top. And I don't do that kind of thing, not even then. But he did, and his mum was there visiting, and she was sitting over in the corner of the set. And when they did the flip, something went wrong, and he hurt himself, and he broke his front teeth. And he looked over at his mum, and he went, I'm fine. And he made a little signal to the stunt guy who took his mum away, because he didn't want his mum to see that he'd really hurt himself, you know. But he's really in good shape now, Nash. He looks great. He's got lovely teeth, you know. So I remember that about it. I mainly remember our scene in the doorway. That's the story I remember. Have you told that story?
No, but
have you told that
now's
story
the time
here?
to tell it.
I've told it, yeah, before.
Did you tell it in this room?
Not yet, no.
Okay. Shall I tell it?
Yeah.
Yes, we want to hear it.
George, when I come to their door the first time I meet you and you open the door, George wanted you to look sort of suspicious of me, you know? And you were only wee. How old were you when we did that?
Yeah, 13.
13. So, you know, we did a few takes and George was like, wasn't quite, get it more suspicious. And I just leant down to him and I went, when I open the door, act like I've done a terrible fart. And he went, oh, and I said, just try it. So in the next take, you know, he opened the door and he looked at me and went, and it totally worked. Moving on.
You weren't method acting though in that scene?
No, I couldn't help him for real, but.
These are the stories we want to hear, trust me. Well, Hayden, and nice to meet you, Sky Guy.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
I'm taking Tamora's advice to just act cool right now. Okay, I want to talk about some of your epic fight scenes because this was your first Star Wars movie. So how much training did you have to do to look so cool with your lightsaber? And we recently saw some photos from Vanity Fair of you looking very cool, practicing with your lightsaber. So how much training did you do for this film?
Yeah, there was quite a bit of lightsaber training, and for me that was always like the most fun. You know, we flew out to Australia where we filmed probably 2 months before we started filming, and we went to Jedi training camp, and it was like the most fun you can imagine. And our amazing stunt coordinator, Nick Gillard, whose contribution to the prequels, just, you know, you can't say enough about it, was just, you know, incredible at what he did and sort of made it not only fun, but really easy. And you know, these fights are choreographed like elaborate dances, and you just sort of learn where your feet are supposed to go, and you know, you learn it in sections, and you sort of take it bit by bit. But yeah, I mean, that was sort of, you know, where Ewan and I got to spend a lot of time together and sort of form our early bond, and just so much fun.
Well, so that's my next question because y'all have the most epic bromance. And, and tell us about forming that bond. Yes, look at that. I mean, Ewan, that mullet is on point. And Hayden.
People said that I brought the mullet back, you know? I don't think it ever left.
Hey, Hayden, the rat tail's sexy too. It's, yeah.
I always liked that little Padawan braid.
So how did you all form your brotherly bond, but also the master and apprentice bond?
I think, you know, sort of both aspects of that relationship just came very naturally. For me, the sort of the master apprentice aspect, you know, I really looked up to Ewan, and that, you know, that I think sort of lent itself to the work, and Ewan was so gracious with me and kind of took me under his wing, and that was just kind of how our relationship started. And then, of course, the friendship sort of evolved, and that also came very naturally.
I mean, we just got on really straight away, you know, and we spent a lot of time, like we talked about, in the fight, I would say fight club, in the fight gym, and that's a really good way to get to know somebody. You know, to fight with each other, you have to really trust each other, because you can't get it wrong. You have to trust each other not to make the wrong move, because you can hurt each other, you know. In those days we were fighting with metal. The lightsabers were made of metal. I don't know, some kind of alloy. I can't remember what it was.
So aluminum tubing, like a C-stand arm.
But by the time we finished each take, the lightsabers were bent, you know, because you really have sort of full contact with each other. So if you get that wrong, you can hurt each other. So you have to have the level of trust, and that's sort of where we started working together, was in that fight gym with Nick, you know, with Nick Gillard. And but also we just were away. We were in Australia and we were away from home, and so we spent a lot of time together offset as well, and just got, you know, we were close. Yeah.
Well. So this question is going to be for all of you, and we'll start here with both Hayden and you. And first of all, I have to say, this is a spoiler-free zone, but congratulations on Kenobi.
Thank you.
But, you know, we're honoring Attack of the Clones, and we're really honoring the maker, George Lucas himself. And you all have had the chance to work with George Lucas and now continue on the Star Wars legacy. Tell us about working with George Lucas on this film, and how have you carried on what he taught you, or his influence into your work today?
Yeah, I mean, for me, you know, getting to work with George Lucas and follow his lead and just help him bring this character to life was easily the greatest honor of my professional career. And I guess I always felt like he just gave me this amazing gift in this character, and I've always felt a bit indebted to him. And that has sort of turned into, you know, now coming back, I feel a real responsibility towards him and to sort of honor what he's created, because it just is so remarkable, you know, as you all can attest to.
What about
Can I go?
you?
Yeah, I mean, what George, I don't even know if George can describe what he created. You know, it's his world. He made us this world that when I was 7 years old changed our lives. You know,
Thank you.
It's true, changed our lives, and we still want more stories told inside this world, because we love it and we understand it and we love it.
Got it, boy.
And I also like working with George. I had some moments with George. When you got to make George laugh, he can really go, you know? And like he's very like business-like most of the time, but sometimes you can crack him with a laugh and he just goes like, and those are my favorite moments to remember about George, when he just couldn't stop laughing, you know?
Well, one of my favorite moments, you just reminded me, you were 7, I don't know how old, but there, still don't. But there we were in a scene, and suddenly you're saying, I can't believe I'm in a scene with C-3PO. And it's not your accent. Yeah. And I'm thinking, I can't believe I'm in a scene with you. It's absolutely true. But one of the things endeared me to George was normally on these films I would arrive fully suited up for the first impact, as it were, on the crew and everybody around. And several times I heard George say, now Star Wars has arrived.
Well,
yeah. Only because, you know, 3PO was one of the first images that you saw in the first, you know, sound you heard. Because George did obviously create this, what has become known as his enormous sandbox, which has given us the opportunity to work in, and you, all of you, the opportunity to play in and belong to each other. And I think that is one of his really great legacies. Yeah.
Anthony, you're very humble, but you have been here from the beginning. And I think Anthony Daniels deserves a huge round of applause. Well, we are actually officially out of time, but this was the most amazing panel. It's been my absolute honor to be your host and moderator today, but I think a lot of people in the audience would just love the most epic group photo. So would you mind standing up, coming together for a group photo? Everyone get your cameras ready. And look at this incredible group of people.
Hey everybody, Hector here on the celebration floor. I'm here with Travis from Walt Disney Imagineering, and we're going to talk about Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser.
Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser is the ultimate Star Wars experience that you can have. It's at Walt Disney World. It is an immersive two-night adventure that lets you live your own Star Wars story in an amazing environment, which is the Star Cruiser, the Halcyon Star Cruiser. You are going to be the hero of a Star Wars story.
I've only recently, like in the past few weeks and months, finally made it out to Galaxy's Edge at Disneyland, and it was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And this fits in with what Galaxy's Edge is doing and kind of takes it to the next level. Isn't that right?
With Star Cruiser, we're really taking that to the next step, which is giving you the opportunity to be there for overnight stays, periods at a time. So it's a two-night adventure where from the time you arrive on the Star Cruiser to the time you disembark from the Star Cruiser, you are in Star Wars, and it is an intense experience that really you can only have there at Walt Disney World.
I love it. The great thing about being a Star Wars fan is that you don't have to choose a side. You can love both. But what I love about this era of Star Wars is I love the Resistance, but I love the First Order. They are so cool.
Yeah, you get the opportunity to play Star Wars the way you want to play it. You have the opportunity to choose your path, and whether you choose to align yourself with the Resistance or the First Order, or you want to play a little more shady as like more of a smuggler type of character, you have an opportunity to do that. And however you play, your story is going to unfold in such a way that rewards you for that play. And in the end, we all sort of come together and have this finale moment that we each, no matter how we were playing, helped build to. And so it's really an opportunity to really feel like you are having an impact, to have an impact on what is going on in the great galactic struggle at this point in our timeline.
So fans of Star Wars that are here at Star Wars Celebration, they can come to this booth and learn all about this experience. And also, while we're here, there's like a little photo op. Tell us a little bit about this setup here.
Yeah, so this is where you can have your photo as you're waiting for the Halcyon. You're waiting to board the Halcyon through the launch pod. So this is the waiting area where your personal cargo is being stored, and we also have a little photo op where you can sort of hold your luggage as you're waiting to board the Star Cruiser.
There is so much exclusive merch tied to the Galactic Star Cruiser. Star Wars fans, that also comes with being a collector.
So I'm Amanda Luna. I am the brand merchandising manager for Disney Parks for Lucasfilms. We are showcasing just a sampling of some of the merchandise that you can find aboard the Halcyon, and part of the Shangri-La collection.
Wow. Okay, so there's so many cool things here. I am so excited to dive in, but I have to start with this little droid right over here.
So you're going to find a lot of characters aboard the Halcyon. One is SK620.
Love them. I love them.
Don't want to give too much away, but of course we have tangible memories of those experiences that you have on the Halcyon.
Yeah.
So we have him in a couple different forms. One is one of my favorites because I'm a fan of the Droid Factory line. So we have our Droid Factory figure, our wind-up with sounds, and of course our remote control.
Amanda, one thing that I love about the Galactic Star Cruiser experience is that it is incredibly glamorous. It is a side of Star Wars that we don't often see. But talk to us a little bit about how you guys picked up on those sides and how you incorporated that sort of inspiration into everything we see here.
Yeah, so we did see some glamorous Star Cruisers in content, in films, such as Solo. We had Drayden Voss's yacht.
Amazing.
We also saw Canto Bight. So we took a lot of inspiration from those places and put some details into our product. One of them comes straight from the film, if you will. It's a silhouette of a goblet that we saw on Drayden Voss's yacht. We have that metal detailing on there, and we also played a lot with the metal. So we have brass, silver, gold, and infuse that all into it. And one of my favorites is actually the Sabacc card set. Something as simple as cards, we really took it to the next level.
You glammed it up. You glammed it.
We gave it a glow up. So we have our metal dice that come with it, and then we also just those cards. They have like a metallic ink that really just brings it to life.
Yeah, that's amazing. So glamorous. And just for people watching at home right now, the way that fans can attain some of these amazing treasures is only through being a part of this experience, correct?
Yes. So once you have a reservation, 60 days before you embark, you are able to purchase some items online. So that way, you know, we have amazing role play items and apparel. So if you really want to immerse yourself in whichever level, exactly, any level that you want, we have items, even headdresses. So you can become a Twi'lek, you can become a Torgruda, whichever, whatever you want to do. One of my favorites is this tunic that's inspired by Bail Organa. It has metal detailing on it, so you're able to completely immerse yourself and get on the Halcyon ready to go.
Amanda, we have to talk about this shield right here. What is this? What's happening here?
So during your time aboard the Halcyon, you go through lightsaber training. So you will be able to really hone your skills in there. And also part of that training is this deflection training shield.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that's pretty cool. Ooh.
Of course, motion activated.
That is amazing. Oh my gosh. Amanda, thank you so much for showing all of this off. If you're here at Celebration, you can come to the booth and learn everything you could possibly learn. But if you're at home, all you have to do is go to StarWarsGalacticStarCruiser.com and you can learn everything you could possibly need to know about this amazing, amazing experience. Amanda, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Guys, we've got more Star Wars Celebration Live coming up right after this.
Welcome back to Star Wars Celebration Live. Believe it or not, kids love Star Wars. Yeah. Shocking, right? But you know what? It's been years since kids have had their own Star Wars TV show. Here to announce a brand new Star Wars series for the little ones in the audience are James Waugh, Elliot Bohr, Michael Olsen, and Lamont McGee. Welcome, guys.
Hey, man.
It's wonderful to see you. I heard that you have something very exciting to show us today.
We do.
Oh.
Something to talk about, at least. I mean, I think to your point about kids, right?
Yes.
And loving Star Wars, I think one of the biggest challenges for parents who are huge Star Wars fans like me, and like I'm sure all of you, is where do I start my little Star Wars child on their adventure?
Yeah.
How do you where does that go so you can start share your love of this galaxy with them? And it's something we've thought about for a long time. I indoctrinated my son at 2. He was watching Star Wars films. My wife was wondering if that was a little too early.
Do we use indoctrination as the internal term at
we
Lucasfilm?
do if we work at Lucasfilm because it's passion. And so, but I wanted it to be something that I could share with him. And so, we all felt that we really wanted to craft a show that could introduce a whole new generation to Star Wars and allow them to join it younger.
Great. So what are we about to see here? Oh, look at this.
Look at that. And so the show we've been working on.
Young Jedi Adventures.
Well, that's great to see. That's great to see. Young Jedi Adventures.
So tell me about Young Jedi Adventures.
So Young Jedi Adventures is our first animated show that takes place in the High Republic.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Are there High Republic fans here? Oh, nice. All right. For Light and Life. Yes, all right. Well, it's a time of aspirational adventure with the Jedi at their height. And we couldn't think of a better era to tell a whole new Star Wars show for young kids aspiring to take their kind of first steps and on their path to becoming a Jedi.
Yeah. So the High Republic is very new to all Star Wars fans. You know, it's only been around for a couple years. What do you think is interesting and fascinating about the High Republic that made you want to make an animated series, that made you want to make a children's series? Why is the High Republic the time to go to?
Again, like I said, I think it's an absolutely aspirational period, and it's a time where the Jedi are at their height. The show was created by Michael Olson and developed with Lamont and McGee. And I'd love to hear when we had these initial conversations, you were so excited about the potential of that era.
Oh yeah,
So-
I mean, look, this is this kind of show that the 5-6-year-old version of me would have loved. The kid that kind of took the wrapping paper cone and swirled it around in the living room like a lightsaber, much to my mom's chagrin. And this show set in the High Republic is about young Jedi who are going on adventures together. And it's during the time of the High Republic, and yeah.
It's a time where you can explore any situation because it hasn't really been explored before. So we can come up with a lot of great stories. It's just a time of where, the Jedi were at their height and it's before the Empire. And, it's a great time to explore for, a younger generation of Jedi.
I love that. And because we are at the height of the Jedi here, Lamont, what are some of the key Jedi values that you sort of wanted to put into this show and it's a children's show, so you want them to leave with some of these values themselves, right?
I am so glad you asked that question.
It's almost as though we prepared this question.
It's weird. Almost. But like you said, the show is for small children. You want to instill values like compassion and self-discipline, teamwork, friendship, patience, empathy, optimism. But the thing I really want people to take away from this show is that it's okay to make mistakes and learn from your mistakes, and that your friends will be there to pick you up and love you regardless.
I mean, that is such a huge theme in Star Wars, right? That is such a huge thing where it's like you just keep going. You and your friends are there, and you can depend on them. And so I love teaching that to kids at the earliest age possible. That is absolutely wonderful. Are we going to see, now that some people out here, are familiar with some of these characters in the High Republic, are we going to see any of those characters in this show? Maybe.
We might be seeing a character that you might have seen at some point within the Star Wars saga. Someone who is an incredible master Jedi and has taught countless younglings.
That's right.
And that is Jedi Master Yoda.
Wow.
Mike, would you like to?
But then, okay, this is wonderful because whose first, you're talking about young kids, whose first experience playing Star Wars wasn't, okay, we're all Jedis, and Yoda is going to teach us, and we're going to learn everything. That is the first scenario that I think we all play out.
Oh, yeah. Wish fulfillment.
Yeah,
Do
absolutely.
or do not.
Well, Michael, do you want to talk at all about Yoda and his role in the show?
But you have to do the voice.
Yes.
At the same time.
I'm not gonna.
You can only speak about Yoda in Yoda's voice. That's a rule we have here on the live stage.
Sorry.
No, so this show centers on a group of younglings who, their entire life, they've grown up in the temple on Coruscant. And Master Yoda realizes that it's time for them to get some real life experience out in the field, putting their Jedi lessons into practice. And so he sends them into different outpost temples in the Outer Rim. And together they go on adventures, saving the day and helping other people.
And learning life lessons along the way.
Exactly.
But I will say that this is a show that's going to be full of all the elements, I think, that make kids fall in love with what's so special about this franchise. I mean, all the values that Lamont said are dead on. Lucasfilm always puts such care and craft and just value on what these stories should mean to kids. But it also has all the fun stuff. Yeah. This is full of lightsabers, starships, planet hopping, all the things that really sort of make Star Wars a fun adventure at any age.
Yeah, and so let's talk about that. I mean, obviously, this is a show for children, but Star Wars is for everyone. There is no Star Wars thing out there that you don't want to watch with your entire family. So what kind of makes this similar to some of the other animated stuff that we've seen before?
Well, it was really important to us to have a cinematic feature quality to this show. I come from the world of Disney feature animation. I was an animator on Beauty and the Beast and Aladdin and Lion King, and I really want to bring...
Heard of them? Heard of those movies.
Yes. Movies you've never heard of. And it was really important to us to want to really bring a feature quality to this show. So we really studied the original movies. We really studied the series. We studied all of George Lucas's inspirations in Kurosawa, I know, for a children's show. Sounds strange, right?
No,
but
kids love Kurosawa.
They're big fans. So we really wanted it to feel authentic. So it's going to be this amazing CG animated series. At the same time, we wanted it to also feel unique, feel like it's its own thing. So we have this style for the show that feels different than any other Star Wars animated series that has been done. We were inspired by Little Golden Books, and we were inspired by 2D hand-drawn animation. What would that look like in CG? What would it look like for computer animated characters to also have dry brush textures and some hand-drawn, hand-painted textures? It was really important to us that this show stand out visually as well.
And also be deeply connected to process by which we make Star Wars animation at Lucasfilm. I mean, we do care so much about the slightest details, about that cinematic language you're talking about, and find a way to make it relatable and enjoyable for kids. But this show will feel Star Wars, and I've been so impressed with what I've seen at every step of the way.
I love that because, parents out there, I'm sure, know that sometimes, you're watching things that are targeted at the younger kids, and you watch it and you're like, they're putting $50 into this show for my kid, and it's my kid's favorite show, and it just feels like an afterthought sometimes with the quality of animation. And
it's so hard for parents to watch it. You want parents to be engaged so that when your kids have this on, they don't want to blow their brains out. You want parents to really be engaged with their kids. And so it was really important to us to make a show that was funny, that had heart, that had lots of action to it, that didn't feel like it was talking down to kids, and that visually looked like a really cool animated show on TV.
Yeah. And so, Elliot and Michael, you two, like you were saying, you come from a long history of working with Disney and Disney animation. How was sort of the transition over to working with Lucasfilm? How are the processes the same or different?
Well, this is a collaboration between Disney Junior and Lucasfilm, and it's been amazing to work with both teams. Disney Junior, their core audience is these 2 to 5-year-old kids, and they are always so helpful in helping us make sure that we are building this show for that audience, for those kids that this is going to be their first step into a larger world. And Lucasfilm, you guys are so lucky to have this team here shepherding all of what's going on here because they care so deeply about Star Wars. They are guardians of this property, but at the same time, they are willing to let us take some really big swings, even on a preschool show. And we are so excited to share that with you soon.
I love it. Yes. So even though it's for preschool, don't worry. There are amazing lightsaber battles. There are amazing flying through asteroids. We have a lot of classic stuff you guys are going to love. It feels very classically Star Wars.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Also, parents out there, if you're listening, you can watch this show and actually enjoy it. Yeah. Just so you know, there'll be little things thrown in there for you.
Oh, yes.
All throughout. You're like, wait, Did they just? Yes, we did.
We're all
Yes, we
fans
did.
too, just like you guys. So it was important to us to really have things in there for the fans.
I think the real hope here is that hopefully the show creates those magic moments where kids are going to their parents and telling them about Star Wars in a way that makes a Star Wars fan parent go smile and find those moments of joy where they know that their kid is falling in love with the same thing that they fell in love with.
I love that. That's wonderful. Is there anything before we go that you want people to know? Anything that, if there was one more thing that you wanted to tell them about the show,
You know, like
what
when
would
it
be?
comes out.
Yeah, like when it
Wanna
comes
know
out,
that?
let's get like some synopses for the first 6 episodes. Let's get
Well, now you're overreaching there, Cabroni.
Yeah, exactly.
The show will come out in spring 23, and it's going to be on both Disney Plus and Disney Junior. And I want to thank all of you. I just want to say, just personally, for someone who works on so much on Star Wars, to come here to Celebration and to see this love for everything we care so much about is just, it's been deeply gratifying. And I always say it recharges our batteries to go back and make more incredible stuff.
It also energizes us to go back to work.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I hope you all like it. I think you will. And I hope your kids enjoy it. And
yeah, we can't wait to show you more later.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Well, the show sounds adorable. I know families out there are going to love it. Thank you all so much for stopping by. We've got more Star Wars Celebration live in just a second. Stay with us.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm back on the show floor, and let me tell you something. If you've been to Star Wars Celebration, you no doubt have seen the man next to me. This is Tom Spina from Regal Robot. Tom, how are you? Welcome to Celebration.
Thank you, thank you. I'm doing okay. I'm a little fried. My voice is starting to go already. It's been a crazy show, but we're having a lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of excitement at Celebration. Now, this is what, number 2, 3, 5 for you?
It's like number 20, I think. I don't know. I've been doing them since 2001 or something, and panels and things, and the booths, the last few of them. It's just been great. And this year we've got so much more stuff than usual that the crowd's been crazy.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's jump right into all your offerings. I'm standing right here, and I know you've got some Celebration exclusives. Walk me through them, tell me what they are.
Absolutely. So right here we've got the Blue Harvest plaque, obviously the code name for Return of the Jedi. We love to dig deep here at Regal Robot. We always want to come up with the stuff that no one's doing. And in that same vein, we were working on our life-size Salacious Crumbs a while ago, and I just kept hearing monkey lizard, and all I could see is like 3 Salacious Crumbs doing like see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. And I was like, we have to do this. So that's our other exclusive. And then again, you know, the cantina guy that I am, I had to do Walrus Man's chopped off arms as a magnet set, just having a lot of fun with this. And that leads us right into all of our cool decor stuff here.
Absolutely. Yeah, you know, the decor stuff's really taken off for you. I see it everywhere. I went to a friend of mine's house 2 weeks ago, and he had some Tom Spina and Regal Robot wall decor on his wall. I'm like, I know that guy, and it was wonderful.
That's awesome. No, and we try and do stuff that's like stealth geek sometimes, you know? So it's like, you see it on your friend's wall, and you just give them the Boba Fett nod, like the... And it's like you're in the crowd if you know it. So this is just filled with like deep cuts and fun stuff. It's everything from creatures to little proppy stuff to chopped off limbs because, you know, Star Wars, to little Baby Yoda and IG-11 2-pack where you can put them together or not, and he's in his little backpack. And there's a restraining bolt in case your refrigerator ever wants to wander into the Jundland waste.
Tell me about this great wooden stuff you have here.
So these are our wood art plaques that we are doing. They're all printed, a lot of deep cuts. There's old Kenner stuff, there's crew patches, there's things off of Boba Fett's armor, there's the sign off the cantina that no one even knew what that said until my friends and I dug it up years ago.
And what does it say?
We just say Spaga. It's just symbols. You know, back then they were just making stuff that looked cool. And of course the Wampa warning sign, my favorite.
Talk to me about all these concept pieces in here.
So yeah, the maquettes to me are always really special. We've started what we're calling the archive collection. We're lucky, we're so lucky as a licensee and as artists to be able to go and look at the original props that inspired us at the archives. You know, I'm a restoration artist as well, and we've gotten to do work with them over the years, and to be able to go in there and see this stuff from our childhood, from the making of movies that, you know, blew my mind as a kid. And now to be able to scan that and to be able to give it to people so that they can have like this little piece of the archives in their home. And that's what we're doing. We're going through all of our favorite characters and pulling out the concept work, the stuff that designed what you saw on screen, and giving people really, really unique replicas that you're just not going to see anywhere else.
This is as close to the original as anyone can ever get.
Exactly. They're all made in the USA and hand painted by my team who have handled the real things. You know, these are people who work with original props every day of their lives, so they know how to bring that out of stuff. We scanned the original A New Hope gaffy stick. When Mandalorian was made, our company actually made the Tatokia part for the show. So we have those molds, and we said, well, let's give people a way to get the Mandalorian version of that and give them that lineage, give them that link back to what they saw on screen.
Talking about gaffy sticks and the Sand People and Tusken Raiders, we have this work of art. Tell me more about this guy.
Thank you. So this is another, you know, piece of my childhood right in front of me. This was scanned off of one of the original masks in the archives, and it's one-to-one the original sand person that you see in all the promo photos, all hand-weathered, real metal parts, resin pieces painted like leather so that we can maintain all of the folds and wrinkles, and it's every wrinkle is what you saw on screen. I'm just blown away that we get to do this and really excited. This comes out in the summer of this year. People will be able to pre-order these and bring them into their homes.
One more thing I want to show you. Tell me about this beauty.
So when they were doing the last episode of Mandalorian from season 2, they wanted to have Jabba's palace to reveal the Book of Boba tease. And when they were building Jabba's palace, they needed a tauntaun to go where in the alcove where Han Carbonite was, and a Jerba. We got to make those for the show. Again, childhood Tom is screaming right now. And so once we did that, we had those molds. We were able to create our tauntaun replica from Empire Strikes Back that uses all those same molds, made by the same people, same fur, same everything. We offer them both without snow, and then with the snow and the rains and the broken horn. I mean, we want it to just look like it leapt off the screen and landed in your living room and is, you know, lukewarm on the inside.
Well, you know what, guys? I'm going to wrap it up right here, talk a little bit more to Tom. You guys keep watching. Get on down to the Regal Robot booth if you are here, and I know you are. Pick up some cool stuff. Talk to Tom. Look at a great tauntaun. This also makes a great photo app.
Yeah,
yes?
absolutely.
And we will have more coverage of Star Wars Celebration Live coming up.
Our next guests started out their careers at ILM. Now one of them is a special effects legend, and the other is the executive vice president and general manager of Lucasfilm. Here to talk about what it was like at ILM back in the day and oh so much more is Lynwyn Brennan and Rose Degnan. For joining me. I'm so excited to have you. And Rose, your first celebration. She's an ILM, like OG ILMer, and this is her first time here.
I'm totally amazed.
So.
I love the costumes.
So you guys, I have to ask, how has ILM and Lucasfilm evolved since, you know, your first days in the company?
In some ways, it's evolved a huge amount, and in some ways, it hasn't changed at all, I would say. I think that the way that it's evolved, most noticeably, is now we're a huge company in 5 countries around the world. We're over 3,000 people, and
we were 75 on Star Wars.
That's wild.
And of course, like, our technologies continue to evolve, but the spirit and the DNA of ILM is exactly the same as it always was. Like, when you think about that rebel soul that has this audacity to think anything that can be done, anything you can think of can be done. and it still exists, and that camaraderie still exists. So there's so much that's the same.
I mean, I was lucky enough to work at Lucasfilm for years, and just the fact that you can, walk down the hallway and still see, these legends in the hallway, and everyone's working together and collaborating and pushing these stories forward is just like, it's mind-blowing that still exists. So Rose, what was ILM like back in the 70s?
We were the Rebel Alliance. We seriously were, because George arrived and he was annoyed because the group had not done anything and we'd spent half the money. So he was extremely annoyed and nervous because he really, really cared about this movie. And we just had 365 shots to get done, and we had 6 months to do it, and we bloody well did it because we were fearless.
And how did you get started in the film industry?
How did I get my start? Well, in those days, there was no internet that I knew of, so I went to Los Angeles and I called every production company in the Yellow Pages, and I got 4 interviews, and I ended up working in commercials, and I was so ambitious that I ended up hiring my friends to be the secretary so that I could be on the set. And finally they said, why don't you just be on the set and be our coordinator? So I worked my way up, and I worked with someone that called me on Star Wars, and that's when my life turned around, and I have this whole family of friends from the Star Wars world. I'm still friends with all those people.
That's super cool. And she downplays her hiring. She hired John Knoll.
I did. I hired John Knoll. I can tell talent
Good
when
job,
I see
Rose.
it.
Good job.
Thank you for that. And you also started the commercial division at ILM, and that was an interesting chapter. That
I was pregnant with my second child, and so I shifted from production to marketing, because you can't do production and have a baby, although that's another subject. I believe in job sharing, Linwin. You should pursue you do that. Excellent. Job sharing. If it's a 16-hour-a-day job, that's 2 people. Let's hire them. So anyway, I was taking calls from all these commercial companies, and I saved them. In those days, we had little notes, like copies of phone. So I saved them we were laying people off, and I threw them down, like 300 of them, and I said, why don't we have a commercial division? I mean, I keep saying no to these people. So we hired Jim Morris, who now runs Pixar. That was another hire.
Good hire.
I did. No, I have an eye for talent, and I'm still looking for good talent, so.
I'm always asked, how do I get my job? How do I get a job at Lucasfilm? How do I get a job at ILM? Hit up Rose, guys. She's the
No, seriously.
So what are you guys both most proud of during your time at ILM? I mean, you've accomplished so much in your careers. What are you most proud of over your time at ILM?
Gosh, there's so much, but I think mainly keeping that spirit going, and being a place where it is safe to experiment, safe to take risks, and have that spirit of collaboration and camaraderie. That's what I'm most proud of. It truly is a family. I'm so in love with this company, and I fell in love the minute I walked through the door, and I still love it now. I think that's what I'm most proud of. And yes, there's all the accomplishments and the technologies, all of that I'm proud of too, but mostly I'm proud of the people and the community.
How about you, Liz?
She's too modest. She's too modest. She has been at the helm of Lucasfilm and ILM since the transition from a mom and pop shop to a major studio, owned property. And how do you walk that fence? They would have fired me by now for sure.
I didn't do it alone. That's for sure.
But may I answer that question
Absolutely,
too? What
please do.
I'm most proud of at ILM is my contribution to the daycare center.
Yay!
Because
that's super cool.
When your children are happy at a daycare center that is funded by your company, you're not going to leave for more money. You're going to stay because your kids are happy. And it's a real family place because George Lucas set the tone that family is the most important thing in the entire world and that children are the most important thing.
And not only is it, a benefit that's available to the employees, but it's on site, it's on the campus. It was a really cool thing to see that, families could bring their children and it could see them throughout the day. I mean, it's just...
And I definitely got to benefit from your pioneering spirit in many ways, including that way, Rose, and that my son went to the on-site daycare, and it was just so wonderful that we could be in each other's lives all day, every day, and, so many other employees with their kids there, all having lunch together. It's added to that family spirit. And Star Wars is about family, so it makes sense.
Yes. It's about fun. We had so much fun, and that was partly because of our youthfulness and the fact that we didn't have children. And so these were just the people we wanted to hang out with, work with, party with. And I think in addition to the daycare, I was so proud of the fact that people loved to come to work. It was a very special place. It was very much full of camaraderie, as Lin-Wen calls it, and just full of spirit and fearlessness. So fearless.
And still just, paving the way and moving, everything forward in the industry. With all the exciting things that are coming out of Lucasfilm right now, what are you most personally looking forward to seeing most?
Well, I think anybody who got to see Obi-Wan Kenobi yesterday. I cannot wait for you guys to see the rest of the series. It is just incredible. Deb did just such an amazing job, and how great is it to see Obi-Wan and Darth Vader back together again?
Yeah. And we've got Indy and Willow and all these amazing titles.
That's what's really special, I think, about this time at Lucasfilm, that we focused on Star Wars for the past maybe 10 years. But now we're getting to really take our other franchises further as well. And Willow is going to be such a fun series. And then who doesn't want to see the Man in the Hat back?
Oh, yes. Yes, please.
What is so amazing to me is that George had this vision way back when. He was very frustrated and only satisfied by 25% of Star Wars, which, kind of hurt our feelings because we did the best we could. But he had a vision for digital. He wanted to make it simpler. He wanted to take the old clumsy way of making movies and, turn it on its head. And he did that with now stagecraft and virtual production. It's phenomenal. now editing is digital, shooting is digital, projection is digital. So, I come from old school where, I like real people pushing lights and real sculpting and all of that. But as Lin-Wen will attest, they're doing that again on my favorite show, The Mandalorian.
It's true, and with the stagecraft volume, one of the wonderful things about stagecraft is that actually it's new technology, but traditional techniques. So the fact that our sets are digital, but they are really there for our cast to react to, and so it feels really, really real. We have to make everything up front, like you would if you were physically building it. So. One of the funny things is, because of course George, when he first came on to set for the volume, his reaction was, "Well, this is what I've been telling you to build for years."
Of course.
And he's not wrong.
It's so cool, and I'm not a particularly techie person, but seeing the technology develop and all the doors that it's opening for the stories, it's just amazing to be looking forward to all of the incredible advances and stories that we have coming. So thank you guys both for all of the work that you've done to get us to this point. Thank you so much for making Lucasfilm an amazing place to work. I was so honored to be there, during my time. And you guys, stick around. There's going to be more from Star Wars Celebration Live in just a minute.
Thanks all.
What is your next move, Jedi?
Welcome to the first meeting of the Lucasfilm's Kristen's Club. I'm Kristen. I'm Kristen. And we're at the Star Wars Kids stage. Kristen, what can you tell us about what's happening this weekend at Star Wars Celebration at the Star Wars Kids live stage?
We have so much going on. We have lightsaber training, we have drawing classes, we have the Mandalorian mercs teaching you how to make cardboard armor, we have coloring sheets, puzzle sheets, we have places to sit and charge your phone, which is great for everyone. Basically non-stop fun for kids, their parents, people who like to sit down and charge phones. We
That's
got it
me.
all.
I like to sit down and charge my phone.
Yeah, please come on by to the Star Wars Kids stage. We'd love to see you.
And what more can you tell us about what's happening behind us right now, which is
the Saber Guild doing lightsaber training. So Saber Guild is a group that has lightsaber training temples. And throughout the weekend, we have 8 of those temples teaching kids lightsaber skills. They also have their own stage where you can see them perform. They do choreographed lightsaber routines. And throughout the weekend, they'll be teaching our youngest Padawans how to harness the Force for good and hopefully not evil.
What if you get some Sith?
We'll have to take that on a case-by-case basis.
Fair enough, fair enough. I hear the Emperor's here. He'll probably take care of that.
I'm a little scared, but you know, so we're Star Wars for good.
Yes, Force for good. Star Wars Kids stage, Force for good.
A force for good.
Awesome. All right, thank you so much, Kristen, and stay tuned for even more from the Star Wars Celebration live stream.
Our next guests started out their careers animating monsters, helped design characters like Boba Fett, and brought the Pillsbury Doughboy to life. And between them, they have more Oscars, Emmys, BAFTAs, and Saturn Awards than I do fingers and toes. Please welcome legendary special effects artists and directors Phil Tippett, Joe Johnston, and Dennis Mirren!
Thanks.
So fantastic to meet you. This is probably the best way a person could ever meet the three of you here at Star Wars Celebration. So I'm honored. Thank you so much for being here. Let's just get right into it. I mean, yes. Let's get it out of the way, folks. You designed my childhood. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. All right, first question for you. Anybody can jump in and take it. This is very exciting for me. What was it like before ILM working at Kerner Optical in those days, back before it was even ILM?
That's, you got it all wrong.
Oh.
You got it backwards.
Backwards. What was the correct order?
Well, it was ILM first.
It was ILM, that's right. Before it was, no, you're right. It was ILM first, and it was just a small group of people.
Yeah, and then it became Kerner.
And then
it was called Kerner, but it was ILM. But we didn't want anyone to know where we were, so we called it Kerner. Because it was on Kerner Boulevard.
Nobody,
how creative was that?
Nobody cared about what ILM was because there was no Star Wars. We didn't know what it was going to be. Nobody did.
Oh my gosh, what was it like in those early days working on the stuff you guys were working on?
We didn't know what we were working on. No, seriously, we didn't really know what we were doing.
Yeah.
Which is why I think one of the reasons we were successful at it. We there were no stakes.
No stakes, no pressure. No, you guys were just able to do what you wanted to do.
There was great pressure for the deadline. And doing stuff that hadn't been done before. George wanted a camera to pan around and you'd see a lot fly with spaceships. That just had not been done successfully with any energy.
Wow.
And he wanted energy into the shots, and John Dykstra came up with the idea with Al Miller to build some equipment, the Dystraflex, that could do it. We had to learn how to program the Dystraflex camera. So it was hair-raising, but just great experience for all of us.
So Pablo Picasso was asked in an interview what he was looking for in his paintings. And he said, I do not seek, I find. And that was pretty much what we did, you know? It was like, we just found it bit by bit, you know, with George's direction.
Did not seek it, but found it. That's awesome. What was it about that era, and then when it turned into ILM, and then the Star Wars started to come out, what was it about that time that it made it such a magnet for talent in the 80s? I mean, everybody wanted to work there.
I think a lot of the talent was, well, it's hard to say. There was a lot of talent. Most of the talent, the older talent, was already working in studios and on high-end. They were all 20, 30 years older than we were.
Right.
I don't know what it was that brought us together. I think we, just to work on the job meant we were all kind of like curious and wanted something to do. I personally wanted to meet George because I love graffiti and love effects too. And we were open to hiring. You know, Joe could probably talk more to this, but we would hire anybody that seemed like they wanted to do it. Sometimes anybody off the street we would hire if we needed them.
That's awesome. Joe, you began as an artist and an FX technician coming up with designs for Star Wars. And you've mentioned this. You said that, I think, that you've talked about how designing something that didn't have to work was kind of freeing because it didn't actually have to, it was in this sort of fantastical setting. But what was it like helping design the aesthetic of this galaxy?
Well, you know, as I think I mentioned before, George was really vague about the things he wanted because he wasn't actually sure exactly what he wanted.
He wanted options.
He wanted a lot of choices.
Yeah.
But he was also very generous with allowing people to be creative. And I think that's you know, wasn't just the art department. It was throughout the entire ILM facility. He wanted people to be creative and to share ideas and to help each other and him.
Yeah.
There was no micromanagement.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Well, and it's like, I think we all learned a lot from George in that, you know, a leader, you know, they don't, you know, shit, you know, downstream or upstream or whichever way you don't shit. And somebody better tell me that. You know.
No, you got it. You got it.
And he was really good at, you know, if he was the conductor of a symphony orchestra, we each played a different instrument that was, you know, essential to the performance of the piece. And he would just make sure, since he was producer director, you know, that all of us got whatever we wanted, you know, and so we could do the best we possibly could for the performance.
It's awesome. Well, all of you veteran artists, I would love to know, kind of looking at the big picture, the history of visual effects as a whole, from your work, your early work on Star Wars to now, what are some of the leaps in technology that you guys wish that you had back then?
Well, none. Okay. You know, I mean, it's the technology is given you on a plate. You know, you don't, you know, we're not technologists. You know, we're handed, as Dennis puts it, you know, the violin by Stradivarius, and it's like, I don't know. And then you just figure out how to make it work.
Excellent point.
Let me just add one thing. If we'd been given the Stradivarius and already knew how to play it, I don't know if we'd be writing anything original. Because people would have already heard it and said, play something just like this, a variation.
Yeah.
But it was all original because we didn't even know what images we could make. George had an idea in his mind, but with this tool, the Dystraflex, we could make images that nobody had seen before. We had to figure out what those images are.
Well, no matter what happens in the evolution of technology, what is the philosophy behind FX work that never changes no matter what?
Yeah, the philosophy. Tell them the philosophy.
Well, I think you might get three different answers here, but for me, it's that visual effects they're really nothing but a tool to tell a story. And you don't want people to come out of the theater saying, wow, what great visual effects. What was the movie about? So I think that you have to use them. I would like to see them used sparingly and only to an end result of telling the best possible story you can tell.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I think the thing, that special effects that I Dennis and I were certainly attracted to, growing up, as kid watching movies was the spectacle level that was allowed by visual effects, or we just call it special effects back then.
Yeah.
And that was what we were attracted to.
Absolutely. Let me just take you back, I don't know how long, 50 or 60 years, growing up in LA, people that liked visual effects, young ones, there were about 10 of us. And seriously, and we all kind of found each other through Forey Ackerman and Famous Monsters, and that was it. Now look at each other. Look at all you guys who are sharing the same thing and can share it.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Anybody can take this. I would love to just pick your brain about something like this. How do you approach a shot that seems impossible on paper? How do you approach something like that?
Well, I try to make them look impossible on paper. That's my job. I leave the rest up to these guys.
Yeah, and then I'd leave it up to Dennis to figure out how to do it. I would just animate.
It's just really hard. But I found out the Empire, I'll say it, the Empire Strikes Back shot where you're flying over the ice field and you tilt down and you see I think it's Luke's on the Tauntaun, one of them's on the Tauntaun, and you're looking right down on top of him. That background was shot in Norway, and George said, can you put a Tauntaun running on the ground? You move in, look down, and there he is. And I said, no, it's impossible. It's impossible. And he said, well, just think about it. And I said, oh, God, what can I do? Our tool set is too small. You can't do it. But within 15 minutes, I'd figured it out, how to do it. With a crazy combination of the tools and doing this and that and isolating it that's in the film, and it really turned out, I learned you can solve almost anything if you know the tools well enough and you don't give up thinking. If I'd stopped a fraction of a second sooner, I wouldn't have thought of it, and it would have not been in the film.
So know the tools and take about 15 minutes is your advice. Just know.
Don't keep, there's always a way to do something.
Absolutely, absolutely. Gentlemen, I could keep talking to you for a very, very long time, but I just want to say also just as a fan, I'm such a fan of everything that you guys have done. Thank you so, so much. On behalf of all the fans, thank you for your work. You guys are the reason we're here. It's so awesome to be able to be here at Star Wars Celebration. I would love to, as we wrap up, ask you guys, I'm sure that you have been asked 1,000 times, but for anybody watching at home and anybody out here who is young and interested in visual effects, special effects, what's your advice? What will you tell them?
Good luck.
Well, is the question broad enough to include filmmaking in general?
Absolutely.
I would say get out and experience life, because there are a lot of directors currently working whose worldview comes off a screen.
Yeah.
And that's somebody else's vision. Go out and experience life. Get in a fist fight. Defend a woman. Almost drown.
That's actually a really good point. If you look back to some of the seminal American movies from the 30s and 40s, and 50s, so many of those guys were newspaper reporters or cowboys, and exactly that. They didn't know what to think about movies. They just were included into it and brought that gravitas of life experience to it.
So love movies, but also just love life and live life and get that experience. Guys, once again, huge round of applause for these gentlemen right here. We have got more from the floor here in Anaheim at Star Wars Celebration Live. Once again, Phil Tippett, Joe Johnson, Dennis Muir, and let them hear it. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
Yes, it's Jordan, and I am back on the show floor. We are here at the Funko booth. And for those of you who don't know, Funko is an absolute staple at every Star Wars celebration, and absolutely the destination that you need to get to this weekend. I am here with Ashley. How are you doing today?
Doing very well. Thanks for coming.
Oh, I would not miss Funko. Now, I got to tell you, I'm walking around and I see everyone carrying these exclusive figures that you're doing just for the show, and people are clamoring for every single one of them. What have you got in store for us for the show?
Well, these are the exclusives that we have right now. We actually had the Lando in the Millennium Falcon. We sold out of it already, which was a very large box. So those who bought that already have fun carrying that around. But yeah, it's pretty amazing. So these are the exclusives that we have right now.
Okay, now I see these are actually in a little bit of different packaging. Normally Funko is white boxes. These are special black boxes. Are these limited edition that you did only for the show?
Yeah, so these are exclusive for the show. We do have shared retail partners as well. You can head to our blog and find out if you're unable to come to the show, you can buy them through Box Lunch and a few other of our retailers.
And of course, StarWars.com, I see as well.
Yes.
Okay, and you've got the great Star Wars Celebration packaging. Fantastic. How are these selling at the show?
They're doing well. I mean, you can see our audience here. Our line is quite full, so people are wanting them.
Now, I see something else you have right behind you. Is this a can of Funko soda?
It is.
Like, can I drink this? I'm really thirsty right now.
You cannot. So this is a newer form factor for us, which is great because every can that we come out with has a chase. So do you want me to uncan this and see if you get
Yeah, I want you to. Is it like a thing of snakes that comes out? No, but definitely uncan it.
So I've heard that you can either get right into the figure and see if you got the chase or not, or we have a collectible pog that's at the bottom of here. So I didn't get the chase. It would say on the back of that if you got the chase or not.
Okay.
So the chase is a different version of the figure.
But I did get a Boba Fett.
There it is.
That's fantastic. Now tell me a little bit more about soda. It's just basically that's your brand that's in sort of replica soda cans,
Yes,
right?
Yep. Yeah, so it's a newer form factor for us, which I absolutely love. It's my new favorite form factor. I love that you can get a chase in it and whatnot. And it's always a blind box, so you can't see. So that, makes it highly collectible.
And that's what people like. They like the blind boxes because it's something new, something special every time. Sort of like a game of chance, right? Okay. So speaking of a game of chance, I cannot, not acknowledge this incredible board right behind you.
Yes.
Tell me more about Flinko.
So this is our Force Funko Flinko board. So we're doing an interactive way to our booth right now where fans can come in and they have a chance to win prizes and whatnot. So fan can come in and see what number they land on and they win a prize.
All right, can we try it?
Yeah.
All right, fantastic. So here we go. Let's try it out.
Here.
Oh, it's going. It's going. It's a new car!
A new car, where did it land? 5 or 4? I can't see.
I think it's 5.
5, so right there, then I would get a Star Wars item.
I'd get a Star Wars item.
Yes, which, perfect, right?
How apropos at Star Wars Celebration. Okay, well, thank you so much, Ashley. Enjoy the rest of Star Wars Celebration.
I will.
Once again, if you're on the show floor this weekend, check out the Funko booth. We'll have more of our coverage of Star Wars Celebration live coming up after this.
Believe it or not, it's been close to 20 years since Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lords was released. Yeah, and thanks to our friends at Aspire, it's coming to Nintendo Switch this June. It is back. Check out this trailer.
These Sith, they seek the death of all Jedi. We cannot hope to triumph against them alone. In the end, I fear it may not be enough.
You know not what path you walk, Jedi.
She is no Jedi. You felt it. She has lost herself.
In you, we saw a wound in the Force.
In you, we saw the end of the Force.
And now, they shall see what you have become.
Yes! Republic to the Sith Lords, coming to Nintendo Switch June 8th. Stick around for more Star Wars Celebration Live right after this.
Hey guys, Hector here at the Bay Island booth at Star Wars Celebration on the con floor, and I'm here with Nicole. Nicole, I'm so happy to be talking to you because you are showing off some really, really cool stuff I had no idea even existed. This is clothing for pets, dogs and cats, as well as humans to be able to have matching outfits. That's what we're talking about today.
Correct, Hector. So we have some really fun dog tees for all different, your biggest Star Wars fans. And then, of course, we have the human tee, pet tee, so that you can be matching and match your pet and have a lot of fun walking around.
I love this. I mean, every Star Wars fan has always an impressive collection of Star Wars tees and clothing and merch and everything, but like, this is next level. I love this design too, by the way. This is fantastic.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We designed this specially for the event, and we have the special Star Wars Celebration logo, and that is also on the dog tee for your friends. You can also, if you have a cat friend, use this for your cats.
Oh my goodness, Nicole, I'm a cat owner.
There you go,
my
Hector.
cat almost looks kind of like this a little bit bigger, but this is adorable.
Well, we can get you a really cute cat tee. We have them in we can buy it in all of our styles.
Wow.
So all of our styles have, definitely have a pet tee.
Yeah.
And then we have 4 different ones that have a pet and human companion.
Oh my gosh.
So we have, a My Galaxy, My Rules. And of course, the troublemaker, because whose pet isn't a troublemaker? Mine are.
I mean, whose galaxy is it really? It's the pet's galaxy.
It's the pet's galaxy. I always say that I'm definitely not the pack leader.
Right.
I would definitely be the stormtrooper in my pet's family.
That's fine. That's fine.
My dog Ollie is the Vader.
Yeah, and then what other designs we got? We got the greatest in the galaxy.
Greatest in the galaxy. We have My Galaxy, My Rules. We have Chewbacca tee.
Oh, I love
and
it.
then we also have a Mando with child.
Oh, Mando with child.
Yes.
Little Grogu,
And
little
then
cutie.
we've got, of course, the companion.
Oh, that's so great.
So we have a lot of fun stuff there.
And Nicole, you guys also have these great products for pets. Tell us a little bit about those.
We do. We also sell toys as well.
Yeah.
So we have squeaker toys. We have little Grogu.
Oh,
We have a great ring.
that's amazing.
And then a pack of 3. So we have
Wonderful.
all of that, which is a lot of fun.
Nicole, what if I wanted my pet to be really comfortable?
So comfortable we have got. We
What?
have got the cutest Grogu fuzzy outfit ever.
Oh, can I see it? Let me see it.
So this is our Grogu ensemble. It's super soft.
Wow.
Very, very fuzzy.
Oh my gosh.
And it comes like this, and it's got Velcro closure.
Oh,
so it's
wow.
really easy to fit your animal.
Wow, really comfortable,
So,
yeah.
Very comfortable. We have sizes small through extra large. Super cute and comfy. Also great for Halloween.
That's true. That's a
Can't
good
beat
point.
that,
Okay,
yes.
Nicole, I think you guys have got everything except at the end of the day, my animals, they've gone through a whole day of being Star Wars fans. They're tuckered out. What are they going to do?
Hector, we've got the perfect thing.
What? Oh,
We've got the beds.
oh, that's so nice.
So we have a really soft, really fluffy Grogu bed. Very fun, very comfy for the dogs.
Oh
So
my
we
God.
have 2 sizes. We have a large and a smaller one. So for your larger dog, your pet, your smaller dog.
That's amazing. And fans at Celebration can come and get all of this right now
All
at the
of
Bay
this
Island booth.
Right now, and we'll be here through Sunday. So we're here. Come anytime. We can't wait to see you. And we love seeing pictures of your pets. So pull out your iPhones and show us some pictures. We love seeing it.
Nicole, thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank
this stuff
you,
was great.
Hector.
Thanks for coming on that little journey with me. I really, really appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much for coming back here and helping us show our stuff.
You got it, guys. This is the Bay Island booth at Star Wars Celebration 2022. Come down and get some stuff for you and your pets. And there is much more Star Wars Celebration Live happening right after this. Don't go anywhere. Look at how fuzzy.
I know. So
Oh my goodness. The Force is oh, it's so good.
Star Wars is filled with fantastical worlds, creatures, and vehicles, and our next guest is responsible for dreaming up the designs for a fair share of them. Please put your hands together for the VP and Executive Creative Director for Star Wars, Doug Chang! It is always so wonderful to see you. And it is especially wonderful to see you this year because, as Kathy was telling us just a few days ago, we are doing more Star Wars than we've ever done. 68 hours of television over the last couple years. That's a lot.
Yeah, no, it's way more Star Wars than I could have ever imagined from, 20 years ago when I was working with George Lucas. But literally, the past 2 years, we've created enough content for over 7 feature films.
Wow, it's amazing. It's amazing. And I feel like the game has changed so much because in the beginning you were designing these things to work in the films, right? But now so many of these things are functional and they're out there when it comes to things like parks and like toys. And how has that sort of changed the way you think about designing things?
No, it's a really good question because when we design for films, we really don't think about the medium or how it's going to be executed because our goal is really to achieve the best design for the story. And what's really great about working on Galaxy's Edge, the theme park, is that the design approach was exactly the same. We approached it like we were designing a film because we wanted to make it very authentic. And then the big difference was actually the execution. Because, as you know, on our movie sets, everything is sheeted. Instead of metal, they're painted plywood. And instead of concrete, they're just painted foam.
Right.
But on Galaxy's Edge, everything had to be real. It had to be real concrete, real steel. So that was a huge eye-opener for me where once we actually designed everything, it was really then to figure out, okay, how do we manufacture this so it can be safe for guests?
Yeah, and I feel like it is just another level of it is, I've spoken to so many people who have worked on the movies and they were like, I've never seen a full Millennium Falcon actually I've never been inside an actual Star Wars building until the parks. What was that like for you personally the first time you kind of walked into these structures and they were real?
No, the Falcon was an amazing treat for me because I'm such a huge fan. That's one of my favorite designs from Joe Johnston. Mm-hmm. And the fact that we were actually going to build it not as a movie set, but as a real vehicle was just amazing because we had the challenge of actually trying to figure out to make sure that it all worked. Mm-hmm. And we were really thorough in terms of studying all the various versions. Because if you look at our films, there's probably like 3 or 4 different versions of the Falcon. And for the theme park, we wanted to consolidate all that so we came up with one hero one. Because if you look at it, in the films, the miniatures are all different sizes, and it's different than even the digital ones, and it's different than the full-size one. Yeah. And so our goal was to take all of that, hone it into one hero design that becomes the Bible. And the great thing is that all those little Easter eggs that the set builders put in on the original, it's in this one. And so if you look underneath the cockpit, you'll see a tiny little Millennium Falcon right underneath. And that was put there years ago by the UK crew.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I loved walking through the Falcon for the first time. Have any of you all gone to Galaxy's Edge yet and seen the Falcon? It was an absolutely mind-blowing experience because you go into the little corner where the kiss happens and the lights are lighting up XOXO and you see all the different little Easter eggs that were put in, and also it's just a working space. I never thought I'd be able to sit in it. It's wonderful. When you are, above and beyond the parks, when you're just designing for Star Wars itself, what are some of these core principles? What makes a design uniquely Star Wars, especially now that we're doing things in multiple eras of Star Wars?
Yeah. Well, I had a really good fortune to go through the George Lucas School of Film and Design. I mean, 7 years worth of that, and it was really intense. Because when he hired me in '95, I thought I knew a little bit about design, and I realized within the first couple of weeks, it was like, no, George knows way more. And not even just design, but the universe. And what I took away from that is, he had a really unique perspective about what is an effective Star Wars design. And I remember one of the first things that he said was that he didn't want any of it to be recognizable. He wanted to feel very ordinary. And that's because he was approaching it like a documentary filmmaker, where the world just exists. And so our homework really was to design a world that's so immersive that then George can go in there and shoot his film the way he wants to. So we were never really conscious of, like, we're designing a room to be a room for a certain thing. We were just trying to world build in a very thorough way. And I think what makes Star Wars design very unique is that 80% of it is grounded in reality. It's grounded in our real world, and that makes it authentic. And it's that extra 20% that makes it special to be Star Wars.
It's amazing. You know, we're hitting the, We're here this year celebrating the 20th anniversary, of course, of Attack of the Clones. Is there Is there a design? There's so much going on in that movie. We go to so many places. We see so many things, so many kinds of technology and so many creatures that we had not seen before. Is there a design in Attack of the Clones that holds a special place in your heart?
Oh boy, that's a hard question.
Yeah?
I would have to say, it's actually Jango Fett. I'm a huge fan of Boba Fett, and I remember when George wanted to actually develop that, he gave a whole backstory of the evolution of, the clone troopers and how they came from Jango Fett. And I thought it was brilliant because I remember when I first got up to the ranch, I of course looked at all of Ralph McQuarrie's drawings and Joe Johnston's drawings. So I went to the archives, dug them all out, and there are some beautiful drawings from Ralph McQuarrie of this white Boba Fett. And I've always really liked that. And so that became the foundation for the clone troopers. And it was even better because George said, let's use that as the inspiration, and that becomes the foundation to become the stormtroopers that we see in the original trilogy.
It's amazing, the design continuity in that. It's so fun looking at the prequels and watching how things evolve up through the most recent trilogy, and now, of course, into the Disney Plus stuff and The Mandalorian, and seeing how, because like you're saying, it's the middle of a real world, right? And so I love the way you think about, well, this is how it was used 30 years ago, but if I was somebody who found that like in a junkyard, or if I was somebody who was trying to like rebuild a car from a pod racer that was, decommissioned 20 years ago, what would that look like? And that must be a fun thing to do, to find these things to reuse.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I mean, I can think what you just said is, in a nutshell, what Star Wars is. It's a used universe. It's all found objects. And I think that's the one thing that's really kind of critical in terms of designing for Star Wars, is that it has to feel very ordinary. We can't overly think it and overly design it, because that's not what George wanted. And so a lot of it is really kind of like looking at a real world, finding things that we can adapt and twist it and bring it into the Star Wars world.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Do you, is there a design that you have ever nailed on your first try?
No. No, never. No, it's funny because, George is a really tough customer. I mean, he's very selective. He knows the design when he sees it. And it's really hard. And sometimes, my hit rate of success is probably like maybe 90%, whereas like Ralph McQuarrie was easily like 98, 99%. And so I was always trying to achieve that sort of success rate with George. And it's hard because he always surprised us. I mean, I remember when we were working at the ranch, he would give us a real short brief about what he wanted. And almost always he would evolve the design even further. So it was really hard to anticipate where he was going with it. And that's what I love about working with him, is because he fed off of the sketches that we provided him and then elevated it to another level. And that kind of back and forth is terrific. And that's the exact same thing that's happening now with The Mandalorian, with Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni.
Yeah, every design in The Mandalorian, I'm consistently amazed every time we go somewhere new in that series. And I'm just overjoyed because I'm like, oh, there's a creature I've never seen before. There's a type of planet I've never seen before. When we went to the episode where we went to the docks and all of the calamari are there and they're dock workers, I was just like, this is a beautiful place that we have never seen before. And I loved it because I immediately understood what it was. We had never seen like a fishing dock universe like that. And I love it, man. I love it.
Thank you.
Above and beyond, sort of the things that parks are doing. I mean, one of the things that's so amazing are the things that the fans do in terms of like cosplay, in terms of building droids, in terms of like making we've got everybody back here from the 501st to the droid builders to the, to Rebel Legion, the mercs, and I feel like, talking about that process of elevation and feedback, is it fun to watch the fans kind of take these things and run with them? And what have you sort of like learned by watching the fans turn these things into real objects?
Oh, no, it's absolutely thrilling because, when we design these things, we're doing our best given the time and the schedule, and sometimes we're severely restricted with that. And what's really great about an event like this is sometimes the fans will take a design and literally improve on it, make it better. Like the droids, for instance. The droid makers, their R2-D2 was fantastic, and it was actually a lot better than what we built because, we were restricted. And I see that happening all the time, and it's just so amazing that the passion that I see from this group here, that they will go and do the homework and actually make it even better than what we could do is just like fantastic.
It's amazing. It's absolutely inspiring. And one of the things that you get to do all the time is kind of take Star Wars language and Star Wars design and put it into other things, outside of Star Wars. And you recently collaborated with VW to design a couple of Star Wars-inspired Buzz IDs. Can you tell us a little bit about these and how you came up with them? These are wild. Look at this thing.
No, it's one of those really fun projects where, as a designer, I love sort of world building, and I love the idea that we can actually find the opportunity to work with other designers, other companies. And car companies, for sure, is one of those special cases where, we do have the same passion for design. We pay attention to the same details. So this project actually came out of a really short timeline. It was literally 6 weeks to design this. And the brief was really, well, how can we actually bring some of the Star Wars themes into a car brand? And of course, the themes of light and dark, good and evil, don't necessarily translate to a car. But we wanted to make that connection. So we thought, okay, let's have a light and dark side of the car. And it was a really terrific collaboration working with the VW designers because, they brought to the table a whole different sensibility that I could appreciate because we could geek out on the tiniest details that maybe fans won't really care. And for me, as a film designer, I always look at the big picture. I look at the overall package. And then we come back and look at the details. The guys in Germany were fantastic in that they were so focused on the details. And if you look at the cars that are out there on display right now, pay attention to all the little details. We labored all over all of those things, so hopefully you'll appreciate it because myself as a designer, I really enjoy that.
I love it. They look amazing. It's fascinating to look at a VW vehicle and be like, yeah, I could see this driving around on Coruscant. That totally works. So that's amazing. Doug, I would geek out here with you for about 5 hours if I could, but I know that you are a very busy man, so we're gonna let you go. For about 35 years now, the happiest place on Earth has shared space with a galaxy far, far away. Now the Imagineers behind Star Wars Galaxy's Edge and Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser are about to pull back the curtain and reveal what's next for Star Wars in the Disney parks. The Disney Parks panel, from a galaxy far, far away to a Disney park near you, begins now. Thank you, Doug Chang.
Thank you.
We got it. We'll figure it out.
We are so excited to be here with you today to talk about. Yep.
We can hear you.
We did it. Yes. Wait. Oh, so many mics. Oh, we got it.
Got it.
Yes, technology at work. Hi. Everybody, thank you so much for being here to celebrate the wonderful mix that is Disney parks and Star Wars. We could not be more excited. And we have this incredible lineup here. So let me, from coming towards me, introduce everyone from Walt Disney Imagineering. We have Asa Kalama. From Lucasfilm, we have Matt Martin. Also from Walt Disney Imagineering, we have Ann Morrow Johnson. And Walt Disney Imagineering as well, Scott Trowbridge. And a former Walt Disney Imagineer with us today, Tony Baxter. Now we can get comfortable. Oh, this is very exciting. We have so much to get into. So Disney Parks and Star Wars. That's been a thing for a little while. I don't know, I'm sure some people in this room have experienced Star Tours or Galaxy's Edge. Yeah. So, Scott, hi.
Hi.
So what makes Star Wars and Disney Parks such a good pairing?
Oh, wow, that's a great question. I think that, one of the things that goes all the way back to George Lucas and the initial idea of Star Wars, what's behind Star Wars is that amazing sense of world building. Those are, what came from his imagination feels like it's a fully formed just recreation of a real place somewhere. And I think that's what our Disney parks try to do, is to kind of invite you to step into a reality separate from the one that maybe you spend most of your days in. And so I kind of feel like that's always been a natural connection. And it's also, I think it's a lot of parallels between Walt Disney and George Lucas as storytellers who are not afraid to experiment with new technology, both in the distribution and in presentation of stories, but also tools to create new stories. So I think it's always been a very strong kind of shared DNA.
Yeah, it's just two things that they go. I'm gonna do it. They go together like peanut butter and chocolate.
I was gonna say
hungry,
Twix,
so
but
I
yeah,
have, food on the brain. But Tony, I would love to hear from you. Let's talk about how Disney and Star Wars first came together, because it's probably not what a lot of you might remember.
Yeah.
Tony, could you tell us about that?
Yeah, we actually did a lot of the storyteller albums for Lucasfilm in the early days. This was in the late 70s, early 80s. Maybe some of you had these records. And Gary Kreisel had been the first Disney executive to form a relationship with Lucasfilm. And I had been pushing very strongly to get mythology that was in the popular culture back into Disney, because we had sort of lost touch with our animation at that time. We didn't have Little Mermaid. That was way after. And so I kept saying to Marty, we've got to do this, we've got to do this. And he said, well, let me check with Gary, because there might be a relationship. And so Gary arranged with Ron Miller to get us up to Ron's Silverado Vineyards in Napa. And I remember that day because Diane Disney was there, and there was Ron Miller, who ran the company. And then George drove up in a BMW, and he stepped out and goes, hi guys, and like, I go, okay, if the plane goes down on the way home, this is as good as it gets. So that was where the Star Tours really began. But it would be a good 6 months to a year after that before we finally got the right to launch,
Yeah. And, I want to get to Star Tours, but I also, Scott, you and I have talked about the combination of Star Wars and music together at Disneyland, and tell us what that was about.
Okay, y'all, who here knows about Helix? Okay. Yes. Okay. So for those of you who don't know, and I'm a recent convert to the world of Helix. I didn't know this until fairly recently. For one summer, the summer of 1981, and on the Tomorrowland stage at Disneyland was a Star Wars themed rock band called Helix. Now, I think we're gonna figure out a way to bring this back, because I just feel like I never experienced it. I'm learning about it later than it happened, but I do feel like it's Helix's time. I don't know, maybe it's time for them to come back. I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, the consensus says yes.
Yes. I have no idea if they were great or horrible, but
this is being recorded, so the enthusiasm is documented.
10-4.
Okay. So we're traveling through time, right? So next up, of course, we have Star Tours. Oh. Exactly. So, Tony, do you recall the early conversations between Disney and George Lucas to talk about, we're going to do this? Like, what?
Yeah, I discussed where it started, and then there was a major upheaval in the Disney company between that and what happened next. So at the end of it, we had Michael Eisner and Frank Wells as the new heads of the Disney company. And in their first week, they came to Imagineering on the first or second day, and then they said, we don't know anything about what you guys do. We know movies, we know television, but we are going to find out. We'll be back here on Saturday after we go through the entire company, even to Florida and all the other resorts. And we want to see everything that you've got. So I was told to bring Star Tours and Splash Mountain out and have them ready to show to Michael and Frank. And so I pitched Star Tours first, and Michael brought his 13-year-old Breck Eisner, and he said, Breck goes to these theme parks. I don't know much about them, but Breck goes on all the rides, so I want to get his feeling for it. And it actually was to my advantage because he was a fan, and so I pitched up Star Tours, and he goes, Dad, that is so good, we got to do it. And then Michael goes, okay, what's next? And then I showed Splash, and Breck goes, Dad, that's even better. Okay, we're doing that. So then Michael says, so let me get this. We'll open Star Tours next year and then Splash the year after that. And all of our management said, it isn't quite that simple. Star Tours maybe 3 years, and Splash, being a very complicated ride, will be 5 years. And so then Michael looked at Frank and he said, we know how to make movies, right? And he says, and he kind of pondered just a second, said, Coppola, bring back George, and who's the hottest pop star? You know? And right then, right there, in addition to these 2 major rides, we were now doing a film, and then Michael looked at us and said, you might be able to tell me it'll take 3 years for Star Tours, but it's not going to take 3 years to do a movie. We'll have that next year, very emphatically. And so that was the launch of Captain EO, and Michael had been given 3 choices: a fantasy, an adventure, and a sci-fi. And you all know what he picked.
Well, and I don't know, I think I can speak for all of us that I'm really glad that's what he picked.
Yeah.
And of course, Star Tours, at that time, like a major attraction, you decided to use a flight simulator, which was pretty, innovative at that time. How did you even hear about a flight simulator?
Well, it was really interesting because the obvious thing was to do a roller coaster ride, and we thought, could we do a ride that gave you choices? And every time you make a choice, you double the amount of track needed to make that choice, and you quadruple the technology, the mechanics, and everything. And we were beginning to realize not only was that problematic, but we had this incredible outer space dark ride called Splash Mountain, or Space Mountain. So we would be doubling our effort. And so I was getting scared because we had, Lucas was excited, Michael and Frank were excited, and we needed now to solidify this. And Randy Bright came to me and said, I was just coming back from a recording session for Epcot in London. And we stopped at Rediffusion, which is a simulator company outside of London near Heathrow. And you really should go over and ride it. So I took some of the maintenance people from Disneyland to give me a read. And when we got there, by the way, they all took Dramamine before we got on board.
Oh,
and,
good.
We rode a roller coaster that Rediffusion had prepared. And it did a couple of things. We realized it was going to take 20 minutes to get in and out of this thing the way they had designed it. So Imagineering was going to have to redesign it to get everybody in and out in 1 minute. And the simulator could do some things fantastically, and it couldn't do other things. And when you record a film like the roller coaster, if it kept on going down, but we were already at the bottom, it was too, you couldn't duplicate that. So we realized we were going to have to come up with ways to write a Bible to create a way that show could be done. And that sort of guided us through a script based on what it could and could not do at the given times in the programming of the device.
That's awesome. Confession, I still take Dramamine before I ride Star Tours because I have a weak stomach. But it's worth it every time.
4 minutes and 35 seconds as far as you can go before the curve starts going up. We learned that too.
It's a good thing to learn. And I want to hear a little, though, about opening day. I think George Lucas was there.
Mm-hmm. Everyone was there. If you look carefully at that picture, you might be able to see the notes that were written on the floor of the stage, because Michael had difficulty remembering, I guess, dyslexic type things like R2-D2 and C-3PO. I think he still botched it, I can't remember, but it was all written, all the names of the droids were on the floor there. And it was very exciting because it's a 5-minute ride, and it was a 5-hour line to ride it. And the park had an immediate, what are we going to do meeting, and the decision was to keep the park open for 3 days without closing the park. And it was great because people were encouraged to go home and come back or get, and take a shower. And the idea of getting back in line for 5 hours was mitigated by the fact that it was just this big party that went on for over 48 hours. It was just terrific. So
yeah, no, to be a part of that would have been incredible. Can you imagine? Oh, and something about Disneyland I love is it's always updating. And I think when the attraction opened, you all thought that one day this will be updated. Is that something you just always?
Yeah, well, I'm about to go over to another panel where we'll talk a little more about it, but Dennis Mirren and I believed that if we could get it on a digital format, and this is like in 85, 86, that you could change out the digital media. So we went to Vegas, and Sony had a booth, I think it was at Infocom or something, and they were willing to transfer a 35 millimeter print of Empire to digital and run it on a giant 2-inch tape. And then they played that against a 70 millimeter print. Well, it was obvious the 70 millimeter print was way better than the digital, but Dennis and I just felt the future, we were seeing the future, because it was like the first time we both looked at a projected 1080p HD image, and it wasn't bad. And we knew that if we had been able to get it that way, we could have started the process into moving that direction. But everybody thought the stunning nature of 70 millimeter was too hard to give up. So now you loaded a giant 70 millimeter loop cabinet on the back of each ship, and the thought of unloading that and loading in a new film product would be impossible. So it wasn't until that all became practical and we could store it on solid state media that it transformed.
You're like, we can do this. And Scott, I know you and your colleagues at Lucasfilm and ILM were just instrumental in making those updates, and I want to hear a little about why it was important to keep updating. We've seen locations from the prequels, we've seen Batuu, like the new movies.
So eventually Star Tours The Adventures Continue came out, and we revamped Star Tours.
Yes, please.
Yes. And it became what that wanted to be, which was an experience that could update and change over time. And as you know, we also updated the pilot. Matt, what do you think? Rex? C-3PO
I'm a
better?
big Rex fan, but who can beat 3PO?
Fair enough. Rex turned out fine. He's got a new gig now. So
Rex has a new home, and he's loving it.
Yeah.
The
other thing that I think was super fun about the Adventures Continue update is, who here has ever been the rebel spy? Yes. All right. Please raise your hands again so that the First Order can take advantage and recognize all of you. And please, all of you who raised your hand, go out that side door at the end. I'm kidding. I'm obviously kidding. But Matt, we've been to a lot of new destinations with this updates.
Yeah, like Amy said, we hit some classic places from the original trilogy, the prequels. More recently, we've been able to have places from the sequel trilogy, like Jakku, even the Battle of Exegol, which is really cool. When you watch the film, it's you kind of imagine the Star Tours ship in that big fleet of citizens, and we've even got new holograms like Lando coming in to call us in, which is pretty great.
And so are we done?
You know what? I think we're going to do some more.
Okay.
Well, I'm excited to travel to new places. I can't wait. I love going to new planets. My passport's filling up. And, please, go ahead. Oh, no.
No, I was just going to say, I think one of the great things about this format is Star Wars storytelling is continuing to grow and expand, and Star Tours is one of those great experiences that can grow and expand along with the storytelling as we go to new places and meet new characters and have new adventures. And Star Tours, it turns out that the 3PO is no better pilot than Rex. And so we still are not going to get to Endor. Apparently, we're just never going to get to Endor.
He's not programmed for that.
It's fair.
Give him a break.
That's fair.
That's my evergreen statement for 3PO. Just give that poor droid a break.
Yeah.
Well, I know there are so many questions, so many more questions we could ask Tony about Star Tours, but hey, he's going to a panel all about that at the Galaxy stage at 5 p.m. to celebrate the 35th anniversary of Star Tours with D23. So please give him a round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us, Tony.
Here I go.
Thank you.
This is the original Star Tours commercial.
Your map's working.
Without audio.
But we can imagine it in our head. Wow, the force is strong.
Pew pew! Yeah, we'll just pew 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 pew! Get him, get him!
Well, now I want that. Let's just do a whole reenactment of the commercial. So, Star Tours, amazing. It really became, for many years, this touch point for fans when there wasn't new on-screen content coming out. And I think it's cool, like Disney Parks kept celebrating fans, including Star Wars weekends, which, as you can see, I have been to and enjoyed. There's a picture of Matt up there with Ahsoka.
I was very excited to meet Ahsoka. This was before people cosplayed her, so that was like my first meeting Ahsoka.
And then you realize, you're like, when they talk to you and you're like, you're Ahsoka. I don't have anything to say to you. I just wanna meet you. So we've had these incredible celebrations, and I know. Matt, speaking of, since you're right there, what can you tell us about these events?
Yeah, I mean, it's Star Wars Weekends was actually not that dissimilar from Star Wars Celebration, where we're at here, and it actually started first. We did the first one, I think it was 1997. But it was really meant to just bring fans together, give them a place to kind of come, join up, meet people, and really just celebrate the franchise the way that everybody really wanted to, and it gave people that cool kind of avenue to do that. And we had a lot of great things. We had celebrity appearances with panels. We had a really cool parade that featured fan groups like the 501st and Rebel Legion. We had a lot of really great costume characters. Like I said, Ahsoka met for the first time. We even had like Ezra and Sabine showed up at one point.
That's right.
Obviously, Queen Amidala. It was so much like a precursor to kind of what Celebration is now.
That's awesome, and really set up. And that's not all, though. And Ann Morrow, I know you were involved in several of these celebratory projects. What can you tell me about these?
Yeah, so Star Wars Season of the Force and a bunch of the projects that were this really fast effort. It was actually my first week at Imagineering, and I was just starting to work under this great Imagineer that I was really terrified of, named Scott Trowbridge.
Terrified of?
Well, it was a big deal. And so anyway, there was, okay, we're going to celebrate Star Wars across the parks. And so everything from having places where you can meet some characters to, have new experiences where you feel like you're really celebrating the things that we loved about Star Wars. And so it was kind of a breadth, but a really quick hit of things that we were trying to get created really fast. So there's Star Wars Launch Bay, where you got to meet someone from the light side, someone from the dark side, but also have exhibits that were kind of the latest and greatest from the new movies that were going to be coming out. A whole host of experiences around the land. So, for example, the Jedi Training Academy, brought in some new characters for Trials of the Temple. And then, of course, there was the Path of the Jedi, where we started to explore the Skywalker saga a bit, sort of leading up to what at the time was going to be the new.
So emotional, like, oh, yes.
And then, of course, Hyperspace Mountain, which was actually originally not planned to be part of that experience. And then we started talking about it. It was like, oh man, just writes itself, right? You gotta. And so from there, Hyperspace Mountain at Disneyland became Hyperspace Mountain at a bunch of other parks around the world, along with Season of the Force in a bunch of different places. So sort of quick hits of bringing everything a place for us to celebrate.
Love that. And yet, that is still not all. So Scott, what else can you tell us? I think, you've been adding some Star Wars to the ocean. No, that's not the right way. No Star Wars in the ocean. You've been adding Star Wars.
A galaxy far, far away in an ocean out there near you?
Yeah, I guess that sounds good.
I think with all of the work we've been talking about, from Weekends to Season of the Force and all this, is really about creating a place where fans can feel a sense of community. I think that's really one of the things we're always trying to do, is to make you all feel like there's a place where you can come and live your best Star Wars life. And so we started doing our Star Wars Day at Sea. I don't know if anybody here has actually been on one of our Star Wars Days at Sea. Yep. So entire cruises on the Disney Cruise Line that are centered around Star Wars and Star Wars activities as special events. And then with our later ships, we actually started adding some Star Wars specific places, like our the Millennium Falcon area in our kids club aboard the Disney Dream, or the Star Wars command post aboard the Disney Fantasy. And these are kind of part of our kind of geared towards younger guests, but programming on board the ship that is specifically about Star Wars, and gives our younger guests an opportunity to kind of have some fun while they're on our ships. And by the way, we're not done with this.
Of course not.
Earlier this year, we it's called Floating Out. We actually, when our newest ship, which is called the Disney Wish, yep, there she is. This is actually as she was being, it's kind of a fascinating story. They're built at a shipyard in Papenburg, Germany, which is not at all near an ocean, and then floated down this river. Where while people are still living on it and working on it until it goes to a new destination, Bremerhaven, where they continue to work on it and kind of put it all together. On the Disney Wish, we're going to be launching a few new Star Wars specific offerings. A very fun idea we're calling Star Wars Cargo Bay, which is another kids focused area, but this one's all about the cute critters and creatures that live inside the Star Wars galaxy. Something super fun for kids. Can I share some stuff that
We would love if you shared.
Literally just took on my cell phone.
Yes, yeah.
So I love the cute critters and creatures that we're going to bring to life here in this experience aboard the Disney Wish. And I should say it's still very much in production. I'll actually be going to the ship in a couple of weeks to kind of help get it all done and get everything ready for its maiden voyage. But I wanted to show you because so I was in the shop not long ago and I snapped a picture of one of our little porgs, and I just think they're so cute. Just so cute. I just want to hug that little porg and
look at just the little mouth.
I know, and hang out and interact with it in the cargo bay. I'm maybe a little older for what that experience is intended, but also on board the Disney Wish is a Star Wars themed lounge, the Star Wars Hyperspace Lounge. Yeah.
Yes. I will be in this the whole time I'm on a ship. If you need to find me.
Yes, me too. And I will say one of the great things here is out the porthole windows, you just get to watch Star Wars roll by. The ship will hyperspace jump from location to location. You get to just see these really cool long vistas of some of our favorite Star Wars planets while we're sipping some of our favorite Star Wars concoctions.
I love Star Wars concoctions. They're my favorite kind of concoctions.
I fully support that. So one of the things that I think is cool about this, and again, I'm going to share something that's work in progress, so this is not final. But I have always thought, I love these concoctions as well. I kind of wanted what's a cool way to kind of have this thing delivered, right? These really, really special cocktails. And so we're working on an idea. Tell me what you think. But I kind of feel like it'd be cool. Yeah.
What? Yes.
I thought that'd be cool.
I think yes.
Yeah.
I think yes.
So we're working on some more ideas. This is literally, you can see this is just a prototype in the shop, but I don't know, just another way to kind of help bring Star Wars to our fans and help celebrate what we love about Star Wars.
I cannot wait to order at least one of those on my first voyage on the Wish.
I'm buying.
Well, then we'll order more than one of them. And that's still not all. Tell us about another kind of, yet another way we celebrate Star Wars with Disney parks.
Well, another thing that I love to do and our parks love to do is to have these special events for all of you. So as some of you know, that tonight there's a sold out event at Disneyland, Star Wars Night. Yes. Where we try to make it very, very special. We bring characters out that don't normally come out. We have activities that are not normally part of the normal day. We kind of bring all this stuff out for all of you to have, again, to just kind of really celebrate Star Wars. And what's, I think, really important is celebrate it together, right, as a community of people that are hanging out and kind of just celebrating Star Wars together.
Yes, we'd love to celebrate. We're all here to celebrate. It's perfect. So we've celebrated Star Wars, we've celebrated the heck out of it, and then we've moved on to something else. we have become part of the Star Wars story in Disney Parks. So last time we all gathered together at Celebration Chicago, I had to think back. I'm like, that was 2019. Star Wars Galaxy's Edge was just about to open, and yes, exactly. We got a sneak peek, and yeah, let's just hear some applause if you have been to Star Wars Galaxy's Edge.
You haven't?
No, never. I mean, yes, also. I had a hunch, and I've been to Galaxy's Edge many times. I got to speak with a lot of you to work on the art of Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, and it's just such a special place. So, obviously we know a lot of you have been there, so we won't go super in depth because you've been living your Star Wars stories. But Scott, I'd love to hear about why Imagineering and Disney felt it was important to go to Batuu and Lucasfilm, of course, a planet where people haven't heard of versus somewhere like Tatooine.
Yeah, and maybe some of you have heard me talk about this before, but I think the core idea behind this was not to just remember somebody else's Star Wars, but to give all of us an opportunity to live our Star Wars and to be a part of a Star Wars story and to feel like we could actually become a character in this world. And so from the very beginning, that was kind of the idea behind building a place that felt like it could resonate with you as a place to discover new stories, but also a place that can, as we said before, expand and grow with Star Wars storytelling as it continues over the years. From the very first time we talked about this, we started working, our Imagineers alongside our Lucasfilm friends and many other industry experts to kind of help figure out how to bring this to life. Ultimately resulting in the location of Batuu, Black Spire Outpost specifically, this remote outpost on the edge of wild space.
I love that. And I want to add too, by the way, since we know you've all been there, this team brought some really cool extra behind the scenes stuff that hasn't necessarily been seen before, so we just really wanted to share some.
Totally. And the other thing I wanted to say, we really recognized how important Star Wars as a set of stories and as a cultural phenomenon is. So when we decided we were going to go build the Star Wars thing at our parks, and even right here across the street here at Disneyland, we knew we wanted to not limp in with something kind of small, but we wanted to go big. And that's why Galaxy's Edge is the size it is. And I just want to share with you some of our internal concept art. This gives you an example. That's Disneyland, and that's the size of the Star Wars lane. You can see what a big, giant part of that park Galaxy's Edge really takes up. But that's how important it was to us to kind of do it at the right size and scale and kind of level of quality. And if you're paying attention here, you might notice that the railroad track, the original Disneyland railroad track, goes right through that site, as does the River of America, the Rivers of America. So we actually made the choice to move that railroad and move the river to make way for Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. And if you ever think that there are some sleepless nights when you're like, oh my gosh, I am moving Walt's Railroad, and I'm moving this river. Oh, I hope we're making the right decision here.
I think he would have appreciated it.
I hope so. I hope so.
I remember, the first time that we went out on site and we saw that it, was prepped and was ready. It had been completely sort of raised to the ground. And it's definitely in that moment that you're like, don't take some backsies. We're 100% committed now.
Well, and building this took a lot, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is, essentially a small city, and as, I think beautiful and rendered the final product turned out to be, all of the stuff that you don't get to see is almost as impressive, certainly to me as a designer and builder. Just the amount of structural steel and conduit and cabling and technology that is completely invisible, but all entirely in the service of delivering what we hope is a really seamless experience. And I love this photo in particular because, this is just one corner of one building. And this is the amount of cabling required to do something, I think, fairly innocuous. And I'm so grateful that it's not our job to figure out where all of those things go.
I was going to say, the cable management that has to be considered.
Yeah, we just get to wave our hands and go, wouldn't it be cool if? And then somebody else has to.
But it is somebody's job.
Oh, yeah.
It's
a lot of somebody's.
I hate to pull the cable in the wrong spot.
That's complex.
And we got to do, amazing things. Not only make these incredible, facilities, but spaceships. Like, how cool of a job is that, right? So, and this was these were, X-wings. These were, first order shuttles, and these weren't just developed, here in California, but this was an effort that was really truly done on a global scale. So, up next we have a shop visit. This was the sort of entry turret to Rise. This was actually built sort of locally, but the actual interior of that beautiful Star Destroyer hangar bay that was built all the way out in New York, and the ITS shuttle that was actually built out in Thailand. While meanwhile, those amazing AT-AT walkers, those were actually being developed in the Philippines. So it really was this global effort to, really tap on, as Scott mentioned, the best in class, no matter where they were in the world, to help us bring all of this to life.
Yeah, and while all that stuff is building, we're behind the scenes developing all the technology, inventing the new ride systems. By the way, don't judge us for our bad-looking mock-ups, please. We start with plywood and rough things, and I believe, if I remember correctly, we were being driven around by an intern at this time. But this is how we got the sense of this is what ultimately became the Rise of the Resistance ride system. And we actually built ways to actually experience all of these attractions in this mock-up form. So this is one of our Imagineers riding on that same ride vehicle, synced to a VR platform, riding through the entire attraction in VR so we could work out all the details and work all of that out in advance. We don't get to edit. We don't get to do little tiny tweaks and edits. Our editing is done with jackhammers and bulldozers, so we have to really
you have to be precise.
We get it right the first time. But developing this new technology is actually all part of the gig.
Yeah, we were really excited to leverage some of the most advanced audio animatronic electric figures that we'd ever done for Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. And so here you see actually our good friend Hondo Ohnaka without his skin. But this is a really exciting project where we went to Dave, the creator of Hondo, and said, we really love him for the story, but it's at a different point in the timeline. You ever wonder what Hondo might look like when he was old? And he actually had already done a doodle in a notebook once upon a time of an aged, wizened Hondo, and we're like, perfect, we'll take it. And we use that as the basis for the figure that we see today.
Yeah, and it wasn't just about developing new technology. We also even found opportunities to leverage old technology. Callback alert. I don't know if that's it. We actually used one of the Star Tours cabins that we talked about earlier to start mocking up another part of Rise of the Resistance, I don't want to spoiler alert, but there's a point where you kind of descend back to the planet. We actually used, we took an unused Star Tours cabin, set it up in an undisclosed warehouse in Van Nuys, basically, and set it up there in the back side of a furniture sales business. The people who worked at the furniture sales business were very confused about what we were doing.
But space is precious in LA. You got to go.
It really is. Well, high bay space. This is a very tall thing. So that is actually somewhat precious. But we were doing all this work to try to figure this out. At the same time, we were trying to figure out what's blue and green milk tastes like. We probably went through 30, 40 different test recipes before settling on what we had. And this is literally one of those sessions where we were just sitting there trying dozens of different recipes, different bases. Again, maybe one of my favorites was doing the same process with our cocktails.
Somebody's got to do it.
Please don't judge. It is hard work. It's hard work, right?
So hard.
Hard work.
So hard.
Hard work. But we really want all of our food and beverage, all of this stuff to feel unique and special and delicious, but also feel just that's a little not earthy, right? And I think that this is the process we use. And ultimately, as big as Galaxy's Edge is, at the end of the day, every square inch of it is really handcrafted. This is actually one of our artisans who happens to be in Mexico City, sculpting one of our friezes. And literally every square inch of that place has been hand sculpted or hand painted or both. It's just an incredible level of care and attention to detail. But I think that's what we have to do to bring Star Wars to life with that authenticity. And
the first time I ever visited while it was still under construction, I saw somebody literally painting rocks, and it just blew my mind that the rocks were individually painted.
Every little detail.
Yeah, I know, and forgive me because I know we're giving away some of the magic here, and we typically don't like to do that. We'd love you to just believe it's all true, but we wanted to share with you a little bit of the passion we put into the making of the place.
So one of the other really exciting challenges that we had on Galaxy's Edge was getting to bring the Millennium Falcon to life for the very first time, because up until this point, right, she'd only ever been represented either as a small-scale model, maybe a maquette, or even half of a piece of set, but never in its entirety. So we had this really exciting task of trying to figure out how do you actually engineer something that is normally a film prop made out of, wood and chewing gum and hopes and
model
dreams.
parts.
Yeah, and turn it into something that is, can withstand seismic loads and hurricane force winds, right? How do you turn this into an actual sort of engineered thing? And so even though we had access to all of the original set drawings and blueprints, right, and we poured over these slavishly to make sure that we were getting every last piece of gack and greebly, we still ultimately then had to reinterpret all of these things, again, to turn it into really what is effectively a large scale sort of structure. So this is the ILM model that they use for all the visual effects shots, and this was incredibly helpful for us as a piece of reference to make sure that, again, we were getting every last possible detail. But again, as I said, at the end of the day, this then needs to become a built object. As you can tell by the rendering, one of the challenges of the Millennium Falcon is she really only has 7 points of contact to the ground, and they're these little tiny landing gear. So we worked really, really closely with a brilliant set of engineers that help us figure out how to actually turn this into something that you could make, right? So actually holding up the Millennium Falcon are these massive footers that go way down into the concrete below, and then sort of mounted and arrayed around that is this sort of secondary steel that starts to give the ship a little bit of her shape. And ultimately, because the schedule was so tight here with construction, and the Millennium Falcon was essentially going to be the very last thing that would be constructed on site, we actually pre-assembled the entire Millennium Falcon in another location so that we could go there, review it, bite off, make any final adjustments to the paint. And then we actually broke her down into some odd 80 shipping containers and then had to reassemble her once she actually arrived on site. And there was definitely more than one time where somebody had labeled the crate upside down, and there was lots of people staring at pieces of really mangled looking steel, sort of scratching their heads, wondering how it all goes back together. Good news is we figured it out. But it was a little bit of a trying task. But I think my favorite part of that pre-staging and pre-assembling phase was there was a very special moment, and I think we have a clip of it here, where for a brief moment in time, if you want to roll it here, there was not just one beautiful rendered Millennium Falcon, but there were actually two side by side. This was kind of the coolest moment in the entire world, getting to drive around the road to the vendor that was working on this, and pulling back the security curtain that we had. And this is really the one and only time there'll ever be two Millennium Falcon parked next to one another.
That's incredible.
Well, it was also, yeah. That's cool. Because this was also the first time that any Millennium Falcon had been built full size.
Yeah.
Much less two.
And one of the things that it continues to absolutely amaze me is just the level of artistry and beauty that is brought to these things just through paint. Because the actual base color of the Millennium Falcon is pure white, but it's all of that layer of grime and cruft and dirt and soot is all painstakingly, to your point, Matt, added by hand by these amazing, amazing craftsmen that give it this sense of life and history and character. And so very quickly we did, the same exercise on the inside as well, right? We had all this great reference photography of the set. We had, all of these amazing shop drawings. But again, at the end of the day, we have to turn this into an actual facility. And so the task of trying to be as true to the original ship in all of her glory, maintaining every single last detail, but also integrating things like fire sprinklers and HVAC HVAC ducting, right, was one of those really fun challenges that we had. So it ultimately became a little bit like constructing a ship in a bottle. And the next image that we have here, I think, does a great job of just sort of describing, again, this amazing complexity that you never actually get to see when you walk through it as a guest. But again, as a sort of engineering and design nerd, is almost as complicated and nuanced as the stuff that you get to see on the inside. And the last thing I want to touch on really quickly is the experience of developing the attraction, the ride system itself. So in order to get as many people the chance to crew the Millennium Falcon, spoiler alert, there is in fact more than one cockpit. There's actually quite a few of them.
What?
There are 7 of them. Each of these are mounted to this massive 90-foot diameter turntable. And we do that to sort of allow you to have that illusion of only one person entering into the cockpit, and you never see, or one crew, and you never see another crew sort of coming out of it. But before we actually developed this system, one of the things that we wanted to make sure that we understood as we started to engineer the ride was, are you going to feel that rotation when you're in the middle of the experience? Because again, we wanted to make sure that we were preserving that illusion. And obviously we couldn't just go out and build a 90-foot diameter turntable before we started. So after a little bit of Googling, we discovered that the University of Iowa, in partnership with the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, has this really cool driving simulator. And it's on this massive 200-foot XY table, and it's got this little motion base mounted on top of that. And what this allowed us to do was actually pre-program all of those maneuvers that would simulate what it would be like to be on that massive 90-foot turntable. So it gave us the confidence that we'd be able to mask and hide that once you were actually on the ride. But I think my favorite part of this experience was because they normally test cars and the people's ability to handle various evasive driving scenarios inside of this thing. While we were imagining in our minds that we were taking off from Batuu and flying through the stars, in reality, the inside of this dome was actually this like 1950s like truck cab, and we were actually staring out at this beautiful wheat field the entire time. So it was this very sort of discordant experience, but it gave us what we ultimately needed. And when you put all of that together, you end up with this, which is that massive 90-foot turntable with 7 of those pods indexing around every few seconds or so.
I have loved getting me, like you talked about Imagineering, yeah, please, we don't normally get to learn, see behind the curtain a little. And the thing is, of course, when you're on the Falcon, you're not thinking about how all of that works. You're just in it, you're getting ready to pilot the ship, but wow, thank you for sharing all that.
Yep, absolutely.
Please don't let it ruin your magic. We just want to share with you some of the stuff that we do on behalf of making it all, taking a ride on the Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run come to life. And I know that many of you have actually had these experiences in Galaxy's Edge or Star Wars Rise of the Resistance. Yeah. Gives you a chance, along with some of our favorite characters, to join the Resistance. Of course, it being a Star Wars adventure, not everything goes according to plan.
What?
I will ask those of you who have not ridden it yet, avert your gaze. Let's just say it does not go according to plan. And we end up struggling to remain heroes of the Resistance. But our big attractions, the other experiences that you can have in the land, whether it's building a droid or building a lightsaber, or if you're looking for me, hanging out at Oga's Cantina. I know that it has been very, very popular with folks, and we're very, very grateful that we were able to build a place that you all and our fans like, and bring it to life with some of the characters that live there.
Yeah, being able to actually meet and interact with some of these characters like Rey and Chewie, it just really brings the entire experience kind of full circle. You get to interact with Kylo and stormtroopers, so you get kind of both sides of the coin. And of course, we had the opportunity to create some new characters like Vi Marati. It's really cool to hear all of you guys cheering for Vi, because I think we all have a special place in our hearts for her. As well as another throwback alert.
Oh, I love it.
DJ Rex.
I think you just did make it a thing, yep.
And obviously, DJ Rex, he former Star Tours pilot turned DJ. You guys that have been in Ogas know that he's pumping out the jams for the entire day. Never gets tired. Well, sometimes he has to shut down, but you know how that goes. Just a couple hits. Eventually, it'll turn back on.
You're a bad motivator. Yeah. I know one of the things that we know from we've heard from you before is we actually put out a playlist of Rex's playlist of songs from the Cantina. And one of the things we've heard from you is more, please. So we're going to actually put out another playlist of Rex's music from the Cantina.
I cannot wait.
Stay tuned for details on where and when on that, but there'll be some more of Rex's favorite songs being made available to everybody very soon.
That's awesome. You know, I know we've had some famous guests pop by Galaxy's Edge, but you know, Scott, I'd love to hear something that you've most enjoyed since Galaxy's Edge is open.
Oh, that's easy because it is you all. It is the fans. I am so happy that we've been able to make a place where the fans come together to celebrate each other, to celebrate their love of Star Wars. You know, whether it's some of our lightsabers meetups, and maybe, by the way, some of the folks we're about to see here may be in the room today. So, but our lightsaber meetups, the droid builders, and all the amazing droids they've been able to make. Our data pad builders club, who are customizing their data pads. People have come to the land to celebrate Life Day, which I love so much, the Life Day meetups there. Now, I know last year we started to actually offer some things to make this kind of more fun and easier to celebrate Life Day with some specific Life Day merchandise. And I'm going to say we're going to do more of this. So next year, next Life Day, there's going to be even more of this. We want to make it easy for folks to come and celebrate Life Day there in the park and celebrate together with that community, because again, I think that's so important. I'm so glad that our Batuu Pride group has been able to make it a home and feel like it's a place that they want to come together and celebrate. And we've even seen such amazing personal moments happen in the land. This is one of my favorites, an engagement. But there's been so many of these crazy moments. Oh, I love what she says. They're off to a good start, this couple. Yay!
Yay!
But how fantastic that we built that this is a place where you all feel like you want to have these moments and kind of participate in these Star Wars stories.
I love that. And you know, Star Wars stories, Matt, the story of Batuu and Black Spire Outpost is really so connected to Star Wars storytelling. How do they all fit together?
Yeah, that's what's so fun is that, you know, we've created a world that's existed in Star Wars, not just in the time that we've seen it, but, you know, before that story, after that story, you know, it's been around. And so we've been able to tell some really fun stories in publishing. We started with the introduction of Vi in the Phasma novel. More recently, in the VR space, we got to explore even outside of Black Spire Outpost with Tales from the Galaxy's Edge. We got to meet Mubo in person, which is a cool thing. We introduced him as a character in the park, but you get to really, you know, be up close and personal with him in that experience. And you know, we will continue to make stories because it's just such a nice, rich world. And I'm pretty sure you might have done one of these books.
I did. I had the pleasure of writing Ellie and me. Thank you. My favorite little creature ever.
Oh, yeah, Ellie.
She's the best.
Yep.
She's the best. Asa, and I think, you know, we have some new activities, some new stories, rather, coming to Galaxy's Edge at Walt Disney World. What can you tell us?
That's right. Yes, very shortly, guests visiting Walt Disney World will be able to join the Batuu Bounty Hunters Guild. Yeah. So those guests will soon be able to use their Magic Band Plus as a tracking device to track down one of the many various ne'er-do-well folk who have spread out throughout the land. And you'll be using this, you know, much like we saw Mando. You know, red means you're going the wrong way, green means you're going the right way. And ultimately, we also have a really cool thermal viewer also that you'll be able to access via your mobile device, and you'll be able to use this to actually peer through some of those fun facade doorways that we have throughout the land and discover the hiding locations of all of these various characters. So very soon.
That's awesome. And that's not all. Matt, we also have a new augmented reality lens through Disney PhotoPass coming through Snapchat. Can you tell us how that works?
Yeah, actually available now. You can use this new AR lens to become, a different character from the Star Wars galaxy, including Twi'leks, Zabrak. We've got Togrutas. And, just to spice things up, you might even be able to become an Inquisitor, very similar to those that you probably watched last night in Obi-Wan.
Yep.
So that is available right now on
as of now.
My Disney Experience app, as well as on Snapchat. And I think, do we have a code?
Yeah, I actually got a little sneak peek sneak peek version. But for anybody who has a Snapchat app, you might, if you want to take it out and capture the QR code, we're going to show up here. This is live now. And you can find it. You can find it in the Snapchat app as well. And then the My Disney Experience app.
And it'll be available in Snapchat until July 7th, and then after that, just through the My Disney Experience app.
Yeah, but it's very, very cool. As you saw, I got a chance to try it out as we were developing it. It's very, very cool.
Look great on you, Scott.
Hey, thank you.
You're welcome. So, that's awesome, and of course, that's still not all. Ann Morrow, I know at the same time that Imagineers were developing Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, you were working on a little something.
Yeah, we were over in a corner thinking about Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser. And I gotta say, it's so fun being here today, chatting with all of you guys, and being able to show it's open. There are guests on board. We're on our 42nd voyage right now. But I think for me, one of the most exciting things is for years we have been trying to explain what this thing is. It's a multi-day experience. We're gonna go through it, I promise. But to have the rest of the world explain that it is not a hotel and is instead an experience you live in, so gratifying. But so let's talk a little bit about what it is.
Yes.
So Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser is an experience where you live out your own Star Wars story for 2 days and 2 nights aboard the Halcyon. And so it's really easiest to think of it as a cruise style model where you come on board along with all your fellow passengers on day 1, and just like a cruise, you kind of live out an experience with a mixture of fixed programming and activities over 2 days and 2 nights. But it's Star Wars, and so not everything is going to go according to plan. And also on board are a whole host of characters and groups that need your help. And so over the course of the 2 days, you're invited to get wrapped up in a story. And so you as a passenger get to meet folks from the Resistance, the First Order, all sorts of different groups and storylines. And depending on how you choose to play, your story truly plays out differently. So just to give you guys a little bit of a taste for how this works. So this is a look at a piece of kind of our back-end software that shows how the decision-making works. This is 15% of one person's story over the course of the
one group's journey.
Right, one group's journey over the course of the 2-day, 2-night experience. So your choices really do matter, and you really are playing a part in the galaxy. So let's take a little bit of a look at what this looks like as you go through it. Guests start out actually at Walt Disney World in Florida and get into sort of a small private cruise terminal where you're going to go have your 2-day, 2-night adventure, and then you and your party are ushered into a launch pod that blasts you off into a galaxy far, far away, and ultimately connects up with the Halcyon, the ship. And from here, the doors open and you emerge out into the atrium. And from this point forward, for 2 days and 2 nights, everything around you reinforces that you are in a Star Wars story, from the fact that there's droid rolling around, to alien crew members, to the fact that you get to sleep in a cabin with a view out into the galaxy far, far away. I personally, on my test cruise, slept on this top bunk here, so fun. And also in your cabin is actually a droid link where you can chat with our onboard logistics droid, D309, and she is very chatty. As I mentioned, because it's a cruise-style model, you also have your food and beverage on board. So You've got sort of buffet-style breakfast and lunch, but at dinner you get a show with the first night Gaia performing, as well as all of the fabulous meals. And as Scott mentioned, this is really the hardest part of the job, is really tasting all of these different flavors that feel really different, but also a little unusual. This one is one of my personal favorites, the Felucian blue shrimp that is on board during night 2, as well as just the attention to detail on the desserts or even the beverages that are bringing this sort of higher end glamour to life on board the Halcyon. Here you can see the Sublight Lounge. This is where I also spend a fair amount of my time when I'm on board. As you can see that we've got a hollow sabacc table that you can play, as well as a delightful array of cocktails. Because it's a cruise, there are also a whole bunch of activities on board that you're invited to participate in as you're going through. So the first is bridge operations training, where you actually get to go to the front of the ship and learn the navigation defense systems. Of course, this should never come into any sort of need later in the journey, but if, say, you had to save the galaxy, you've now learned how to use the controls and can actually be the one at the front of the ship when we're blowing up TIE fighters, pulling a hyperspace lever, what have you. Lightsaber training also, gosh, how bad has everyone wanted to wield a lightsaber for so long? I know I did. And so here you actually get to hold a lightsaber, face off against a training remote, and deflect blaster bolts as they're spitting out at you. There are also some sort of secret spaces on board the ship. So here you get to discover certain areas that are really supposed to be restricted for crew only, but if you gotta have a meeting with a Wookiee, you gotta have a secret place to do it. And so there are all sorts of these spaces on board the ship that you get to discover and feel like you are becoming a part of the story and discovering your own piece of the Star Wars world within. Of course, for me, the thing that brings it to life, though, of course, are the characters that are on board as well. So the captain, the cruise director, all of these characters that need your help, and whether you choose to ally yourself with the Resistance or whomever, it's really about how you choose to have your story. One of my favorite ways that this is brought to life also is you can also pick to help the First Order out, right? I mean, I think your choice, your story, you get to pick, or even become a smuggler in the world. So many different ways to engage and move through all the individual pieces. And here we've got Wani. One of our other musicians is Gaia.
Yep.
So, Scott, you want to tell us a little bit about Gaia?
So Gaia is a galactic diva. We saw some images of her. This is her backup singer, Wani. I just wanted to say, in another throwback alert.
No, I can't do it. Don't
okay.
do it.
In another throwback alert, when I talked about releasing some new music, expect some of Gaia's music to be released in that as well.
Yes.
It's about time.
Yeah, absolutely. And so all of these things come together to allow your story to unfold, and that's just on the ship. Of course, you also have a transport to Blackspire Outpost, and as your shore excursion, if you will, while you're on this journey, of course you get to go discover what is happening around Blackspire. You get to ride Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run and Rise of the Resistance, but more importantly, you've got a story reason to do it. So depending on which characters you've met or what help they ask you for, your lens is really different, and you are going on specific missions to try to help those characters out. It pays off once you're back on board the ship. Of course, there are ways that you can get dressed up, whether you bring your own costume or find some on board that you might like to purchase. The merchandise here really allows you to step into the story and become your own role as well. We also have some new exclusive droids as well as lightsabers, and all of this really comes together to be your story on board the ship. And something we'd love to share really quickly is we've got a little bit of never before seen full footage of what it is like to be on board the Star Cruiser.
It's so cool, and it just makes me want to go. I want to go back again. Right now.
You know, and if you can't go right away, because it is sold out for a little while, you can visit. We just announced. This was announced earlier today. This is actually the atrium of the Halcyon. But it looks a little different, doesn't it?
Looks a little different.
Because it's Lego Halcyon, as featured in the upcoming Star Wars Summer Vacation, where some of our favorite Star Wars characters and friends actually take their journey aboard the Halcyon, and even some of our droid friends and their
I just
fabulous
want a droid bathrobe so bad.
Yeah, yes, and the ship looks pretty good in Lego, doesn't it?
Really good
And
in Lego.
I know we're running short on time, but I know we have a few more things to share, so.
Yeah,
ready.
I mean, and the Halcyon shows up in other stories as well, right?
Yeah, we've been able to include the Halcyon in a lot of things, including the Halcyon Legacy Marvel Comics series, which kind of goes through the history of the Halcyon, has some really cool guest appearances. It's shown up in Star Wars The High Republic. If there's any High Republic fans out there, you would have seen it tow the Starlight Beacon, which is a pretty big deal. And very recently, coming out very soon, Princess and the Scoundrel, our favorite couple in the Star Wars galaxy, have their honeymoon on the Halcyon.
Yeah.
They did.
So here's the thing we want you to hear about first here. This is really, truly, you're hearing it first. So with our friends who published Princess and the Scoundrel, we're offering a honeymoon giveaway aboard the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser with our friends there who are making that possible. The dates of the contest you can see there. You can go to readstarwars.com/honeymoon contest and get all the details on this. But we're really excited that someone will, hoping that somebody will be able to take a cruise aboard the Halcyon.
I'm sure everything will go according to plan.
Everything's going to go according to plan this cruise.
That's the time that it works out.
Yeah.
And then if we jump back to Galaxy's Edge, I think we have something to share just before we wrap up, yeah?
Some other new news, yes.
Yeah.
So as we said earlier, Star Wars storytelling over the past few years, and as we have heard over the last couple days, has expanded greatly over the past few years. We have met new characters, we've gone to new worlds, we've gone across different times, and one of the things that we always wanted from the very beginning Star Wars Galaxy's Edge to be was a place that would grow alongside the Star Wars storytelling. So we all know that there are some characters whose experiences we're seeing there today. And even though we may have heard or read or seen on screen some of the other stories through the past 1,000 years that Black Spire Outpost has been there, we may have read about those stories. Now, for the first time, we're going to be able to get little glimpses of those stories as they happen inside Batuu and on Black Spire Outpost, starting tomorrow. Yeah, so you're hearing it first. Literally starting tomorrow. Boba Fett, Fennec Shand, you might find a little bit of an untold part of their story that takes them to that remote outpost on the edge of the galaxy, which is no stranger to bounty hunters and assassins.
Not at all.
But there's a little bit of their story that we'll discover on Black Spire Outpost starting tomorrow. And yes.
That's exciting. Like, come on. I don't think that's it.
I think, but that's not the only people that, rumor has it, there are other nefarious characters who have made their way through their journey. Their story has taken them at some point in time to Black Spire Outpost, and later this year we'll meet some of them there as well.
And wherever Mandalorian goes,
so goes Grogu.
That's amazing. Well, thank you all for coming. Thank you all so much for being here. Please give them a huge round of applause. And we're so excited you all came today that we want to send you home with a little something. So on your way out, we'll have a poster, the poster for Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser. So thank you all again. Thank you.
Thank you all.
And may the Force be with you.
Lightspeed to Endor!
fans have dreamed of stepping inside of Star Wars, and thanks to our next guest's hard work, we've been able to go head-to-head with Darth Vader, learn valuable lessons from Yoda, grab a drink on the Sleaze Slack on the planet of Batuu. Give it up for the folks from ILMX Lab. You guys are making some really cool stuff. Let me just start off by saying that. So what are some of the challenges that you've come across when you are creating Star Wars in a virtual environment where every square inch needs to be covered with something?
Well, the great thing about VR is it's so immersive. And the terrifying thing about VR is that it's so immersive. We are putting people in a headset. They can look anywhere. They can do what they want to do in the world. And so our amazing environment team, our amazing art team, basically had to make that world, the world of Batuu, real. So they figured out the biomes. They looked at what the material of the spires would be. They designed a couple of bugs, the flugs, and other flora and fauna of the area, and they basically had to build it out so that you could stick your face right up to it and feel like you were there. It's an incredible challenge, but it feels really good to be there.
Yeah, it's a huge undertaking. I mean, you have to think about all of the space behind things and under things because people will look. They will, if there's something you can break, people will try to break it. When you're trying to tell one of these immersive stories like you do in Tales from the Galaxy's Edge, how do you go about tackling writing for something like that?
It's really about, trying to impart a very casual experience. Because in a lot of games, you're looking at a screen and you're kind of interacting that way. But in VR, you're really there. So you kind of have this casual relationship with the characters, and that just comes from feeling like they're your buddies, you know. So that is the real that's the real task there. And hopefully, if you've played it, Cecil Slack feels like your friend when you walk into that cantina.
It's pretty cool. Matthew, what was it like rounding out Mubo for this experience and working with the ILMX Lab crew?
Gosh, being part of ILMX Lab was fantastically a dream for me. It's such a high-tech part of the company. It's such an exciting and fast-moving paced group. And being Mubo was like a total dream. I mean, I got to play this paranoid kind of guy who manages the droid depot, and I kind of went into my Star Wars land, and in my head I kind of thought about, well, maybe he had something to do with the battle droids, so there's something kind of similar about his delivery to battle droids, but the writing and just the immersive experience of what it all was just made it really easy to create that character, and I went with, sort of my gut with that, and to be able to, act with Bobby Moynihan, and we had Anthony Daniels come back, and Frank Oz, and all these characters from the legacy of Star Wars was so fun, It's like being a fan, as we're all fans of Star Wars, and then being able to work on something and give it back to the fans, it just feels like such a great cycle, circle
Yeah, what
of life.
Matt Wood said.
So Marissa, for your line of work in quality assurance, how much of a walking Star Wars encyclopedia do you have to be?
Well, it certainly helps to have a good Star Wars knowledge if you're going to, keep the continuity and the quality up for telling a Star Wars story. And, it goes hand in hand kind of with what Alyssa was saying is that, we had to build out an entire world and you could go anywhere. So, it was really incumbent upon my group to also go everywhere and do everything and, find what might be broken before you can all see it.
And what do you all hope that fans take away from Tales from the Galaxy's Edge?
I think at its heart, it's a story of just a regular person who gets thrown in a situation and stands up to it and becomes the hero that we all have inside of us. And that's the part that I'm the most proud of, and that's the part that I most want for all of you.
Well, thank you guys so much for swinging by, and also huge thanks for giving people like me a chance to live in Star Wars in the comfort of my own home. But stick around, guys. There's more from Star Wars Celebration Live coming at you. Don't move a muscle.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Hector here on the celebration floor, and I'm here with some amazing cosplayers with the Pride Squadron. I'm here with Caitlin and Catherine, and they're going to talk to us about this amazing organization and what's happening here at Celebration. First of all, you two look amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I love the costumes. I love what the High Republic has been inspiring in fans. Talk to us a little bit about what you guys have together here.
So this is a generic formal temple uniform. Fun fact, this is actually based on an unused design of a temple uniform for Christina Ariel. I did design her field uniform that appears on the High Republic show. And luckily, I also designed the background temple uniform on that set, so I had some idea of what I was working with, and I wanted to bring that generic Jedi energy to Celebration.
Kayla, this is big Jedi energy here. This is amazing. This is fantastic. Catherine, talk to us about what you have here.
Yes. So I have an Avar Kriss costume. I've really been enjoying her in the comics.
Amazing.
And yeah, it was a lot of fun to put this together.
Well, you guys look fantastic. Talk to us a little bit about Pride Squadron, what this group is, what it does, and how people can learn more about it.
Yes, so Pride Squadron is the informal affinity group for the recognized costuming clubs. So we are members of the Saber Guild, Rebel Legion, 501st, Mandalorian Mercs, the Dark Empire, and the Droid Builders, who are also LGBTQIA+, here to celebrate queerness in Star Wars and queerness in costuming.
I love it. I love it. And the High Republic has been so queer. It's so fantastic.
We love
so
it.
Great. So, Catherine, talk to us about what you guys have going on the show this year and what fans can look forward to. Star Wars Celebration 2022. What's on the schedule for you guys?
Yes, so today at 2 o'clock, we're going to have Alyssa Wong here, who has done the Afro comics. They will be inducted as an honorary member, and then they'll be doing a signing. And then tomorrow at 4:30, we have a panel on the fan stage about queer representation in Star Wars.
And that's Saturday.
That's Saturday.
Saturday?
Yeah, Saturday. And then 6 o'clock at Saturday, we will have E.K. Johnston at our booth doing a signing. And she will be back here on Sunday at 12:30, also doing a signing.
Oh my gosh, you guys have a very busy schedule for Celebration this year. I mean, just what is it like to be a Star Wars fan today? You've got the High Republic, you've got all these new shows, you've got all this exciting stuff coming down the line, publishing comics, the expanding universe, the fandom. What's it like for you guys to be Star Wars fans?
It is glorious. The High Republic, for anyone who hasn't read it yet, which why haven't you read it yet? Just stop the stream, pause it, go read the High Republic, come back. It'll be great. But the High Republic has a saying that we are all the Republic.
We are all the Republic.
And that is what it feels like to be a Star Wars fan today. We all get to see ourselves somewhere in the story.
Absolutely.
And especially for Pride Squadron, that's what we're here for.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I love all of the queer characters, you know, starting with Juhani back in 2003 with KOTOR, shout out to that. But just the explosion of how there's so many more. When we did this in 2019, there were, at Celebration Chicago, there were maybe like 50-ish canonically queer characters, and now there's well over 100, and it's amazing.
Oh, that is fantastic.
Yeah.
Caitlin, Catherine, you guys are delightful. Thank you so much for talking to me today. Can you let everybody at home know where they can learn more about Pride Squadron?
Yes. So you can find us on Facebook and Twitter at Pride Squadron, Pride Squadron, and on Instagram at pride.squadron.
There you go. There you have it, everybody. Star Wars fans in their purest form here at Celebration. Thank you guys so much for talking to me again. We've got more Star Wars Celebration Live coming up right after this. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome back! When we last talked to our next guest at Celebration Chicago, they were being pretty tight-lipped as to what we could expect inside Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. Well, a lot has happened in the last couple of years, including the gates of Black Spire Outpost flinging open to the public and the launch of the Galactic Star Cruiser. Here to talk about all things Star Wars happening inside the Disney parks are Scott Trowbridge, Asa Kalama, and Anmaro Johnson.
Hey, everybody!
Welcome! It is so wonderful to see you, and it is so wonderful to see how Star Wars has grown within Disney parks. Y'all are doing some absolutely amazing things, and you just announced some new things that are going on at Galaxy's Edge today, didn't you?
Yeah, we did. You know, Star Wars storytelling continues to grow and expand, and the ways we bring Star Wars to life in the parks for all of you wants to grow and expand as well, so we've made a couple of announcements today. We've talked about a couple of new characters that we might see a little glimpse of their stories when they visited Black Spire Outpost, which is, you know, That remote outpost on the edge of the galaxy is no stranger to bounty hunters and master assassins, so...
Okay. Do we want to pin down maybe any particular bounty hunter or master
I don't
assassin?
like hunt and name. Is that a thing? But yeah, so literally starting tomorrow, we might be able to get a little bit of a sense of, see a little glimpse into the stories of Boba Fett and Fennec Shand. And some time that they spent on that outpost at the edge of the galaxy. And later this year, rumor has it that a mysterious Mandalorian may also find their way there. And
By himself?
Yeah. And where goes the Mandalorian, so goes Grogu. Yeah. But that's not all.
No.
Anthony, that's not all.
No, I get to meet the boy.
The child.
And for all of those fledgling bounty hunters out there, very soon at Walt Disney World, you'll be able to join the Batuu Bounty Hunters Guild and use your very own Magic Band Plus to track down bounties all around Black Spire Outpost as well.
Can I join the guild?
You absolutely can.
Yes!
That's amazing. Can you talk about a little bit about how that's going to work? Have you released any of those details yet?
Yeah, so long as you've got a Magic Band Plus, it now lights up and has fun little flashy vibrations. You'll be able to use that sort of like a tracking fob. So green will mean you're going the right direction, and red means it's time to turn around.
That's amazing, and you will be able to track bounties within
Absolutely.
Black Spire Outpost. I love you all so much, and I want you to know that. I love what you are bringing to life here. That's unbelievable. And some of the stuff that we've already seen is getting updates as well, right? There's some stuff happening on Smuggler's Run and some other attractions, yeah?
There are always new things coming. There are some of those things that we're ready to announce and some things that we're not quite ready to announce yet. But I will say this. Galaxy's Edge was, from the very beginning, was built to be a place to grow and expand with Star Wars storytelling. And as Star Wars storytelling and fandom continues to grow, you should not be surprised to see new things always showing up at the edge of the galaxy.
I love it. I love it. And now, I want to talk about the Halcyon. I want to talk about Galactic Star Cruiser.
Me too.
Yeah, because it is such an amazing, one-of-a-kind experience, and people have absolutely been loving it, and there is more new and wonderful things happening. I mean, the Star Cruiser just opened, and y'all are still adding to it constantly and evolving it constantly. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's wild that Star Cruiser's been open since March. We're on our 42nd voyage right now. But the thing that has just been so overwhelming is we've been talking for years about, well, yes, we want you to be able to live your story. Seeing the way our fans are living their stories aboard Star Cruiser. I mean, the backstories, the costumes, the choices that folks are making. It's just unbelievable to see people live out a 2-day, 2-night story where they pick their path and save a piece of the galaxy.
Yeah, it's been amazing to watch people post their vacation photos, and they're posting these stories of their trips the way people always post vacation photos, but it's, here's this lovely alien that I met in the bar tonight, and here's
Casual.
and here's this bounty hunter that I ran across, and we were chatting, and the amount of discussion and interaction that you get to have with these characters on the Star Cruiser is absolutely phenomenal.
Well, and you absolutely get to meet all sorts of characters on board. The thing for me, though, is it's Star Wars, and so yes, you're on a lovely cruise vacation, cruising through the stars, you're gonna go see Batuu. Not everything goes according to plan.
It's Star Wars, y'all!
Star Wars. And so, yeah, I wanna swing a lightsaber, I wanna be, going through bridge operations training, but even more than that, I wanna be in the middle of an epic battle and being at the front of the ship, actually blowing up TIE fighters, getting wrapped up in that story, and being a part of the adventure.
Although I'm sure that won't happen when these fine people
it
go,
would never
right?
happen.
It's going to go smooth. It's going to be fine. Nothing unexpected.
Chandrila Starline's got it under control.
Under control.
Absolutely. Consummate professionals.
Yes.
Nothing would ever happen,
Not
I'm
on
sure.
that Star Cruiser.
Now, one of the things that you announced, obviously we've got a new Star Wars book coming out, The Princess and the Scoundrel. Is everybody looking forward to it? And of course, some of the characters that we already know and love have taken their own 2-day voyage on the Star Cruiser, and you're doing a little something with the Princess and the Scoundrel book. Can you talk about that?
That's right. With our publishing partners, I'm very excited that today we announced that we are actually giving away a Star Cruiser honeymoon vacation aboard Galactic Star Cruiser. I don't have the web, maybe the web address will maybe happen right here down below. But you know, if you go to if you go to, I believe, readstarwars.com, you will find the Princess and the Scoundrel, the details for this.
If you open your window and scream out into the world, "How do I win the contest?" somebody will answer.
That's right.
Indeed.
And starting today, that website is live. You can go today, you can go check it out. And I'm hopeful that somebody here in this room today is going to be the lucky person to win that Star Cruiser honeymoon vacation. Yep.
I'm gonna get, somebody's going to get to have the same honeymoon that Han and Leia had? That's wild.
Well, let's just say the Princess and Scoundrel book, which tells the story of Leia Organa and Han Solo's honeymoon after their wedding on Endor. Their honeymoon doesn't necessarily go according to plan either. It's a Star Wars story and adventure happens.
Weird. What if it didn't, though? What if it was just a story of Han and Leia's honeymoon and nothing happened? They were just like chilling by a pool and having drinks, and they were like, "Thank goodness we don't have to worry about any more of this Star War."
Yeah.
And that's it. That's how it ended.
Yeah, that would be a pamphlet.
Yeah.
Not a book, just a pamphlet.
So I think this is wonderful, and I love the way you are just continually tying in these characters we know and continually tying these stories we know into parks and into these experiences. Over the last few years, we have had just the ability to live inside of Star Wars in a way that we never have because of y'all, and I think it's just been so wonderful. Thank you so much.
Well.
I mean, we've had the opportunity to spend the better part of, a decade now thinking about bringing all this to life, and we feel so unbelievably privileged that this is our job, that this is what we get to do to make all of our dreams finally come true. So we really appreciate, all of you coming and enjoying and playing Star Wars.
You are the people we do it for.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Yeah. Before we wrap it all up, is there anything you all want to say about what's coming up at parks, or anything you want to say to the people here at Celebration?
Well, I just, again, things like Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, which, I said this earlier on the panel today, it's the largest single land expansion we've ever done inside the Walt Disney Company, and Star Wars is the place to go big. Star Wars is the place to bring it to life with all the best new technology, all that attention to detail, because that's what we believe Star Wars deserves and what you all as Star Wars fans deserve. So bringing that innovation to life, it's for you.
We've drawn our inspiration from you all. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. I, for one, cannot get enough of Blackspire Outpost, so I'm absolutely amped for all of the new things coming in the future. We have lots more from Star Wars Celebration Live coming up. One more round of applause for everybody from Walt Disney Parks.
Star Wars on YouTube is the premier destination for new and exclusive Star Wars content every week. From brand new trailer debuts to never-before-seen behind-the-scenes reveals, Star Wars on YouTube is the channel you need to be subscribed to for up-to-the-second Star Wars news and information. Plus, exciting original series like This Week in Star Wars.
Ahsoka Tano is on her way.
Fast-paced energy, fresh stories.
Dispatches from the Halcyon.
Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser is the first of its kind experience in the world.
And the High Republic Show.
Nope, she was just waiting for the perfect moment to blow up the temple.
That bring fans the latest and greatest from a galaxy far, far away. So what are you waiting for? Subscribe to Star Wars on YouTube today.
Good morning for the first time for me, Star Wars Celebration. Hi, how are you? I'm Christina Ariel. And again, good afternoon, because I'm pretty sure I said good morning. Who would have thought a couple of bobbleheads with beady black eyes would launch a worldwide phenomenon with collectibles? Here to talk about all things Star Wars and Funko, it's Reese O'Brien.
Hey everybody, how you doing?
Thanks for joining us, Reese. It's so great
Thanks
to have
for having
you
me,
here.
man. This is cool.
Isn't it? Look
Yeah.
at all these people, and
I
they're
know, it's
excited
kinda
about
crazy.
stuff. You know, most of these people stood in line to buy Funkos.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm well aware of the Funko lines.
I mean, I would hope so. It's your business.
Yeah.
If not, you're in the
I'm
wrong
fortunate.
line.
I get to walk right past them, but you know.
Now, I think we all want to know the answer to one of the most important questions in Funko collecting.
Okay.
When will you finally unleash a Kister Funko into the world?
Oh my God, I get that question again. I get that question so many times.
I mean, you'd probably stop getting the question if you don't.
I don't know. I think some of you guys just need to get like a petition together and just on change.org or something and just hit us up with a Kitster. Make a Kitster pop and we'll eventually do it.
All right, we need 20,000 signatures today. If you guys want that Funko, I need somebody to get on change.org and make it happen.
Yeah, let's hear from the people. Show us the demand.
Now, aside from the bobblehead pops, Funko has their fingers in all sorts of lines of merchandising. What kind of Star Wars goodies can we look forward to this year?
Star Wars is going through a lot of interesting experimental things in the coming year. We've got a lot of new products coming out. Besides Pops, Soda is our really popular line that's coming out. They all come inside of a can, and they're adorable. It took us a while, but we finally got Star Wars off the ground there, and they're gorgeous. So you get a sneak preview here at the show, our first couple that released, but just wait to see what's coming. There's so many of them, and they're amazing.
And I'm going to follow that up with, will you ever re-release some of the rare Episode 1 pops like Jar Jar, or actually make a Kitster pop?
It's funny you ask. So when I first started at Funko 10 years ago, the first Star Wars pop I had to design was the Jar Jar one. And I think my team was hazing me because nobody wanted to design him. He's too tricky. He's like really a strange, translation into pop form. So that one we did a long time ago. But I think he's probably due an update, right?
Release the Jar Jar cut!
I think so. So yeah, probably sooner rather than later. Sooner than you probably think, actually.
As a resident Jar Jar fangirl, I am very excited to hear about that.
Good, I'm glad.
Now, is there a Star Wars pop that has shocked you at how rare it's become?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, there's a few that go, way back. There was a different con ages ago up in the Pacific Northwest, and we needed a quick exclusive, so we just pulled some heads off of the stormtroopers and stuck Luke and Han heads on them. And this was in the early days, and we were like, yeah, that's really cool. This is great. Now they're worth like $1 gajillion or something. I don't know what it is. I don't have them. I wish I did.
Why don't you just remake one?
Well, I can do that, but they're not going to be worth $1 gajillion.
So you didn't keep any of the originals?
I have some, but my garage can only hold so much.
How many Funkos do you have?
How many Oh, I can't even count. I have 5 Rubbermaid bins, big ones, just full of white protos alone.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Collecting ain't easy.
I know. It's an embarrassment of riches, but I'm okay with it.
Now, besides Kitster, is there a Star Wars pop that you've been lobbying to make?
That I've been lobbying to make. Maybe not so much in character, but where I get really kind of excited is when we can take several characters, or even if it's just 2, and do what we call pop movie moments. And so I like to take favorite scenes from the movies and kind of re-represent them in pop form. We did a great one with Dagobah representing Yoda raising the X-Wing out of the swamp, and it was just, God, it was gorgeous. It was so beautiful. And so I want to continue to do more of that. So I have like this kind of list going in my head of every time they want a new movie moment, I go, well, how about this one? How about that one? So I just keep repitching them.
And how much input did you have into the Funko store?
What's that? Say that again?
How much input did you have into the Funko store, which is one of the coolest places I've ever been?
I did. I had a little bit as the resident, kind of Star Wars geek there, So my boss would come to me occasionally and be like, hey, what do you think should be over in this corner? What do you think should be over here? Once we landed on the idea that, how many people here have been to the Funko store up in the Pacific Northwest, up in Everett? A few of you? Okay, so you know what it's kind of like, right? It's like a little Disneyland. It's so cool. So once we landed on the Hoth theme, which is so beautiful with all the snow and like lightly shaded with light blue. So I'm talking like a designer, but it was just gorgeous, you know. So I had a little bit of input here and there. I can't take full credit though, not by a long shot.
Well, I won't make you, but I will ask you one final question.
Okay.
What exclusive pops have you all brought to Celebration?
Oh, well, the good thing with our exclusives this year is that there's been a lot of pops that eventually get retired, like some of you collectors know, right? And they're hard to get. Well, we needed to get those characters re-represented in people's Funko collections. So we're coming out with the new classics, and they're premiering here at the show. So you're going to be able to get Luke Skywalker's, new Darth Vader's, new Chewbacca's, done in old, like, Farm Boy, New Hope Luke, you know what I mean? All redone in new, better detail and everything like that. So you can finally have some of those classic characters without resorting to, you know, breaking your wallet.
Well, we really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being with us here today. Though I still think you'd sell 1 billion Kidster Pops if you made them. So let the home office know the demand is through the roof, and we have more Star Wars Celebration live after this.
The Force is strong in my family. My father has it. I have it. My sister has it.
Leia! Luke. I need someone to show me my place in all this.
Hit the target hard. Give it everything you got.
Destroy the Sith. We must.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
I need to finish what Luke started.
We go together.
Freeze! Don't move. Look at this. Great shot, kid! That was 1 in a million!
Hello there.
The rebellion is reborn today, and I will not be the last Jedi.
Remember, the Force will be with you, always.
Hey y'all, Hector here on the celebration floor at one of the booths that is the most poppin' booths on the entire con floor. And I'm here with Robert and Sam from Citizen. Make some of the most amazing watches you've ever seen. We're gonna talk about this booth in a second, but first we're gonna talk about the watches that they brought to Star Wars Celebration this year. What has this show been like, Sam?
Oh, the most incredible experience you could ever ask for, honestly. It's
We
our
haven't
first time
left the
here.
booth. That's the crazy thing. People
Yeah,
have
we
been
haven't
coming
left.
in like crazy.
It is so
It's been
packed.
so much fun.
It's so
much
packed.
fun.
It's okay. Well, I want to start with you, Sam, because
Yeah.
you have these amazing,
Yes.
gorgeous watches that I really want to show off. Tell us what you've got and what you've got planned.
So some of our favorite characters, of course, light versus dark side, which is a little bit of the theme here we have going on. So our star winner here, I would say, is our Darth Vader watch.
Wow.
He also has a counterpart, that Luke Skywalker watch, which actually sold out yesterday. So Darth Vader's the hit here. Come and get it.
Whoa.
We also, of course, have a Mandalorian watch.
I love this. I love
We
this.
love the coloring, the whole thing brings it together. And the luminescent on this in the dark, I have to tell you, it stands
Wow,
out.
this is the way.
Yeah,
Right?
100%.
And to continue on the luminescence, and that's really the key. I mean, the detail in our timepieces is absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
So we have have this Death Star that's coming. It actually just debuted here yesterday.
That's no moon. No, that's a Death Star.
I know, that's what I'm saying. And you take that loom. I wish I had the flashlight so you could see like how really cool that is. And then we have our daily drops. So today is Yoda. There are only 77 produced for each day.
Daily drop?
Daily
what is
drop.
this? What is a daily drop?
Daily drop. Oh, a show special. Have a lot of fun with that.
Oh my goodness, look at this amazing, wow, look at the detailing here. This is gorgeous. This is fantastic. So you guys have daily drops every day of the show?
Every day of the show, and then we have everything in the booth is 20% off, and then we have a lot of other show specials, and if you're a D23 Gold member, you get another 25% off.
Oh my goodness.
You heard it first here.
Where can people at home check out these amazing watches?
You can visit citizenwatch.com. Also, follow us on Citizen Watch US. On Instagram, Takeover. We'll have show specials right after we wrap.
Okay, now we have to talk about this booth because I
Absolutely.
am not joking. It is so popular. What do you guys have for the fans at Celebration this year?
Of
What's
course.
happening?
So we have quite the experience, right? We already spoke about light versus dark side. You can create your own boomerangs you can share on social. It actually will define if you are light or dark side.
What?
Yeah, so
I thought I know.
you will
You don't
not
have to think
know.
about it.
Yeah, answer a couple questions. You'll see once you take the photo.
Oh my goodness.
It's amazing.
This is fantastic. Do you have a favorite celebration moment so far for the show?
I will say just watching people come back. I mean, people are coming back and they want the second daily drop. People are asking about numbering and all of this. So this is, and again, this is our first celebration. What? So we can't wait to continue the party here and just keep blowing this up every single celebration.
Oh my
so it's
goodness.
super
So
fun.
one more time, the
Yes.
website where people at home can check all this stuff out.
Yes, please visit us at citizenwatch.com. We have a whole Star Wars collection up there. Some of what you'll see here. I can't promise much inventory left. We are selling quick here, so snag them. I'm telling you, don't wait.
And of course, if you're at Celebration, come and check out the Citizen booth. This
And we're
is
here
so
to
cool.
have fun and be entertaining.
Guys, thank you guys so much
Thank
for talking
you.
to me.
We
Guys,
appreciate it.
We
Come
have
and
got
visit us.
more Star Wars Celebration live right after this. Don't go anywhere.
The Starlight Foundation has been brightening the lives of children in hospitals for years. Here to talk about their mission and their brand new Star Wars themed hospital gowns is Adam Garone from the Starlight Foundation. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. This is amazing.
So the Starlight Foundation does a ton of great work bringing joy to children all over. Can you tell me a little bit about what exactly you do, for pediatric patients across the country?
Yeah, so Starlight Children's Foundation, our mission is simple. It's to bring happiness to hospitalized kids, and we do that right across the country in...
Right? Such important work.
And we're in 800 children's hospital and pediatric units across the country, and we're all about just transforming moments for kids and their families that are going through stuff that kids shouldn't have to go through.
That's amazing. And you brought some of your Star Wars-themed hospital gowns here. Can you tell us a little bit about what makes these so special?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got this amazing partnership with Star Wars, and we do Star Wars toy deliveries, and we also have our Starlight hospital gowns. So as adults, a lot of us know what a hospital gown is like, and so a few years ago, we totally reinvented these for kids. They're a double wraparound. They do it from the side, and then the best part is we partner with the likes of Star Wars to put these characters on them. So when a kid takes off their clothes and puts on a hospital gown, it's one of the most stressful moments for the family and that child because they're going in for an operation. So we transform that moment by giving them a character like R2-D2 or Darth Vader or Chewie, and they take on that character and that persona, and it changes that moment for not just the kid, but for the family. It reduces stress. And what we say at Starlight is happy kids heal faster.
That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. And anything to, make it a little less scary, a little less stressful, make them feel a little more empowered while they're in a very tense situation is just so powerful. And I'm sure, you're making a lot of really positive memories when, it could be really horrible memories. So I absolutely love that. And now you guys have a fundraising effort going on all through Celebration. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, the 501st Legion is leading that.
Yes,
and it's
you're up the 501st, guys.
There's a number of groups involved, and they hosted an auction last night that I understand raised $11,000.
All right, awesome job.
You can make donations to either the light side or the dark side, and I was just told the light side are leading by about $200.
All right.
So But yeah, we've got a booth just back over there, and you can go and make a donation and get involved, or check out more at starlight.org/Star Wars.
That's great. So any fans that are here right now, you can go visit the Starlight booth and make a donation. It's going to go for a really great cause to help kids across the country in hospitals. Thank you so much for everything that you do to bring joy to these children and for coming here. I absolutely love it. And you guys, stick around. We've got more from Star Wars Celebration Live in just a second.
They're coming. Stay hidden, or we will not survive. Leave us alone. When the time comes, he must be trained.
Like you trained his father? You still want Kenobi. He's gone.
Maybe you've been looking in the wrong places. I want every lowlife and bounty hunter to squeeze him.
You can't run, Obi-Wan! You can't escape him!
Hello again, Star Wars Celebration! I'm so excited. Again, I am Christina Ariel, and if you have ever taken an astronomy class, you know how daunting it can be to map all the stars in our galaxy. Now imagine doing it for the entire Star Wars galaxy. But here to talk about the new map they're painstakingly putting together for Star Wars Timelines, its authors, Jason Fry and the Keeper of the Holocron, Leland Shee. Thanks for being here. I love seeing you outside of my phone and in real life.
It's great to see you. It's so nice we've all broken out of our phones and here we are in real life. It's wonderful.
I know, it's so weird. It's like I know you, but now I know you. So you just had a panel. Can you tell us what you just revealed?
We are talking about Star Wars Timelines coming out this fall from DK, and I am part of a team of really wonderful authors. We're so excited about this book. But in going over all these stories from a galaxy far, far away, I got back to one of my obsessions, which is maps. And I thought, I really want to see, once again, where all these places are. So we went through, and there we go, and we put together a brand new galaxy map, building on the Essential Atlas, taking into account all the amazing storytelling that has happened since that book happened in 2008. And it is, we have it at booth 2525, right here at the show. We are giving them away. Come get a ticket. You can get them signed. And we have signings tomorrow at 11 and at 1 with some of the authors. I'm just so excited to have this map be a reality and to get to share it with people and have people take one home. So thank you. And it's great to see all your faces. Thank you.
You heard that, all my cartography fans in the audience. You can get a free map. Now, Star Wars maps are not new and have quite a bit of history. What made those basic structures work back in the day, and how did you improve upon them?
Well, back in the day, we didn't have a map. People just got to planets in a couple of hours. So we had times that they would
they create travel times in the role-playing game, and then in the 90s, for Behind the Magic, that was the first time that they actually created a map of the galaxy. And they came up with this concept of creating a deep core and a core world of the centers, and then they would name the regions of the galaxy by these concentric circles around that center. So that was the beginning of our first map. Then we did something called the New Jedi Order, was a publishing initiative back then, and they created an invasion map of the Yuuzhan Vong, which showed it was like one of these historical battle time maps that show the invasion route. So we expanded the map that we had developed, and then later on we did our first poster of a map, and then we did an atlas, which Jason wrote, and that was the first time that they created grids, and it had A and numbers, so you could actually look at a list and you can look at the grid numbers and then find the map.
Like the best road atlas ever. If you're in your Millennium Falcon, you need to know, like, how do I get to Alderaan? Oh, there it is in M9. Now I know where to go.
Now, Jason, you were a writer on the RPGs, and Leland, you're the keeper of the holocron. So how does this collaboration work?
Well, it's a funny story, because so we would do these different maps, and this guy, Jason, would be sending me emails with corrections. Sometimes we actually put a planet name twice or something, or we'd misspell a name, or he might say, this actually should be 4 millimeters over to the right. So obviously he was the perfect person to work on the atlas.
Yes, good. It's probably not a lesson you want people to hear, but good things can come from bothering Leland all the time. I actually got to map this galaxy. But yeah, my friend Dan Wallace and I, we put together the Essential Atlas back in 2008, and then we just kept going. One thing that Lucasfilm has always said, to my great pleasure, is that this is a living galaxy and we're going to use the same map. And as we keep telling stories, we're adding things to this map over and over. And so what we've created here to give away is just the latest iteration of a process that's going to keep going as more and more stories get told.
Now, what are some of the new places of interest that people might find on this new map?
Wow, there are so many. That was what was so much fun to catch up with. Like, you guys fans of the High Republic books? Anybody out there? There we go. So yeah, a really fun part of this was going to the authors and the publishing team at Lucasfilm saying, hey, we want to place some of these worlds so people can see where they are. As well as, we have Navarro on there from the show. I could tell you where we are if I had the map. As well as catching up, with all these great novels and video games. We have things like
Jedi Fallen Order. We've got all the plans for Jedi Fallen Order, yeah.
But that's one thing I love about it, is all these stories, no matter what format they're in, they're all part of the same living galaxy. And so putting them all together, on this map really brings that home for me.
All right, and did you come empty-handed?
No, we did not.
We did not. Anyone like a map?
Cannot wait to study this poster. Thanks so much for stopping by the stage. We've got lots more coming up in just a second. This is Star Wars Celebration Live, presented by Geico. Everybody enjoy your map, and as a great philosopher on Dora the Explorer once said, I am the map, but I'm not. It's in your hand. Bye!
Wherever you are in the galaxy, stay connected to Star Wars.
We cannot wait for you to return to Tatooine with us.
Get the picture on Instagram. Be inspired by the creativity.
This week, we tap below to blow out the candles on the cake.
Speak your mind on Twitter. Join the conversation.
We all speak Star Wars.
Feel at home with Facebook. Embrace the community.
We just got to talking about Star Wars.
It all lives here.
Laughs are meant to evoke feelings of joy and elation, but our next guest's laughter fills all of us with fright and dread. He's been a senator, an emperor. But I personally like to call him Sheev. He'll tell you about the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise, but then he'll electrocute you with his fingers. It's time to do it. Please welcome the Emperor of the Galaxy himself, Ian McDiarmid.
I was going to say, it's so, I was, you're very kind. I just want to say to you all, good afternoon.
Yeah!
And it's so nice to see you again. I'm sorry you got up so early because I was going to say, I think you probably know the word, right.
Let me tell you.
You've got to hate me. You haven't got it right at all. Okay.
But I'll tell you what, I do a rewatch every time before we go to Celebration. I rewatch as much as I can, and I do love you, particularly in Revenge of the Sith. That you are having such a wonderful time in that film, and I can tell, and it makes me so happy.
Yeah, well, that's very nice. It was a great movie to do because it was the transformation, wasn't it, from the relatively nice guy, but not so nice guy, into the fully fledged monster.
Yes.
Yeah.
And let's talk about that. How do you approach a character with duality like that? You know, Palpatine versus the Chancellor versus the Emperor.
It's a kind of gift in a way. You can start with a guy who looks fairly reasonable, just an ordinary politician. You can be boring, because a lot of them are, and you can be just quietly hypocritical, which a lot of them are. And inside there is this great seething mass of evil about to explode. So that gives the whole part a kind of tension. The only thing is, of course, you knew I was going to get to the guy sooner or later because we didn't do it in sequence. But it also meant I was able to do it because I was 50 then, and the Chancellor needed to be 50 so that he could get older. And it's a mad world that I'm in, and we're all in terms of ages, because I was 37 when I played 140, and then I was 50 when I played myself, and then a few years ago, I thought I was dead. And now, for at least the progress of filming, I was alive.
Yes.
It's very good. But there's only one thing I would say, he'd still be here today if it wasn't for his ungrateful granddaughter.
She never calls.
Never trust them. That's what I say.
She never calls. She never comes by.
She never does. She never did. But she really wanted the job.
This was coming back and seeing you in Rise of Skywalker. The absolute menace. You're attached to this metal armature.
I was.
You are. The lights are strobing. You are seething more than you ever had. How did it feel to just dive deep into that?
Well, that armature, as you beautifully put it, I just thought of it as a kind of galactic wheelchair. And when JJ said he was going to resurrect me, I was a little surprised. But then I thought, well, this guy couldn't be dead because he's too clever. He would have a plan B. So if, on the unlikely event, he thought that someone was going to attempt to destroy him, he'd have people standing by. Lots of very efficient, rather small, but very efficient surgeons and doctors. And he'd have the machinery and the technology to get life back into him. So it seemed to me that it was a kind of logic that one day he would reappear. I just wished he'd managed to last a bit longer.
Yes, and I loved it. Were there any inspirations that you sort of took when you were crafting Palpatine and the Emperor? I always describe him as very Shakespearean, very Falstaff, things like that.
Yeah, the whole arc of the movie is Shakespearean. I mean, George, I think, is too shy to say that, but it is absolutely true. You know, it's, as far as Vader's concerned, it's the downfall of a good, tough, respectable, good-looking guy who just... he's gone home, so I'm not embarrassing him. Who just takes the wrong path. And why does he take the wrong path? Well, again, like another Shakespearean hero, Macbeth, he likes power.
Yeah.
He just does. And then he makes the mistake of not just liking it, and frankly, we all like a little bit of it. He learns to love it and to overlove himself. And that's, you know, that's the path to the dark side. The Emperor was different. He was evil when he came out of the womb, I'm convinced. You know, a solid block of evil.
Do you think he came out on the armature?
I think it's perfectly possible. Let's hope we never see it.
Well, Ian, I thank you so much for coming by. We appreciate it.
No,
you had your panel today.
Good to be here.
Is there anything that you would love to say to your legion of loyal subjects, Emperor?
Well, I just, it's so nice to see you again. I think what the Emperor would want to say is something evil and terrible and inappropriate. So I probably shouldn't echo that. But I just like, you would, honestly, you are terrible. You are all Siths in the making. But I would remind you finally that I am all the Sith.
Yes! Ian McDermott, thank you very much for stopping by. Thank you, everybody. That wasn't nearly as scary as I thought it would be. Stick around. We got more Star Wars Celebration Live coming up after this.
And we are back. I am on the show floor with one of my favorite exhibitors, Loungefly. I am with Ilana. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm honored that we're one of your favorites.
Oh, guys, let me tell you something. Me and Loungefly were like that. I absolutely love your product. You guys having a good Star Wars celebration so far?
We are having an amazing time. This is actually our first Star Wars celebration, so this is super exciting for us.
Why don't you talk to me about some of the exclusive product you have and stuff that you're sort of debuting at the show today?
Okay, well, I would love to. So up here we have our exclusives. So these are only going to be available at Star Wars Celebration, and we are also allowing them on our website for a very small amount of time on loungefly.com. These are our main line, so these are not exclusive to the show, but still hugely popular today. And as you can see, we're already selling out of some stuff, so it's been a really good show so far.
This is actually fantastic. You know, I see an X-Wing fighter up here. It's one of my favorite vehicles in the Star Wars universe. Is there one particular design or one particular ship or vehicle that fans are really asking for?
Well, I will say that this is something that fans have really wanted, but really didn't know how to sort of say that they wanted, because we are offering the pop. So this is the Diamond R2-D2 pop that actually fits inside here into the X-Wing. So there's a nice little pocket in there. It's got a little like piece in the back of it, so he can actually sit in there and you can swap out what pops you want to go in there. So that is something that's super cool and innovative from Loungefly that fans have been wanting, and we are going to be bringing more of.
Okay, so you're actually doing the marriage of the two giant collectible worlds, Funko Pops and Loungefly together.
Yep.
I absolutely love that. I absolutely love that because you guys are sort of a partnership together, are you not?
We are. Funko bought Loungefly several years ago, and so this is actually our first time showing up really together in a booth, and we're seeing that the fans are loving it, and we're able to give Funko fans some Loungefly giveaways and vice versa. It's a good marriage.
It's all in the family. It's a giant family affair. Okay, one last thing I want to ask you. I'm not going to make you go into Star Wars lore. I'm going to make you go into Loungefly lore. I know you've been doing this for quite some time. Can you tell me like one of your favorite products you guys created so far?
Oh, okay. Gosh. Darn, we already talked about that. So we're always trying to bring the new, innovative ways of storytelling and bring our fans the stories that they know and love so well and making it something wearable. So really these pieces that are part of that storytelling are some of my favorites. So I can't pick one, I really can't, but I'm a crossbody girl. I do love our backpacks, but I'm a crossbody girl.
Fantastic. Well, there you go. You heard it directly from Alana at Loungefly. Stay tuned. We have more of Star Wars Celebration live coverage coming up after this.
Oh, welcome back. Our next guest took the taunting task of turning Star Wars characters into cars and said, bring it on. Here to talk about what's to come for Star Wars and Mattel, it's Hot Wheels designer, Chris Colangelo.
Everybody. Hey.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Welcome. It's wonderful to see you. Thanks for bringing this stuff by.
It's a pleasure.
Tell me, what new stuff do you have this weekend? What are you showing us?
All right, so we're unveiling our new Starship line. So I've been doing Starships for about 9 years for Mattel, and these are really, really cool. They're just for collectors, as you can see here. Highly detailed.
Yeah.
We got moving parts. We got closing wings. You know, some of the classics. Just really, really fun.
What moves?
Fun
I'm
stuff.
not allowed to do this, but I'm crossing the frame.
Do it.
What moves on the Slave One here?
We have the moving wings on Slave One.
Yeah.
The guns will move.
I love it.
The shuttle, the wings will go up as well.
Beautiful.
It's a little hard with the one hand, but I'm going to try.
Sure. I believe in you.
There we go. There you go.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
I love it. And tell me, we've got like a rotating base over there.
So this is the first reveal. No one's seen this yet till today.
You have to keep this secret, everybody.
It's a secret.
This is just for us. If you're watching on the internet, close your eyes.
Spoiler alert. Okay, so we have our Mando Naboo N1 Starfighter coming out.
Oh,
Yeah.
his chromed out Starfighter.
Yep. So here it is. This is our prototype. It's not final colors or anything like that, but this is what it's going to look like. Super accurate to the show, and just again, really, really cool.
I love that. So you've said you've been designing these for 9 years.
Yeah.
What is the process of designing these toys when you're doing them?
So it's really fun. I get to work really close with Lucas. I've been to the archives. I get to see the models. So basically, it's
You've been in the archives?
I have. I've held a lightsaber. Luke's
How
lightsaber.
was it?
It's pretty cool.
That's amazing.
It's as amazing as you think it is. It's more amazing.
Beautiful. So you go into the archives, you're looking at
I've been
original
there.
drawings,
Yep.
models, things like that. And then what do you do from there?
So then we take it, we have to shrink it down. But the hard thing is, we want to keep all the fun details. But at this scale, it's really hard. So it's a balancing act, right?
Yeah.
We want to make sure we get the really important things, but, take out some of the stuff that's not going to look right at this
Yeah,
size.
because Star Wars is all about, the natural little bits and pieces hanging off of everything. So I imagine you have to think about, what's the most iconic bits and pieces part? That's wonderful. That's an amazing thing. So when you're designing these in this particular line, do you have a favorite one?
It's hard to pick. It's like picking a favorite kid, right?
Yeah.
I'd say, I'm a big fan of the Imperial Shuttle.
The Imperial Shuttle, it's a dope ship, and that's a wonderful version of it. That's very good.
Big fan.
Yeah. This is amazing. So when are people going to be able to get their hands on these? Particularly, I'm looking at that Naboo fighter.
Naboo fighter is a little ways out, but we actually have these on sale in our booth right now. So you can go over there right now and pick up the first wave.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So all three of these are there now, and
I'm going to need a 15-minute break, I think.
Yeah.
This is amazing. Well, thank you so much. My wallet will never be the same. Thank you for swinging by
And
today, Chris.
we have some guys coming up. We have some free stuff. We have some
Free
ships.
stuff?
Yep.
No. We're giving away ships. Thank Thank you so much to Mattel. We've got more Star Wars Celebration Live coming up in just a second.
Cool, thanks. Thank you.
They're so proud of themselves, so fat and satisfied. They're everywhere. They're watching me now.
Soon enough, these days will end. There will be no rules going forward.
People are standing up. That's what a reckoning sounds like.
Oh, believe it or not, it has been 35 years since Rex took guests on a madcap journey to Endor on the groundbreaking Disneyland attraction, Star Tours. Here now to talk about what it took to create this fan-favorite attraction are some of the actual people that made it happen. Please say hello to Bill, Megan, and Chris. Before Galaxy's Edge, before this intense expansion of Star Wars throughout the Disney parks, Star Tours was there. And I remember walking into the park and being so excited because not only was Star Tours there, it's so close to the entrance. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, I'm here and Star Wars is here. Tell me a little bit about creating the first Star Wars attraction and what that was like.
Well, I can jump in on that one, just that there was never a bigger bunch of Star Wars fans than the people in the WDI model shop. We loved it. When we were told we get a chance to work on a Star Wars attraction, we were beyond, excited. We were blown away. And every step working with the ILM folks was a treat. It was a dream come true to work on it. And then, we all got to write it, and we all said, it works!
Now, I heard that you, Chris, were very responsible for the creation of the look and feel of Rex.
I designed Rex.
You're Rex's dad.
Is this true? Yeah.
I love Rex.
Good, so do I.
We all love Rex. Yeah. Oh my gosh. How does it feel to know that Rex is now gainfully employed on Batuu and still entertaining Star Wars fans?
Well, there's a wonderful designer here, Sonny Nguyen, who turned him into DJ Rex. And I loved it. The first time I walked in there and saw that, it was so much fun to hear him. And he's got the same voice, right? And he's got those beautiful jokes. it was just, I mean, the first thing I did is I have a video with me dancing while he's playing, he's DJ in the background. No, it's a thrill. And also, you guys have seen him, you know, he's the RX series, it's not Rex, but the RX series, you know, he's appeared on Book of Boba Fett, right?
Yeah.
In a couple places. So, you know, way cool. My son calls me up and goes, "You gotta watch it tonight because guess who's in there?" So yeah, it's so much fun to be a part of this universe.
Yeah, when we went into the club and saw the RX robots dealing cards and working in the club in Book of Boba Fett, I was like, they're everywhere. And it makes me so happy that they're everywhere. And they always work in entertainment now. And I love that.
Yeah. And by the way, I went out and immediately bought 2 of those, you know, the DJ Rex figures. They're so much fun. The voice is great. He's on my dining room table. I say good morning to him every day. And he says, "We're on Dandor." Yeah, it's fun.
I love it. And one of the things that I love about Star Tours is, you know, this attraction has been consistently updated over the last 35 years, constantly adding new stuff. I mean, Megan, tell me a little bit about what it's like working at parks and working with ILM and the people at Lucasfilm to kind of create these new segments for the ride.
It's so exciting to get to bring creative forces at Imagineering, ILM, Lucasfilm together to make something that's going to really hopefully excite fans. Every time we get a new destination in there, we get to see a new visual from the film lived out in this ride experience. And personally, my favorite is Crate, is my favorite new destination we've added. And it was so much fun to have Ryan Johnson come and ride the ride with us for the first time. He immediately asked, "Can I see this from what we call the pit, down in the maintenance pit?" And so we got to go down there with him, and he got to watch the simulator and be a little bit, it's kind of scary when you see how much that simulator really pitches and rolls and everything. Yeah. And he was just, it was so exciting. Our update opened a month before the film came out, so he really got to experience that for the first time. It was very exciting for all of us.
Yeah, I love going through Crate too. Going through those crystal caves is just such a visually exciting way.
And Bill reminded me, this is my favorite little Easter egg about that, the crystals that hit our windshield are crushed up red Jolly Ranchers, which is just my favorite. It looks impeccable, so good job.
Yeah, Bill, tell us about this, because you've created a ton of the actual media. You know, you've filmed so many of these segments. What goes into them? How do you work with the Imagineers and the creators of the attractions to make these happen?
Well, it's a really great partnership because they are so incredibly creative and such good storytellers. And what we bring to the party is kind of the filmmaking techniques, the procedures, and also a lot of the assets. You know, we want to make it as authentic as possible because we know you people, you know all the details, especially the people who make the R2-D2s. Like, we have to get this right or we're going to be in big trouble.
Right there.
Well, it's so funny to me because you know, you think of these things when you're on the attraction itself. You think that they must be entirely digital assets and everything, but it sounds like you're using a lot of classic ILM techniques here too. I mean, crushed up red Jolly Ranchers.
Ultimately, it was the cheaper thing to do than modeling it and painting it and lighting it and rendering it.
Yeah.
It was just a very straightforward thing to do. And, you know, I'm from that old school. I started in the model shop. And so if you can solve a problem that way, why not do it that way?
Yeah, absolutely. It looks unbelievable. I mean, when you're there, just the technology and the media and the design working together, it always feels so real, and it's always so fun to be riding on Star Tours. Is the ride continuing? I mean, we've got the 35th anniversary. How will the attraction continue to grow and change in the future? Do we have anything that's coming up?
Well, Tom Fitzgerald, the creative director, always saw it as a jukebox. And when there's a new record out, you just put the record in the jukebox, and hopefully people will get that and can listen to it. And of course, when there is a new segment, they push it. So people going during that time when it comes out, it will be guaranteed to see it, and then it goes into the rotation.
Yeah. So this is something I've always wondered, because I feel like certain people have certain kinds of luck, because it is randomized. I mean, it is equally randomized, but I'm somebody where I feel like every time I go on, I always end in Coruscant. Like, and I'm always like, wait, I just ended in Coruscant and I'm writing it again. And I feel like there's just this like thing with random where people believe that, well, they are only running like 1 or 2 of them today, but you run them all, right?
Oh yeah, those are, you never know what you're gonna get in there. I'd say maybe switch up cabins. If you're always writing the same one, see if you can write a different one. But if you could see on paper all these destinations, this matrix, like Bill said, it just keeps zooming out.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so there's our, there's more. Oh, no, there's more.
Do we have any idea how many different combinations there actually are?
It's over 54, for sure. It's definitely over 54.
So there are 54 different routes that you can take through Star Tours. That's amazing. Yeah. And I keep getting Coruscant.
You're just lucky.
What is that? I mean, I love Coruscant, but like, is it me?
They know when you write it. Yeah. I think God is punishing you for some reason.
That's a great note to end on. I am being punished by the universe, according to Bill George. Thank you all so much for coming by. We love Star Tours. Thank you for creating an attraction that I am determined to set a world record for the most rides in a row on now, just so I can see these 54 permutations. We've got more from Star Wars Celebration Live coming right up. Don't go anywhere.
With everything happening in the galaxy, StarWars.com is the only place online that is all Star Wars, all the time.
I got a really good feeling about this.
From exclusive reveals and breaking news to interviews with Star Wars luminaries, StarWars.com is the #1 destination for the saga we all love. And with an ever-evolving databank of Star Wars information from all eras, crafts, and quizzes, you'll never run out of Star Wars to explore. StarWars.com. It's all Star Wars, all the time.
Has always been a family affair, and thanks to our next guest, his own family members are following in his footsteps and creating new Star Wars adventures. He's the director of the original Willow and Solo: A Star Wars Story. Please welcome Ron Howard. It's a nice jolt in the morning get going, huh?
It's a lot of energy.
Yeah, thank you.
Positive energy. Thank you
you
all.
so much for joining us. So Ron, before we start, I just wanted to extend a big thank you from the StarWars.com team. From a lot of us, we wanted to show our gratitude for you for narrating our Arrested Development Star Wars solo piece, because we won an Emmy for it. I don't think we would have without you, so thank you very much.
It's always nice to win. Glad to be a part of it.
It was amazing.
Thank you.
So we mentioned in your intro that you have a long history of working with Lucasfilm and working on Star Wars, and now your daughter Bryce is following in your footsteps and creating some fabulous Star Wars stories. How does that make you feel as a parent, seeing her take her own steps here?
Well, it's incredibly thrilling, and to see her evolve and grow. And her relationship and the mentorship of Jon Favreau, Dave Filoni, it meant so much to her. And I've really been able to see her kind of find another level of satisfaction. She had directed before, always interested in it, but there is something about the Star Wars sort of ethos, the spirit of it, that she really connects with, and so she's so happy when she's working on one of the shows with the great team.
And I know that, you know, she's a very deep fan herself, but did you give her any pointers when she was, you know, getting started on her Star Wars journey of things that you've learned along the way?
Well, you know, basically, the only thing that I talked to her about at all was how, in my mind, that the best moments always are connected to really good performance. And I said, you know, you're an actress. You understand that and apply that to this. But to be honest, over and over again, she just said she was learning so much from Jon Favreau and Dave, and you know, and so I felt like I am learning more about Star Wars in a lot of ways, talking to her behind the scenes about what it is she's discovering, what she finds exciting, and the kind of work, especially in the volume, which is creatively, you know, such a breakthrough.
Yeah.
And so you know, it's fun. It's fun for me and incredibly gratifying as a father, mostly because it just makes her so happy and creatively fulfilled when she's involved.
Yeah, I mean, she's absolutely crushing it. I mean, her work on The Mandalorian has just been so good, right?
Thank you all. Thank you.
Absolutely crushing it.
I'll pass that along. I'll pass it along to Bryce. She's promoting right now, otherwise she might have been here, something with dinosaurs that she's got going.
Man. Busy lady. So you have not only directed 2 features with Lucasfilm, but you've done a lot of collaborating with artists at ILM and Skywalker Sound for years. What is it about this group that keeps you coming back?
Well, over and over again, it's this combination of the sort of recognition of cutting-edge technology and the excitement for, in the most nuanced way, you know, the effect that can have on audiences and on telling the story. And of course, I think of myself first and foremost as simply as a storyteller. They do too. So this combination, this intersection, is something that I find really inviting. The other thing is that I'm not a tech head. I'm not, you know, for me, I need them to be the magicians, and to go to them with creative problems and collaborate to find solutions. And I also find over and over, whether it's sound or whether it's visual, that if you talk about the feeling that you want to convey, the idea that the characters' scenes are offering and what they mean, and where the story is twisting and turning, that they come up with these tremendous solutions. And it's just really great. You know, it's creatively so stimulating, and I love that spirit of collaboration.
Yeah, I think, you know, over my years of working, you know, with Lucasfilm and ILM and watching people work, like, ILM, they just blow my mind.
Yeah, over and over again.
Constantly pushing the envelope and inventing new ways.
But
of
always in the
stories.
name of story
Yeah.
and fans.
Yeah,
and,
yeah. Because they're hardcore fans themselves. I mean, it's just,
yeah, they are big
so
fans.
amazing. It's just, it really is. So we have to talk about Solo. I love right? Right?
Thank
Oh
you.
my God. I swear, every time I watch Solo, I just smile the whole time. It's
well,
just so much fun. Tell me a little bit about coming back to work on Solo.
Well, you know, Solo was a very unique circumstance, as we all know, and I'm big fans of Chris and Phil, and it was really was a difference of opinion that had reached a point where, you know, they needed to look in another direction, and that's what the film required, and unfortunate. That said, you know, to jump sort of into the world was something that I'd always thought about. At one point, George had even talked to me about, you know, maybe doing a film, but I never had that amount of time that I could move away from Imagine Films Entertainment, you know, and because I'm very committed to the work we're doing there, to sort of dedicate the amount of time to make a whole movie. So to come in for a shorter period of time, be able to throw myself into it with an amazing young cast. The energy, the creative energy, you know, coming from those actors was really exciting for me. And so ultimately, it was just such a gratifying, you know, experience. And so it's so fun that you all liked it the way you did. Thank you.
I'm gonna ask a troublesome question here.
Right.
Are we gonna get a Solo too?
Look. It means Thank you. Look, that is beyond thrilling. Again, it means so much to myself, to the Kasdans, John Kasdan who wrote it. Thank you. And it just means the world that the movie resonates with you in that way, and that you feel that way for it. As far as I know, there are no specific plans, but by the same token, as I think you've all come to understand, you never know. Never say never. Never say never.
Always in motion is the future. I will take that. Well, thank you so much for coming by, and please send Bryce all of our love and support and everything that you guys have done here. Lucasfilm has just been amazing.
Thank you.
Guys, just know that now that we have Bryce on board, we're going to have the Howards making Lucasfilm magic for generations to come, and we will be back on our stage in just a moment with more from Star Wars Celebration Live.
Thank you. Thank you. Right up. Thank you.
There is a story of a child destined to be an empress, and the unlikely hero who would protect her.
There is a balance between all things. Light and shadow. Good and evil. When that balance is upset, the universe corrects.
The world needs you again. It needs your magic.
Into the unknown. That's where we must go.
Halfway point in celebration already.
Today was absolutely nuts.
We got to reveal Star Wars Jedi Survivor and Young Jedi Adventures on our stage.
Yes, I cannot wait for more Cal Kestis adventures.
And while we could keep the Star Wars party going well into the night, we aren't allowed to be in the convention center unsupervised after 6 p.m.
Nobody can trust me and my sticky fingers.
Because of your kleptomania?
No, because I love eating ice cream with my bear mitts.
That's gross.
Yeah.
Hard pass. Tomorrow, we've got even more fun lined up, and maybe, just maybe, we'll be talking to some of the cast of The Mandalorian.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've heard of it. I've heard of The Mandalorian. So make sure you're here tomorrow for another fun-filled day of Star Wars Celebration Live, presented by Geico.
Thanks for watching, and may the Force be with you.